Joshua now has perfect information.
Hello Cottontail Party.
Schmidt assemble. Why is there sad music? Okay. White people happy. What is up, everyone? Yazoo hitting me with the gifts up before I even started. I appreciate that so much, as well as Foyomi. Thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you guys. How are you guys doing? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome to the stream. We have a couple of things planned for today. We're gonna get the tier list done. I have prepared it already. I didn't ask you, Scrub, because I wanted to do something myself. Every once in a while, it feels good to not have to ask somebody to do it. We're gonna do the tier list. That is something I can handle. I could handle that this morning. People arrive. Now I feel useless. You're not useless. You do enough. You do more than enough. Okay. We're gonna be, like I said, we're gonna do the tier list a little bit later once everyone is here, right? We're gonna do that kind of like peak hours. I don't know, in like a few hours before then. We'll just prepare a little bit more for Photon Hypernova. Talk a little bit about the upcoming format. Maybe experiment some with the lesser obvious choices. Random Vent, thank you for the early sub. Appreciate you. Welcome back to month number 2. But before we do any of that, let us do the warm-up, shall we? Are we ready for the warm-up? I think we can. I think I'm ready for the warm-up. Breaking Valence today? I did not even include Valence in the tier list, to be honest. I don't know if I should have. We can talk about which decks I included and if I'm missing some, but I did not include Valence. You won't get Yugioh today. It's Odd Eyes Venom Dragon. Yeah, I do not know what that is. Valence got support. I mean, yeah, but Valence has more tops than stuff like Labyrinth. Okay, I'll include it then. I'll include it then if you say so. Crolage, thank you for the Crolage, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. Raylan's reached top 4 some. Yeah, the thing is in the Latin American remote duel YCS, which apparently happened this weekend. I didn't even know about this, but there was a YCS this weekend. There were a few interesting decks where I would like to see the profile, but they just weren't posted. Like, I don't know how competitive the YCS was, because, I mean, Sprite won, but, like, Crystal Beast Math Mech is listed as a deck in the top 8. There's a Crystal Beast Math Mech deck in the top 8. Then there was a Dragon Link deck in top 32. There was a Witchcrafter deck in top 32. And, like, I have no idea, like, what those lists look like. We can't look at them. Like, it feels like looking at the spreadsheet, even feels like even the people on YouTube are, like, a little bit tired of recording the same deck profiles over and over and over again for this format. So there literally isn't much going on the deck profiles end. I don't know how big the YCS was. This is the Crystal Beast Math Mech combo. Okay, I'll look at it in a second. 1 card, Crystal Beast, Math Mech, Bish, Balkeen, Power Tool, FTK. Oh my god. If that's not a video to kick off the stream, then I don't know what is. Anyways. I know a better way to kick off a stream. And that's a warm-up card guess around. Let's go. Is this Vespinato? No, I don't think it's Vespinato. It's some bee though, is it not? Armored bee. Armored bee. You are right. This is giving me Cyber's vibes, but it also could just be like a Cyber Dragon card. Or Rocket. Silver. Is this Silver Rocket? It is Silver Rocket. Reactan. This one I don't know, I think. Oh, wait, no, it's Infernity Avenger. Yep. Okay, not bad, not bad. I'm getting Vylon vibes. Or, actually, I'm not sure. Oh, no, this is Celestial Double Star Shaman. Yep. Love Live Idle, thank you for the 6 months already. Thank you. It's a lot of support. Appreciate that. What do we have here? I feel like I know this one. But at the same time, I don't really know what it is. Red Warg? No, it's not that. It's Red Sprinter. I don't know this one either. Does anyone know? Subterror? Is it a Subterror? Surely it's a behemoth then. Oh my god, there's a lot of behemoths. It's not a Subterror? Alright, I'm skipping. Jack Wyvern. This is TG Accelerator something. It's some... It's not... I could have sworn... No, it's Morphtronic Accelerator. That's what it is. Not TG Accelerator. I knew it was some kind of accelerator. Because it do be accelerating. Danger? Danger Field Spell? Isn't that called Realm of Danger? But I don't think that's the one. Danger Zone? No. Oh, it is that. Okay. But what's the... This is Fluffle Owl. Isn't the Danger Field Spell Realm? Or do they have multiples? Oh, they have multiple. Okay. I did not know that. I only knew they had one. It's Life Twin stuff, isn't it? Secret Pass? Life Twin Home? Life Twin... Okay. Life Twin Home, Life Twin Entrance, Life Twin Channel. Channel? Nope. Home? Home. This looks very familiar. This looks very familiar. It's like... Driller. Yeah, this one. I'm getting Ally of Justice or Gen X vibes. But I don't know which that. It's a it's a Gen X. Is this a deep sea card? It's a fisherman. But I don't know exact. Is this a deep sea? No, it's not. Grappler, yeah. Yeah. Huh? Snake Yashi. Oh, HCKO is here. Okay, that's why. I was wondering who the hell would know that card, but that makes sense. Exodia Necros. By Road Sacrifice. Is it called Needle Wall? It's not Needle Ceiling. I think it is Needle Wall. Yeah. The only guitar card I can think of is Guitartle. But it doesn't look like... What is that? Okay. I felt like it didn't look like Guitartle, but I just remembered it differently. This is Extranet. I know this. This is the one that Goyo guns goes into. Yeah. This is a Koakimeru, I think. Nope. But, well, it's Koakimeru support, I think. Though it's definitely Koakimeru cards in the archetype. This is Virtual World. Which one is this? The level 6?
Joshua now has perfect.
It's a level 6.
Deutsch
No, it's a spell.
Shoken.
Thank you, Nadir, for the 9 months. I saw you calling Nimble Sunfish a shit card yesterday, and then proceeding to ask why there's no Ronin Totem in the deck. I enjoyed that review. This is like a rank 8 or rank 9. This is the Thunder XYZ. Thunder End? Yeah. Lunar Eclipse. I think, yeah. Well, if it isn't the Kraken, hopefully there's not that many Krakens. Oh my god, there's many Krakens. Which one is it? Doom? Doom. The Kraken that is doomed. Okay, this is old. But I don't know what it's called. Spell of Pain. Is this OG Gaia? This looks like this is giving me OG Gaia vibes. Wait, it's just Gaia the Fierce Knight, right? That's the OG name, yeah. No. Fossil Dragon Skullgar. This looks familiar. Supai, right? Is this Supai? I think it's Supai. Yep. Radiant Gerald. Yep. Oh god, the ugly dude. Ogu something. Oguchi? Alright. I almost had it. This is the chicken. But it's a fabled it's fabled Coca, yep. It is that. It is fabled Coca indeed. This is Stealth Bergia. I don't know this one, but it's a dragon, so someone knows it. Wait, is it Light Pulsar? Oh my god, it's been a while since I've seen that card. It is Light Pulsar, you're right. I'm ashamed of that one. Oh, Dimensional Alchemist. Is this Mecha Phantom Beast stuff? Any Chaos Dragon enjoyers? See, I was not one of the Chaos Dragon enjoyers. I did not actually enjoy that deck very much in that format. I felt like it was a sacky, bricky piece of, you know, but it was a thing. It's some Papillon, but there's a bunch of those. Oh, I guessed the right one. Easy clap. I'm the best. This is once again Soul Resurrection. Yep. I think this is Consecrated Light. Yeah. Now this one is a desk bot. It is 4. I did not know that. I looked at chat. Crash bug. X. Infernape. I've seen this before. It's a Flamvel. Yeah. Oh, what's he called? No Penguin? Is that the one? Yeah, easy. Oh god, it's fair higher. But this is one from Duel Links. This one I actually do know. Oh, enemy. This looks familiar. Is this Psyframe? I don't want to zoom again, but I have to. No, it's not Psyframe. I've seen this before. Buster Blaster. Who is this? Tuning Magician. Oh, you were wrong. That hasn't happened before. Tuned Magician. Ah, so close. It's okay. I forgive him. I will forgive him. What the hell is Zaralam the Dark Palace, by the way? Okay. Blue Eyes with Arrow. Who is that? Bingo Machine? Okay. Thunder Giant. Thunder Giant. Pop. Oh, it's the mermaid. The little mermaid from LOB or something. But there's a bunch of mermaids. Cure? No, that doesn't sound right. It's not mermaid. It's Mermaid Knight. What is it? Yeah, it's exactly the card I was thinking of. Oh, Enchanting Mermaid. I do not believe that is the TCG artwork, in fact. I do not think it is that. This is I have seen this one before. Highlander. Vylon no, it's Constellar Omega. Yeah. Is this is a Sylvan, right? But it's not the Link, is it? It's a Flower Guardian? Oh my god, I had no chance. This is a Steel Swarm or Evil Swarm card. A bad one though. A level 6, I believe. Steel Swarm. You're saying Mantis? Okay, you are correct. This is, I think, Red Dragon Archfiend support. It's not Red Resonator. It's the other one. Yeah. The Resonators are Red Dragon Archfiend support somehow, right? For in whatever universe that makes sense. Oh, Spellbook of Power. I've triggered the lore Andes again. Oh, it's over. 897. Not bad. Hey, not bad. that is a good start. Zaralam, the Dark Palace, is part of the adventure archetype. The adventure archetype, I feel like, has the largest gap between good cards and bad cards I've ever seen. There's like no adventure card that's like kind of mid. Like they're all either completely insane or completely terrible. Is my impression, I feel like. Did you know Enchantress searches a field spell? I did not know. I learned that just now. Hero? But like Hero has more mid cards, right? Hero has so many cards that they're just like all over the place. Isn't that exactly Gishki? Yeah, maybe there's more good examples. Maybe there's more. It's just like, it's definitely one of those. It's definitely one of those. Dracoback is kind of mid. Well, I mean, on its own, I guess it's kind of mid, but it's pretty good. And then like you get it for free, which makes it a lot better too. But yeah. Insector, I mean, there's like almost no good Insector card anymore. Well. So, like I said, I have prepared this little thing for later, this little treat. We're gonna rank all the decks for post Photon Hypernova. And like by all the decks, I mean enough decks for where it's like worth all the decks that I feel like worth talking about at least a little bit. That's something for later though that I wanted to do. Because I want to wait for enough people to get in here so people don't miss what's happening. Yesterday I also said yesterday that I was gonna give away the nimble sunfishes if people don't claim them. Unfortunately for all of you, all 4 that I gave away yesterday have been claimed and will be shipped today. So there's no more sunfishes to be given away. Boy, yeah. Oh yeah, someone. Okay, so I was looking through this because I was wondering whether there was even anything worth talking about. Because there was a YCS that happened this weekend. It was a remote YCS and it was Latin America, but it was a YCS nonetheless. And I was like, okay, maybe we can check out some interesting profiles because that's kind of like the one of the things that I don't like about the current format is that I really miss the times where we would sit down on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and like look at the cool stuff that came out of the weekend, right? Some neat little deck profiles from whatever tournament anywhere. And like it doesn't really happen anymore in Tierlist format because like every YCS winning list or whatever, like every super well performing decks are like they're all Ishizu tier, right? And we don't really get much like cool shit in deck profiles anymore. And I was checking this morning and I was a little bit disappointed because there was actually, because it was I suppose this is because it was remotely held and because it was Latin America. I feel like it may have been a little bit less competitive than other YCSs, which led to some more interesting decks topping. Like, for example, we see a Crystal Beast Math Mech in top 8, which I don't even know what the hell that means. Like, if I have no idea what the synergy between Crystal Beast and Math Mech is. Unfortunately, there is no deck profile for this. Then there's a Witchcrafter in top 32, which honestly, I don't know anything about Witchcrafters, but there's no deck profile for it, so I can't look at it. The only deck profiles, there's out of 32 decks, there's 4 deck profiles, and they are Tierlament Bestial, Tierlament, and Tierlament. So that's the type of content we can look at from the remote dual YCS. One thing we do have, though, is that apparently 1 month ago, this was uploaded, 1 card Crystal Beast Math Mech Bish Balkin Power Tool FTK, which sounds like the most cursed video title out there. This does not usually sound like a friggin' video that I would watch, but apparently this is what they played. Well, I don't have confirmation that this is exactly what they played, but word on the street is that this is what they played. So, I mean, Since there's nothing else to look at from this YCS, I mean, I might as well. Okay, we go Crystal Beast, Sapphire Pegasus, which apparently in the year 2023 is an FTK as one card. I mean, sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course we're making that. We're grabbing circular. Wait, so is... Yeah. Alright. Nabla. Tribute, special, multiplication. Okay, there's so much wrong with this. Fish Balkan. Striker Dragon. Cupid Pitch Target. Oh my god. Synchro Fusion is the 600 defense search instant fusion. Oh my god, this deck doesn't even have starter cards. It's only bricks. How? How? How do you play so many bricks? What are these equip spells? I've never seen these before. Well, I know Black Pundit. What is going on? What the hell is that? What the hell was even that? How many bricks was that? How many? First of all, this deck here. This deck is 56 cards. This deck is 56 cards. And how many freaking starter cards do you have? How many ways of searching Pegasus are there? There's like, I'm pretty sure there's a Crystal Beast Rhoda, isn't there? Or does that only search 21? There are 21 ways to get Pegasus. Which ones? I can't think of a single Rhoda for I don't know any single Rhoda. Like, okay, Small World. Noble Knight card. There's a Noble Knight card that searches Crystal Beast, Sapphire, Pegasus. Pegasus, Bond, Rainbow Bridge. Okay, Crystal Bond searches it and Rainbow Bridge searches Crystal Bond, right? And then... there is no list here. There's the description is empty. They just put this video on YouTube without further explanation and dipped. All right, 1 brick. I think this is a brick. We count it. 2 bricks. 3 bricks. 4. No, this is from the graveyard. 4 bricks. 5. 6. 7. 8. I'm not gonna count instant fusion. 10. 11. I don't know if Ready Fusion is a... I'm not gonna count it. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wait, no, you have to play this 3 times, right? To make sure you get it. So it's like 17, not 15. $17. 16 or 17. I'm not sure if I counted every, like, bro. How? I'm pretty sure even if you go first, every single time, all the way into top 8, you should not be winning. Like, what the hell? Like, because one hand trap probably shits on this. It's basically a 39 card deck. Okay, so you're telling me because the deck is 56 and 17 of those are bricks, you're gonna treat it as basically a 39 card deck? Is this what we're doing? It's a 39 card deck because the bricks don't count. It has 39 real cards, so it's actually as consistent as if you were to play a 40 card deck with one upstart goblin. Noted. Okay. The remote dude just put all the bricks in a pile next to the outside the camera range. Oh my god, that is so funny. Just present a 40 card deck and have all the bricks in like a separate pile. I'm joking, by the way. That's probably not what happened. But yeah, I mean, that's all I have about the remote duel YCS that happened. Which honestly, if that is all that we get out of a YCS is a 17 brick 1 card combo FTK video, everything else is not interesting. Except for the Witchcrafter. I would like to look at the Witchcrafter and Dragon Links, but we don't have those lists. I think it's time for a change. I think it's time for a change, dude. I feel like maybe a hot take, but hey. Moonsaber, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate you. In terms of regionals, there isn't much either, I think. There's a Dragon Link deck that got top 4 at the regional. I'm down. Dragon Link, there's Draco Slayer. And there's the plant deck. And there's another Dragon Link. Okay, we don't need 2. Exo Sister, why? 2 Ash, 2 Ogre, 2 Crow, 2 Evenly, 2 Dark Ruler. What the hell is Ghost Ogre for? What the hell is Ghost Ogre even good against right now? Like, what do you Ghost Ogre? Is there a single card in Tier Limit that's worth Ghost Ogring? Pearl Rhino? I mean, yeah, but after they got the search already. Stapelia Redoer. I mean, okay, but like you still lose to all of the other stuff that they do. Ghost Ogre for Planet? Okay, so the way Ghost Ogre interacts with Planet, you might... I mean, if it actually did what you maybe think it does, then it might be okay. But you cannot use Ghost Ogre on the activation of Planet when they activate it from hand, because Ghost Ogre says the card has to have been on the field previously. So you don't get to destroy Planet on activation to prevent the search. The only way you can Ghost Ogre Planet is if it's already face up on the field and they try to destroy with it. Then you can Ghost Ogre it to prevent the destruction. But they still got the search out of it earlier, so it's still not a very favorable interaction for you. I guess it's okay against Flunder if they have map. I guess it's okay against Sprite if they don't play around Ghost Ogre onto Gigantic, which, to be fair, no one does that because no one should. But I don't know. A hand trap that's like absolutely horrible against Tierlist, which is by far the best deck in the format, feels like a weird choice for me, but okay. I guess you could also think of it as like, hey, if I don't draw Shifter, I'm gonna get clapped by Tierlist anyways, which is also a fair assessment. You could also just say that, right? You could be like, hey, if I don't draw Shifter, I lose anyway, so what else I put in my deck does not matter. But then that begs the question, why is there 2 DD Crows? But okay. Draco Slayer, top 8 at regionals with Pendulum.
We got 5th place at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Regionals playing a deck none other than Pendulum Draco Slayers. We finally did it. How did I do it, you might be asking? To be honest, I'm more shocked than you in this situation because this is how I trained. Damn, I should start practicing for the tournament. Nah, let's go play the Master Duel. One of your best cards in the deck. Another really good card in the deck that combos really well with Majesty, Dynamite. So you can search it off of the Majesty if it's skilled with Ignis or any other Draco Slayer. It's insane. Also, Ignis really good because you could pop it using Majesty effect and for summon 1 tuner from deck. It's crazy. And these are like musts that you have to play in the deck.
I switched camera position so you could see the card when it's on the side.
Is a must on this deck. You have to play G. It is a tuner. It gets you into all the Draco Slayers. It's absolutely crazy. And this one's optional to play at 2. However, you can play just one of it. We got Master Pendulum. It's a normal monster. However, it is a low skill. This deck has very little low skills and can lose very easily to if you just pop the Majesty, assuming you're not playing this. So you have to play it. And also you get to search it off of a Revolution.
Okay, this is standard as far as I'm concerned. This was exactly the ratio I tried.
Because Majesty is technically a Match Spectre, so you get to search it off of Bumbuku. Also, fun thing, your opponent cannot imperm in Bumbuku because it cannot be targeted.
Yeah, very fun. I remember Kirin being very fun for BA players because they can't target it. Very funny interaction.
Those Revolution Dragons,
they were all having
good.
tons of fun
really
with
good normal
Kirin.
Summon. It's insane. Curtain Racer because it is your extender and it gets you into Beyond the Pendulum thoroughly, or you can also use it as material for a Synchro Summon of
Unlimited Kirin. Oh my god.
That in itself is...
Unironically, it probably wouldn't even matter that much, but still, that card, no. I mean, yeah, no.
Just it's amazing. Revolution because you get to either discard itself from hand, pay 500. It is not once per turn, so you get to do it multiple times.
Isn't Fenrir better than Curtain Raiser? Probably, but there's also a decent chance that people play Draco Slayer as a budget option. I don't think, as far as I'm aware, besides Fenrir, most of the stuff in this deck is relatively cheap or even super cheap. So, like, if it's a budget option, then I wouldn't expect Fenrir in here. Like, that's fair
dragon.
enough.
A level 8 or lower dragon. Yeah, you get to search your Luster, you get to search your Master, you get to search your Sloth if it comes up. Speaking of Sloth. Mortgage Sloth, because you will be locking your opponent from their extra deck with a combo, which is really good.
With a combo.
Astrograph Sorcerer, because Astrograph Sorcerer, it is actually crazy. You know, crazy. It was banned at one point. That's crazy. But yeah, this card is the MVP. Literally, it won me so many games, and the final game, it won me an insane interaction between my opponent shotgunning Branded Beast on my Majesty before I acted a Majesty effect. And I was like, oh, okay, Astrograph summon itself as Majesty effect. It was insane. I was so happy about it. And that's it for all the Pendulum monsters. We will be playing for hand checks.
There goes the budget.
Triple Bistio Magna Hunt. We're playing the 1 US Worm. We're playing triple DD Crow. You know, these are pretty self-explanatory. We are in a format where...
DD Crow instead of more Bestials. Interesting. I mean, like, DD Crow has some advantages in some matchups. Like, for example, against Sprite, there's some spots where there is some spots where DD Crow can be better than Druid Worm, especially if they go for a line where they go Gigantic Lock you first, summon swap, and then they try to elf the second swap. If you Crow that swap, that is pretty strong. If they don't have red, which not all openings from Sprite have red backup, some openings prefer to go like you can go. For example, if you have blue and you summon Jet, you have to decide between going for starter into red or going for smashers. And a decent amount of people prefer to go for the smashers because you don't technically need red with the type of hand traps that are in the format right now. So DD Crow is pretty good in that spot. Like if they go for the swap revive and you prevent that. So against Sprite, it's decent. However, like, you should probably just play more Druid Worms, to be honest. Like, I can see preferring Crow over Saronier. That's not the worst take I've ever heard. But Crow over Druid Worm, I think, is probably not correct.
Vanishing is so important, especially with Tierlist and Shizu. But yeah, it came up a lot. And also Ash Blossom because you get to negate Brand Diffusion. I always try to keep...
That's not the #1 reason to play Ash Blossom.
I played Ash Blossom because Branded is a deck in the format, which I played against more Branded decks than Tierlist decks. So that's something.
Wait, what?
Which I played against more Branded decks than Tierlist decks. So
I mean, based, first of all, love Branded, but that explains a lot.
So that's something. And that's it for monsters. We will be playing Skyris, our only field spell in main deck. This card is insane. You get to search Alpha Majesty. Majesty on special summon, it gets to search a field spell. You get to add Skyris, discard 1, and then start doing your stuff with Skyris with Revolution, because Revolution has a cool interaction where if you have a Synchro or XYZ or Fusion Dragon monster in your graveyard, you get to set this card on scale, and then you effect, target it, you summon it, and then you pop this. It's crazy. Playing the one call by grave because yeah, we are. This card's insane. You know, I don't know if you've heard about it. This card's crazy. Playing True Triple Tactic. This card came up a lot, especially in matchups like Flunderies. I got to force out the trap card. I forced out the trap card and then proceeded to talent steal the monsters that they controlled. It was insane. Playing 2 Desires. Desires is
minus 18.
A good card. And our final 2 cards are the Dynamite Charge, because you Dynamite Charge search.
Wait, we don't have Necro Valley?
Counts as
I mean, we don't play against tier
yeah.
She's, I assume. Yeah, okay. We just play anti-branded
this card
Draco Slayer, Pog.
Was easily the most Ash, just because people did not understand. Like, there's like 2 players that did not understand. It's like, yeah, I'm activating this. It's like, oh, I'm matching it. Okay, cool. It still stays on field, and I get my interaction off of Dynamite still, even if assuming I do have it, and I normally did have a Dynamite in hand when I resolved this. So it's crazy. That is it for the main deck. Let's get into the extra deck. I'm playing 2 Beyond the Pendulum. I'm playing 2 copies because I want to follow up for the next turn, or whenever a board gets simplified and I have a scale in hand and I can go into it, I'll just be able to look for the other scale and then Pendulum Summon and just win at that point. Playing Hieratic Seal. Hieratic Seal this is the card that'll get you into Sloth. So a cool interaction that this deck has is that you have a Dynastor plus this. So you attribute this, you get the Sloth, and then the Sloth gets protected because of Dynastor. Because Dynastor, Pendulum Monster cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. So
very cool.
Yeah,
I love floodgates that can be destroyed.
Queen
That's my favorite thing.
Of the Masters.
That's what I live for.
So this card, it came up. And
the only way it could be any cooler is if you put a beat cop counter on it, in my opinion.
One of the duels I misplayed and I accidentally left it with 2 counters. However, it was still good enough to for me to win the game. But I was like, man, I you know, you can misplay that. So always watch out that you have all the counters on field. You have all the scales on field. So normally you'll have a Skyrace plus the 2 scales. However, make sure that the Selene gets all the counters before summoning the Selene. Then we got Appaloosa, Burling Force. Appaloosa, good card. It makes sure that you don't get Nibiru'd after you summoned 5 monsters already, but you probably already did. This card's just really good for end boards realistically. Because you want to negate Tier Elements, you want to negate...
The extra deck's relatively standard, I think. I don't think there's much you can make. I wonder, the only thing I'm wondering is if they play the... Wait, no, they don't play the Tilted Entrainment combo. I felt like that was pretty good. The one where you play the level 2 thingy with Monkey Board, the Performapal Odd-Eyes Synchron or whatever it's called. That was a pretty cool interaction, I felt like.
Yeah, you always want to have one, but that's just my
like an actual cool interaction, not the cool interaction between Dynamite, Dinoster and your Floodgate.
You still have an Ignis around field, you get to link off the access code, make Ciolanthus, banish everything, and then make extenders.
Probably no, maybe. Okay, yeah, fair enough. No Barone for budget reasons.
We're going to an Ignister package. We got 2 Ignister Providence. Okay. This card's crazy. This card's absolutely nuts. This card is the reason why this deck is really good. You get special time from deck. It is a soft once per turn. That means if you revive it from the Evolution Dragon, you get to activate the special summon from deck effect again. Even the other effect to shuffle things from field to deck. It is insane. It is a crazy card. It shouldn't be this broken. However, I am happy it's this broken because I don't have Electromite, because we miss Electromite here. Dinosaur.
We do not miss Electromite.
Is your extender. It is
that is the absolute wrong way to phrase it. There's a lot of things we do with Electromite when we do not miss it. Missing is not one of those things.
Other Draco Slayer you're playing is Magister. Magister is a really good Draco Slayer. It is another extender. It's a good level 4 extender.
I do. Nah.
You can make Zeus off of it, and also on summon you get to add a Pendulum Monster during the end phase. which is crazy. Baguska and Abyss Dweller, yes, you're playing these two, both of these cards. These cards are good. You know, I don't think I have to explain these. And then we got Hope Harbinger, make sure that you don't get Lightning Stormed or Paktcg or any of those cards when you're making a board like Baguska and Appaloosa or Abyss Dweller plus Appaloosa. So yeah, it is pretty good. And your final card is Zeus. It is Zeus, the funny Zeus. Now let's get into the side deck. Got our cool little token, our cool little Arc B token. We got our 3 field spells. We got Secret Village, we got Necro Rally, and we got Zombie World.
There we go.
Necro Rally did not come up this entire event. However, Secret Village and Zombie World did. Zombie World against Plunder is so crazy. It is absolutely crazy. It is insane. It is so crazy. And Secret Village, I did use it against Branded, and it felt good. It felt good. I'm not gonna lie.
It felt good.
Yeah, the third copy Talents, because Talents is a great card, and you want to side it in every time you feel like you are going to use it. So yeah, that's just what I think about it. There we got triple Lightning Storms, because Lightning Storm is a great card. You get to out back row, and it came up a couple of times. Played it against Branded, I played it against Thunderies, and played against Rika as well, which did pretty well. Dark Row No More did not come up this entire event, but to be honest, I feel like I will keep it in just in case, because of Sprite. I did not play against a single Sprite deck, so yeah. It is a good card though.
Branded meta, branded sweep.
Because it gets
Bro, you played against no sprites and more branded than tier. What the hell did you play against?
The 3 Solemns. So basically, if you go first, you get.
Okay, those are 3 different Rarity Solemn Judgments.
To search Ariadne off of Beyond the
Just
Pendulum,
in case you didn't
summon,
know.
and then you find a way to pop it, and you pop this card, and then you search one of the Solemns, and boom, you're good. Normally you could pop the Ariadne with Skyrus, so that's basically how you do it. And our final card is our cool little time card. It is a Scarlet Red Dragon Archfiend. I like this monster because of its high attacks and his cool effect. Yes, that's why I like it. It did not come up once, by the way. I did not get to burn for time or anything. So, because none of my games went to time. I literally played it out well. I regularly 2-0'd. The only like 2-1 I had was against a branded Bestial deck. So that's it. All the rest were 2-0s or 0-2s. So I went crazy this event. So yeah, final.
So went crazy this event. I mean, it's not a bad list, to be fair. It's just Draco Slayers, right? It's Draco Slayers. I can respect it. I can respect playing Draco Slayer in this environment. Like I mean, I'm in the same boat, honestly. I am in the same boat of I don't hate Tierlist, but I am missing I'm missing the deck building portion of the game, if that makes sense. Like I like that the Tierlist mirror is very skillful, or like a Tierlist deck in general is very skillful, but I miss being able to get edges in deck building. And which is why I respect people that like play decks like these for whatever reasons, you know.
Hey YouTube, this is +1 Gaming with Josh Kippingberg, and what did you do today?
I got 2nd place at the Darkwing Blast Regional in Louisville.
Alright, and what did you play?
I played Bestial Dragon Link. Basically,
Josh Pog.
Regain control, because that card's the best card in the deck.
Alright, let's get to your deck profile.
So for the Bestials, best cards in the deck, 3 Rebellion. People always want to Bestial these, like shuffle these back, which don't matter because these cards like okay. It just
Bestial these?
If they already did that, then it already traded. So whatever else they do to it, you're just making them waste cards. 3 Magnum. This card's broken. Switches any dragon. Jewel Swarm clears boards winning 2nd. Serenir. This is probably the best one of the 3, just for your deck specifically, so you can end on trap and spell.
This is like the one reason why I think Dragon Link isn't the worst of, like, isn't that bad as a non-meta deck. Is because like it just plays the Bestials anyways. This is like the reasoning why I feel like Bestial Dragon Link and Branded Bestial are like okay decks right now, because they just play all the Bestials anyways.
What's your trap spell then? It's super hard you lose because you just keep.
Why are we explaining Bestial cards? See, that is something I am not aware of.
Yep, that's it for those. And we play 2 Safer. It was gonna be 3, but it's super cloggy, and 1's not enough because if you want to get into a grind game, which you usually do, because you're like you're playing like a mid-range deck, so you're not gonna kill through a bunch of interruptions. So you're like break your opponent's board and set up a little bit, and then the next turn you usually kill them. So you need the 2nd Saver sometimes.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Hey Josh, got 2nd at a Spanish regional with Sprite. D.
Yo, Richie, congratulations. Well done. Sprite enjoyers, rejoice. Thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you.
Play as low as possible, but you can't play 1 Tracer because quick launch is too good, so you have to play 4 targets, which I found is like the best number. With your 3 quick launches and not drawing these all the time. You don't really want to draw these, you just want to quick launch them.
D.
So that's why you played the smallest number you could, technically. Abs, just a free extender, Ravine. Levy, I did this card like 12 times, and it kind of sucked. Unless they played their interruptions wrong, then Levy just blew them out. I don't know if I'd play it continuing on or not, but it was okay. Baby Dragons. This card's absurd. It replaces Chaos Ruler basically.
Would you consider that like one of the
The
best cards
energy in
the
this video is a bit
Yeah, top 3 for sure.
low.
This Chaos Emperor Dragon card's broken. You just add back like an old Magnuma, like an old starter. You usually search it off Mag, that you summon off Regain on your opponent's turn, because it just gets you whatever dragon you want, and it just summons back as a 3K body. So like,
I think they've made Seal pass
just
one
doing
time
Cassidy,
too
so I
often.
just did Chaos Emperor now.
Makes sense.
Nocto. I saw this card like once. I was excited. I'll go in second. Probably should have been a second defensive card. A second effect Veiler. But I don't know. Build this deck in like a minute.
Yeah, you kind of built this at like 5 in the morning, right? So fair enough.
One Veiler. It was good. I wasn't even playing this in general. I was playing 3 Talons, but I figured out that 3 Talons is super cloggy, and you don't really want it unless you're going super first in this deck, because you want order cards to do something in the tier matchup. Going first, so I played the 1 Veiler and I started the 3 Talons, just for like side deck reasons.
Side
like
patterns, yeah, of course.
And then spells,
Don't say of course. Don't say of course. My man said 1 effect Veiler and you said of course.
Regain
The deck. Not kidding.
just getting a draw every turn, summoning back Druid Swarm over and over. Just beast fodder. Just getting Magnum searches every turn. Your opponent can't keep up if this resolves like more than once or twice.
Now shore rivalry? No.
Beast. People don't read this card.
Hey, like Larry.
Larry.
Shout out Larry.
Shout out Scythe.
Shout out Scythe.
And 3 Imperm. This is the best defensive card. That hits tier, flow, and sprite. And
I mean, you have what? 12 Bistials, 3 Imperm, and 1 Veiler out of all things? Like 16 hand traps. It's not that bad against tier, I think.
doesn't get smacked by talents or called by anything.
I
so-
think the bigger issue of a deck like this is when you go first, because you don't actually put up the best interruptions against tier limits. I feel like that's the bigger problem. Like going second, I think you can actually do okay, because you have a decent chance of interrupting their plays enough, and then maybe go for an OTK with the help of some Bistials on your board. That shouldn't be too hard. Especially like going second, you can use your Magnamut to get like your starter cards and everything. That's like really nice. I think going first, it's like weird because you're gonna be locked into darks way too early, so you can't end on any of the really good interrupts like Dweller. You're gonna have like Seal Savage, like that's nothing for tier.
Veiler, it's like the most universal generic hand trap this format.
Like what can you even have on top? Like Seal Savage, maybe IP into what? Appaloosa? You're not winning that.
Except for the main clean 40.
Unless you have like infinite Bistials to back it up as well.
Striker Dragon. That should be a 3. Pisty, this comes up way more than you think it would. Just because you can you can just keep putting your Striker Dragon back or your Pisty back. So you just always have these zones accessible. Also with the triple burst combo, it's the same amount of monsters it took for the LP and Pisty board. So you just make Borland and Savage, which I rarely do because I'm scared of Super Poly, but if you're not, you do it every time. Triple burst. Dill, I made this like once or twice. It came up actually, so round 6 I think. Yeah, I believe it was round 6. He had Red Resonator, and he gained 3,200 life points. And I go to my main phase in Time's Cold, and I was like trying to figure out a way where I could Scarlight him for like more than 7, and I did. And it was because of Dill being able to like quad boral Dill, like Pisty Striker. I was able to summon out Scarlight that I side in, and I was able to burn it for 35 with 7 monsters, just because of the recursion of these two, which is really unique.
Kind of niche in a way, but yes.
Played Romulus, card's nuts. Second effect never comes out.
It's a second effect. I'm kidding.
Seal. This guy being hit with the Shizus. That didn't matter. I got it as 1 for 1. Well, 1 for 2.
Only 1 Seal.
So
I see 2 a lot.
Regain for the summon. IP. I think I made this once, once or twice, but just a Pisty combo. You can probably cut it into something else. Dark. It's dark. Unicorn to go for extra script plays. Borland because this card's insane. If you have Sprite Smashers, they don't have enough of this unless they Zeus, and they're committing like 4 monsters. You can just boil in the Zeus. Access code.
Gold rare access code
Savage.
based. Best access code rarity.
Baron made this every round.
Surely.
And Atom.
Atom?
It's
I guess makes
for
sense with
Sprite
this
matchup,
Seals.
I
Pretty
usually,
cool.
Atom, summon out a Baby Dragon, make Seal, and just make Zeus over the Atom. Main phase 2 after I broke the board with like 3 cards, because most Sprite players play their interruptions terrible.
Boomer LP.
Yeah, that's it for the extra deck. On to the side. The side deck is scuffed. 2 Nibiru, they should have been Ash Blossoms all day. I decided this in like 3 times, saw 3 times. It was terrible 3 times. I don't know, I just shouldn't play this card at all. 2 DD Crow, this did surprisingly well. Hidden Swap Frogs, I think I did that like 3 times. Hidden different tier names.
Thanks.
DD Crow's absurd. 1 Quark Chimera Drago. So I made Seal on my turn, and I tribute summon a Magnemite, and I Seal summon Drago, and I set Rivalry, which is tier. There's just not much you can do with Drago Rivalry.
Fun. See, this is how you win going first
Pretty self-explanatory.
against tier. Yeah.
Rivalry. You just need a strong going first card always, in most decks I play, or you should play. And then 3 Dark Ruler.
This side deck is literally Waver's Edison deck, by the
You
way.
do this and you still get sights as well.
Man, even if you run into
No,
like,
this card's absurd.
Branded Bisfield, you can do it against that deck too. Like a lot of decks.
2 Lightning Storm. I just needed a way to fit in all the good cards I wanted to play, so I put down a Lightning Storm, and I didn't really miss the third one. Oh, so
Whatever it takes to beat tier 0 decks. I mean,
Yeah, round 5,
in all
playing
honesty,
as a Floodgate.
there's nothing wrong with playing Floodgates as long as they're legal. Like, stop hating on the player. Instead, just like blame the game instead for its issues. Like, of course, you know, in order to play a deck that's completely centered around Floodgates, it takes a couple of, you know, like that's a different thing. But just using Floodgates in general when it's just a smart decision, because everyone, I mean, if you're going to a tournament, you're probably trying to win. And if those cards help you win, then why wouldn't you play them? If the freaking cards are allowed, right?
And a Lightning Storm, I fake it evenly mixed, and I Lightning Storm. After you summon Avian, he lets it go through, and there's like
If you have the audacity to show up to a tournament with Flunder, I'm zombie worlding you.
44
Is what I'm
seconds on the
saying.
clock. And I'm at 3,100 life points, he's at 200, and all I have is an Abs Rider in hand, I just pass. And this man has Empen Rabina, and I don't know why he's not going Battle Phase. He's just trying to get more little birds on board. And he gets like 4,700 damage on board, and time gets cold, and he shakes my hand, he goes, oh, GG, I was trying to get to 5k. And then he looks at the score sheet, and he's like, oh. He just played himself in time.
That's crazy.
Let's go, like I said. I don't know, he's just a cool level 8 synchro. I thought I'd want to play my deck.
If you zombie world me, I will activate Rivalry to double the fun. That's not how it works. That's not how it works, Waver.
Valor, 3 Emperors, and Serenir.
I thought you said he was the best one.
He is.
Okay, this gave me kind of low energy vibes. This was kind of yeah. But I mean, okay, this is pretty much it. I don't really, yeah. Let's not look at another plant deck profile. Hey, I honestly, from a competitive perspective, I don't hate this format. From a content creator perspective, or from a, you know, enjoyer of Yu-Gi-Oh in general, also like sometimes I like to play different decks for fun and like experiment with stuff. In my opinion, overall, the Tierlist format can't end soon enough. Like I think it was a good format. It was fine while it lasted, but I'm absolutely down to move on. I'm absolutely down to move on. And I guess that is kind of what we're doing today, is seeing whether we will move on after Photon Hypernova. Which, you know, I mean, most of you already know if you've checked out any of the OCG content or any of the OCG metagame after Photon Hypernova. You know that we're not going to move away from Tierlist anytime soon, but I still want to talk about, you know, what's going to happen. And this is why I have prepared this. We're going to talk about all the decks that I feel like are worth talking about after Photon Hypernova. This is also going to be a YouTube video, so say hello to YouTube chat. What's up, everyone? Hope you're doing great. This is going to be a updated TCG tier list for post Photon Hypernova, which we haven't done a tier list in a while, simply because, you know, it's been Tierlist Ishizu format since months. Like, what kind of updated tier list did you want me to make? But I think now with Amazing Defenders and Photon Hypernova, there's actually a few things that are at least worth talking about, right? There's at least a few things worth talking about. The way we're going to do this, as usual, I have tried to include as many decks as possible, everything that I felt like was worth talking about. Some of these decks we're not going to spend as much time talking about, simply because they're not, I feel like, relevant enough. But yeah, we will talk about a bunch of different decks. And as usual, if there's a deck that you felt like was missing here, you can simply leave a comment down below or ask me on Twitch after we're done with the tier list what I think about the deck, and I will try and let you know what kind of category I would put it into. I've tried to make the categories a little bit more obvious this time, or like I've tried to name them a little bit better so that I can find a clear tier for any deck. What I am going to divide the decks by is I'm gonna have a tier for the absolute best, which, I mean, who can guess what's going in the absolute best category, huh? Top tier, good decks. Then I have made a category specifically for a maybe after a ban list. And what I mean with that is that those are going to be decks, and there is a couple of decks that I feel that way about, that have potential as they are, but they simply can't be played because the current power level is way too high, right? There's a couple of decks that I do not recommend for this format, but they could definitely see a resurgence in like viability once we get a ban list, hopefully sooner than later, but who knows, right? It's just yeah. That's that. And then I have a category that is specifically that for decks that I think are not that great, but could be great with more support. Some of these decks that I'm going to put in that category already have more support announced, which is why I made that category with some of those decks in mind. And then I have a category of decks that I just don't really recommend currently with how the game is looking like, but I also don't think they're generally strong enough to have a great resurgence even after a potential ban list. This is what the not very strong category is for. And now, to get the elephant in the room out of the way, even after Photon Hypernova, Ishizu tier belongs in the absolute best category and is by far the best deck. And to just preface that, it is going to be the only deck I put into that category. It's going to be the only deck I put into that category, and that is basically what we evaluate the rest of the decks by. We are absolutely in a tier 0 format, and Photon Hypernova overall gives us a couple of viable decks, which we will talk about. There are a bunch of viable decks that enter the game with Photon Hypernova, but overall, my first impression is that the gap between the field and Ishizu tier gets even wider after Photon Hypernova. Ishizu tier is already the best deck before Photon Hypernova, but Photon Hypernova will elevate tier even higher, I believe, which I've already talked about it on stream, why I think that is. It's mostly because a couple decks enter the metagame that make cards that are good against Ishizu tier worse, like Bystials become a little bit worse because of some other decks that we will talk about in this video or in this recording. And that means that some of the best cards that rogue decks are using against tier elements become worse. Like Bystials become worse because you're going to have to face decks like Kashtira. And that's a huge benefit for tier elements. Also, Triple Tactics Tasking is, although it is a generically good card, it benefits tier elements the most because tier elements can simply grab Instant Fusion, which is by far one of the best normal spell cards in the game right now in the context of tier elements. There's no other deck, as far as I'm concerned, that has the same, that can use Triple Tactic Tasking to the same extent that tier elements can, right? Like the tasking is just very, very strong in tier elements, and this is why tier elements is still the absolute best deck by far. Now, there is a version floating around. We're not going to talk about many other Ishizu or tier element versions because Ishizu tier is just the most obvious and by far the best one. There's no reason to play any other version except for maybe a version of tier elements that plays like the Kashtira package to a bigger extent. Now, when I say Ishizu tier elements, I'm assuming that you play like the Kashtira Fenrir, or maybe you definitely play the Kashtira tier element card in Ishizu tier, but you might also play like Fenrir, right? But then there's also a version, which is why I chose Unicorn for the little image. There's also a version that plays a much bigger a much bigger tier element, a much bigger Kashtira package. Okay, now we got it. There's a version that plays a much bigger Kashtira package, with like Unicorn, Birth, maybe even Rise Heart, and cuts a couple of the Ishizu shufflers. It cuts a couple of the Ishizu shufflers and maybe also some of the Mill 5. I have not seen too much of that deck yet. but I do think it is definitely top tier. It might be on par with the other Tierlist version, but I don't know that for sure yet. I can definitely see it being an advantage, for example, in the Flunder matchup, that you play Kashtira Unicorn, because that's an easy way to out the barrier statue. That could be an advantage. It could also be an advantage that you cut some of the mill Ishizu cards, because those are not that great in the Ishizu mirror match, of course. The Tierlist mirror match, you don't really want to trigger the mill 5s every time. So replacing them with a strong Kashtira engine could be an advantage. Also, it could be an advantage that you have an engine in your deck that works under Shifter, right? Some of the other top meta decks are going to be Fluanderies and Kashtira, and they have Dimension Shifter axes. And having a Kashtira engine in your deck that works under Dimension Shifter could be something, right? All those things combined, though, I still don't know if it's just better than playing standard Ishizu Tierlist, because I'm going to be honest, standard Ishizu Tierlist beats every single rogue deck if it doesn't draw Shifter in the next format, in my opinion. Since you have so many good ways to counter Bestials now, I don't really see how any rogue deck keeps up with Ishizu Tier without floodgating them out of the game for multiple turns with a card like Shifter or other floodgates. I really don't see it. And this is why I'm going to leave the Ishizu Tier Kashtira version, like with a heavy Kashtira engine, in the top tier category, because I think it is definitely there. It's definitely up there. It has the potential to be a better choice than Ishizu Tier even. So with some more testing, I might put this up here. For now, I'm going to leave it here. And this is basically the baseline that we're going to evaluate all these other decks against, right? How well do they do into these? Branded gets support in Photon Hypernova, which is why it's like definitely it gets better with Photon Hypernova, a decent amount. It is a deck that also plays the Bestial cards very well, right? The Bestial cards are part of the engine in Branded, which is a very big advantage. Like it's always neat when you play Branded to even have great usage out of Saronia, right? Saronia can actually be a very good draw in Branded just because it's an engine card. It gets support in the Cartesia archetype, right? Cartesia becomes a thing now, where you get Cartesia fusions that are actually good. There's some very good Branded combos. I think Branded Bestial is a good deck. I'm gonna throw it into exactly that category. It is a good deck that you can absolutely bring this deck to locals, regionals, and maybe even a YCS and do well with it. I would not be surprised to see Branded topping the YCS. Not in huge numbers, and they're probably not going to win the event. The odds for that are relatively low, but it's definitely a deck that's already playable and doesn't necessarily need a ban list to hit tier limits to be playable. So for whatever reason, you don't want to play Ishizu tier, but you also don't want to play a deck that's more based around floodgating like Flunder or Kashtira, Branded is definitely an okay option. And the Cartesia stuff is actually nice in it. So in case you were wondering whether I suggest you to play and try the Cartesia stuff, the answer to that is yes. I do think the new Cartesia support is pretty interesting. And after a potential ban list, if they don't hit Branded Fusion, I think we might be looking at a Branded deck even ascending to a top tier or absolute best deck situation. But that's something that I cannot really predict at this point in time. I don't know if they would hit Branded Fusion when the deck is not really that popular right now. But it's definitely a good deck right now. So I like Branded. Feel free to experiment with it. I don't see much hope for it being a better choice than Tierlist, but if you don't want to play Tierlist, go ahead. Branded is a solid choice, in my opinion. Dino, I only really included Dino because it was in the back of my head because I played against it at regionals. It took one game off of me at regionals. It was the first game after I lost the dice roll, but only really because they opened the Earth True King and 2 babies, which in that case it's pretty strong. But I don't want to talk about this deck too much. I don't know. I don't even know really why I included it. It was just it was in the back of my head because I recently played against it. I'm gonna put it in not very strong. It's overall really not that impressive of a deck anymore. Dogmatica, included because it does actually get support in Photon Hypernova. There is, I believe it's 2 new cards for Dogmatica, which are, there's a new monster and there's a new continuous spell card. I think the spell card is Dogmatica Tricks, which is an actual good card. It's an actual good card. It's like a continuous spell that adds a ritual monster or like a Dogmatica ritual monster or spell from your deck to your hand, I believe, when it's activated. And then if your opponent controls a monster, you can even add on top of that any Dogmatica card from your deck to your hand. And then it has an additional effect, I think, when you ritual summon a Dogmatica card or something, or you can definitely look at your opponent's extra deck and send the card from it to the graveyard. I don't know what exactly the condition is, but it does that as well. That's a very strong card. That's a very strong card. However, that also means you have to be playing a Dogmatica ritual deck, by the way. Like, the first effect of that card only searches a Dogmatica ritual. Now, I do think that the new ritual monster that they get is also quite strong, but overall, I think Dogmatica is more of a fun deck. If anything, maybe you can experiment with some other ritual archetypes together. Like, I don't know, Nadir Servant is at 3. That is correct. Nadir Servant is at 3, and that is a powerful card. Also, Dogmatica Punishment is also a very powerful trap card that gets a new good target in this set with the Tri-Brigade Link 5. Which is 3,500 and still lets you send cards like Garura from your extra deck to the graveyard to still draw a card. I'm still inclined to put it into the not very strong category, but since I haven't tried it yet, maybe the Dogmatica archetype could be something to look into after a potential ban list. So this is why I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt, say maybe it's actually not that bad. It's definitely not good enough for this format, but after a ban list, I could see those cards being kind of playable, right? Especially Nadir Servant being at 3 is like, maybe after, if they do a big ban list, then maybe. Draco Slayers is, if we were talking this format, this particular format, I would say Draco Slayer is a good deck right now, even though it's not. It's probably towards the bottom of the good decks. Going into Photon Hypernova, though, I think the deck becomes a little bit worse because Draco Slayer is kind of like okay as a counter to Tierlist, because if you go first, you can search Necro Valley, and that's pretty strong. As soon as like Kashtira enters the fray, I feel like the deck loses a little bit of viability because you literally cannot beat Kashtira. You literally can't really beat Kashtira with this deck. Also, the deck can play Dimension Shifter, but Dimension Shifter also gets worse next format overall because of Kashtira being a thing. And like Shifter is bad against Kashtira, so I think this is a deck that if you really wanted to, if for some reason, like, you know, if you're Triff and you really want to play Pendulum, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, but really, I would suggest you wait for a ban list. Especially because, like, Shangri era locking your Pendulum zones is not very fun. But the deck isn't terrible. It's probably towards the top of this category. But I'm very hesitant to put it into the good decks category. I really am. Pretty much the same goes for Dragon Link. The way I look at Dragon Link is that one of the benefits of Dragon Link is that it gets to play all of the Bestials because they're actually engine and extenders in those decks, right? That is good for it. However, decks that play Bestials, they really don't enjoy the fact that Kashtira enters the metagame. And also, it's just, in my opinion, a worse version of Branded in that sense. It's a worse version of Branded because Branded just makes better use of the Bestials, I feel like, than Dragon Link even does. And because this deck also uses Saronir to a very good extent. Whereas this deck only really, I mean, Magnamut is a good card in this deck, but like the other ones are just like kind of they're just there, and overall just kind of feels like a 2020 kind of deck in a 2023 world, whereas Branded feels a little bit more up to date. So if you're really trying to play like an off meta strategy that uses the Bestials, I'd suggest Branded before I would suggest Rocket. or Dragon Link. That being said, though, it's not bad enough to put it in the same category as Dinos, in my opinion. Like, after a big ban list, I could definitely see Dragon Link being reasonable again. Drytron right now is literally unplayable, in my opinion. I think it's literally unplayable right now because of all the Bystials in the game. Bystials just destroy Drytron. Of course, I've said multiple times now that Bystials get a little bit worse after the next set because of Kashtira. Let's talk about Kashtira next. But Drytron, so it does get a little bit of help after Photon Hypernova, but still not enough to get it into the better categories, I believe. Which is a good thing. I'm not a fan of Drytron. I'm sorry if you are, but I don't like the way Drytron plays. Because, like, literally every single different version of Drytron tries to lock the opponent out of the game completely. I hate that. I don't like Drytron. But the thing is, I'm hesitant to even put it into this category because the ban list, in order for Drytron to become viable again, needs to be super, super big, right? It needs to basically ban the Bystials. It basically has to delete the Bystials from the game. And it would also have to remove the Ishizu shufflers from the game. Which, the Ishizu shufflers being removed from the game, or being like the Ishizu engine being destroyed on the ban list, that's not too unrealistic. But the Bystials disappearing completely? Nah. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Magnemute might go to 1. That's very likely, but that's not enough. Like, people are still going to be playing Bystials if Magnemute goes to 1. They even get a new Bystial in Bystial Baldrake, which is also a really good card in Photon Hypernova. So those cards are not going anywhere. And if they're not in the main deck, they're probably going to be in the side deck. So Drytron, unfortunately, or in my opinion, fortunately, but for some people, unfortunately, not a good choice. Not a good choice, and not looking like that's going to change anytime soon. Also loses to Shifter. Yeah, you're just not having a fun time. Let's be real. You're not having a fun time. People are playing Dark Ruler because they want to prepare for Sprite. It's just not great. Kashtira, I'm going to throw in top tier, and I'm going to talk about 2 decks at the same time. And you guys might be wondering about this because you guys know that I'm not a fan of Fluandereeze. But this is not about my personal, like, feelings, right? I'm trying to be unbiased here. I have to give both Kashtira and Fluandereeze a top tier position in this tier list, simply because those are the 2 decks. Those are the 2 decks that have, like, a realistic shot at beating Ishizu tier because they're, like, dedicated counter decks, right? I'm putting these decks into top tier, not because I think they are actually, like, really, really good decks, but because they are specifically, it feels like they were specifically designed to beat Tierlements. The Kashtira archetype, that is. Like, it perfectly synergizes with cards like Dimension Shifter. You can even play cards like Dimensional Fissure in your side deck. I don't know if I recommend it in the main deck, but you can definitely side that. The board that it makes is really, really strong. It can take resources out of your opponent's extra deck. With like Mind Hacker and Kashtira Unicorn, so it's really hard to outplay because that's usually Tierlement's thing, is right, using all of the fusions like as a one-off, and same with like cards like Zeus. And the Kashtira existence alone is like forcing people to play 2 Kid Kalos and 2 Zeus in their extra decks for the most part, from what I've seen. And it has some nice tricks up its sleeve. And the same goes for Flunder, basically. Same goes for Flunder. Flunder is, we all know Flunder is a good deck, right? We can't deny that. I personally don't like to bring Flunder to events because it's like not very skillful, in my opinion. In most games, it's more like, it's like if it breaks, it loses. If it doesn't break, it has a very good chance of winning, especially if it draws Shifter. Kashtira is kind of the same deck. It's a very streamlined combo that, like, if you look up the 1 or 2 card Kashtira combos, they go almost always the same way. It's very, very streamlined. It's very strong. It's a very strong combo, but it's also very, very simple and streamlined. Now, I'm putting, for all of you wondering, right? I know there's a big group of people that don't want to play Tierlement Mirrors, and they're going to go towards the Shifter decks. I personally think that Fluandereeze is a little bit lower of a tier than Kashtira. The reason I'm saying that is, to me, it feels like Kashtira is more consistent in what it does. Because it just has more starter cards. Kashtira has more starter cards. I feel like Kashtira is a little bit more consistent. I've definitely not been really bricking when I was trying Kashtira for the most part. And that alone makes me put Kashtira a little bit higher than Fluandereeze. And also, I think that Fluandereeze actually, like, I haven't tested that specific matchup too often, but I feel like Kashtira has a decent chance at beating Fluandereeze because it has the Kashtira Unicorn, which is a wind monster that you can special summon, which you can also search. I think that's not the worst thing in the world. And also, if Kashtira goes first, I'm pretty sure it has a higher win rate than Flunder against tier. Like, if Fluandereeze doesn't open Shifter, even if they don't break, they can still lose to a couple of Tierlist hands. Like, a good Tierlist hand, maybe if you have like a card like, I don't know, Dark Ruler or Tactics, you can definitely beat Fluandereeze relatively easily. Whereas, like, the full Kashtira combo, okay, Talents is pretty good against the full Kashtira combo, but for the most part, the full Kashtira combo is more auto-win than the Fluandereeze combo, in my opinion. Which makes Kashtira pretty much just a more, just a little bit more powerful version of Fluandereeze overall. It plays very much the same way. But they are both top tier decks. Despite me not loving them because they are very, very streamlined, I like to play decks that give you more of an edge when you play them well. Whereas with these two decks, it's not really that possible, I think. I have to give them a top tier spot because they are very strong in the next format. Yeah, price point might be an issue for Kashtira, right? It's going to be a very expensive deck, so if that's an issue for you, you might want to pick Flunder instead. But that's not what I'm rating these decks by, right? I'm rating them purely based on how good I think they are. And Kashtira, I think, is a little bit better than Fluandereeze. Eldritch, I feel like there usually comes a time where enjoyers of any certain deck have to accept that it moves out of the metagame and just isn't really on par with the current game anymore. And I think this is about the time for Eldritch, right? Because even if you're a trap deck enjoyer, even if you're a trap Tristan or whatever, you're gonna have to accept at some point that Eldritch is not the best trap deck anymore. We're gonna talk about Labyrinth in a bit. That deck is better than Eldritch. If you want to play Floodgate decks, you have options. But Eldritch is not it anymore. Bestials being a thing. In general, the interactions that Eldritch has just aren't as favorable anymore. I don't even see Eldritch really returning to the metagame after a ban list because I just think there is better options in terms of trap decks. This is what I had to go through with so many decks. You know, I have to accept the fact that Paleo is not ever playable anymore, probably. I have to accept the fact that some of my favorite decks of all time are just probably never going to be good again. And Eldritch, I think, is one of those decks as well. I think it's going to be, unless there's like something that I really can't predict right now happening, I don't see Eldritch being the best trap deck ever again. Yeah. Exosister, I've been hesitant about putting Exosister in bad tiers in the past, but at this point in time, I'm just pretty sure that the deck is just bad. The deck is just bad. Like, if you want to play a Shifter deck, play one of these two, or like even like God forbid, play Shifter in Branded. You can do that, or Shifter in Sprite, but don't play Exosister. Exosister is not very good. The engine is just not that good. I don't like Exosister at all. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into too much detail on it. Adignister is funny because I think Adignister actually in this format, believe it or not, is like a better deck than Mathmech, I think. Simply because Bestials destroy Mathmech, but they don't do that much against Adignister. And one of your better chances of beating Ishizu tier is if you put out the towers and they don't have an out for it. which not everyone plays Wallow, which is pretty much your only out to get over a 5,000 or 6,000 arrival Cybers. So I do think, for whatever it's worth, I think it's better than Mathmech. Actually, let's do all of these Cybers combo decks together. Let's do all of them in one sitting. That being said, only because it has a slight chance of beating Ishizu tier, I still think this goes in not very strong. Or maybe after a ban list. I don't really know what would have to happen for me to want to play Adagnister again. Like maybe on the very bottom of this. I don't think it's an awful deck. The concept is not awful, but like I don't know. It does not really feel like it should be in the same category as like Dragon Link, but maybe at the very bottom. It did make top 8 at the regional that I went to past weekend. Actually, it did get 7th place at the regional, which is partially because I feel like people are so focused on countering Ishizu tier that maybe you can snuck a couple wins in with a Towers 5k arrival, which is like maybe that's why. But yeah, Mathmech though. Thankfully, if you've been following the stream, you guys know that I hate Mathmech. Not because I think it's terrible, but because I just think the Mathmech combo is so obnoxious and so, like, boring. I'm going to put Mathmech in not very strong. And it's going to be basically the same as Drytron. It could see play after a ban list, but only if that ban list completely kills Bystials, which I don't think is going to happen, which in my book is a win. In my book is a win because I don't have to sit there and watch the same combo end on like freaking the super factorial and whatever Cyberse monsters you can think of for like 10 turns in a row. Like I don't like Mathmech at all. I think they should have my take on Cyberse is they should just remove the entire typing from the game except for Salamangrate, which, speaking of which, Salamangrate, hell of a dope deck. I love that. That's the one Cyberse deck that I think is based. But unfortunately, it hurts. Is it bad enough to put it here? It doesn't care about Bystials. It's definitely not good. Maybe it's also the very bottom. If I put Adagnister here, then or we put it here because there's still cards that are on the ban list from this deck, right? Remind me, correct me if I'm wrong. There is still cards that are on the ban list from Salamangrate, right? Gazelle is still limited, yeah. So with that in mind, if they put Gazelle to 3, which I would count that as support, that is support in my book. I'm gonna leave it here. That fits this category relatively well. That's gonna fit this category relatively well. I mean, you can play it as a fun deck for locals, but that's pretty much it. Even if they put Gazelle to 3, I don't know if it changes that much, but like the combination of ban list and support could put it like somewhere. Marin says, is also, in my opinion, a relatively boring strategy. I just don't like the Cyberse 1-card combos. I'm not a fan of that design space. I just really feel like Cyberse is, I'm sorry if I repeat myself, I think Cyberse is the most boring archetype or the most boring card type because it just literally does the same thing just with different skins. Like every single Salamangrate, every single Cyberse deck that isn't Salamangrate is just, I feel like, a 1-card combo pile that ends in something different. Slightly different, right? Like Heat Soul or Arrival or Super Factorial or the Marin says Link Monster. I don't care. Like it's always like, yeah, play 20 hand traps and play 20 1-card starters. I don't like it. But Marin says it's not a bad deck. It's definitely towards the bottom of this category though, like absolutely. Because it's just kind of a fair strategy. It's a little bit too fair of a strategy. Where you just play a bunch of hand traps and a couple 1-card combos. You're vulnerable to a lot of stuff. Zealantis is good in it, yes, but this is one of the decks that even after a ban list, it can probably only go up to like the good deck category, but not much higher than that, right? Labyrinth. Labyrinth is a deck that, in general, I like this deck. I think Labyrinth is a good deck. It is seeing some success in the OCG right now, but I will say that this is only after a ban list. This is, in the OCG, this deck is only seeing like significant play now after a ban list, and it is still a floodgate pile, which I don't like. When I saw these cards for the first time, the new Labyrinth support in Photon Hypernova, I felt like maybe there was a chance that we could actually play this deck as a good trap archetype that doesn't need to play trap decks, because the new Labyrinth trap in Photon Hypernova is actually amazing for the archetype. If you understand anything about Labyrinth, then you know that the new Labyrinth trap from Photon Hypernova is absolutely amazing for the deck. And it does elevate the deck to an actual good deck, in my opinion. I can't really predict if the deck is going to be playable in this upcoming format, if this is actually going to be a good deck, or if you have to wait after a ban list. I do think this deck is absolutely have potential. It absolutely has potential. Whether this potential can already unfold after Photon Hypernova, or if you have to wait for a ban list, I can't really say. It's either at the very top of this category or at the very bottom of this category. That I am sure about, that it's one of those two spots. I'm gonna inhale a little bit of copium here. I'm gonna put it here, because I do think you can run away. Like, if everyone is focused on beating like these decks up here, maybe you can run away with a couple of floodgates in your trap deck, and you can run away with a couple of wins. Maybe. Definitely, I think definitely for like locals and regionals, you can absolutely play this deck. You can absolutely play this deck at locals or regionals. Whether you can top or win or do well at the YCS with it, no promise there, but very, very maybe. I included Madolche. I kind of felt inclined to, because it did top YCS Dortmund. Herman Hansen did. It was kind of a neat little thingy that didn't really catch on. It was basically just meant to be a counter deck to Tierlist and also counter Bestials, because it's only Earth monsters, and it can also play the Ishizu Shufflers really well to counter Tierlist, which is kind of cute. All things considered, it's kind of cute, but I think after Photon Hypernova, this changes to the much worse. Like, it was maybe okay to play it last format, but after Photon Hypernova, I don't see myself going back to this deck ever. I also don't feel like it's a deck that belongs into this category, because it's basically 100% a counter to Tierlist. That is the only like the reason to play the deck, is that it kind of counters Tierlist. But after a ban list that weakens Tierlist and these other decks start seeing play, why would you play Dolce? Like, that's the problem. Like, they got their little moment because they countered Tierlist. But I think that moment is now over, and if we get a ban list that stops Tierlist, then you also have no more reason to play this. I included Enchantress here just because, like, I felt like it was worth talking about the adventure engine as a whole, because that entire engine is still completely legal. There is not really a deck concept surrounding it right now because of the Halka Fibrax ban. But I felt like I still wanted to, like, you know, drop a sentence or two on the adventure package, because we don't know at the current stage whether those cards are going to be hit on the next ban list. We don't know. The engine is still very splashable, right? Kashtira can play it to beat Nibiru, for example. Some people do that. It's also just a level 7 extender for Kashtira. Like, I've seen that version pop up here and there. It's probably, this is not meant to be the Kashtira adventure deck though, but let it be noted, or like note that Kashtira has a version with adventure that's solid. As far as adventure combo piles go, there's not really anything that I can think of that would be playable in the next format. However, I think it belongs somewhere smack down the middle of a maybe after the ban list, which really depends on what happens to the adventure cards, right? What happens to the adventure cards? We all, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, we all expected the adventure cards to land on the ban list. They didn't. And so the question now remains of if they give us a ban list now, do they preemptively hit the adventure cards so that they don't return to the metagame in full force, or do they just leave them untouched because no one is playing them right now? So yeah, I think the adventure engine could return to the game in bigger fashion if they don't get hit by a ban list. Mikanko. I have put 2 Mikanko images here because, believe it or not, there actually is like a pure Mikanko deck, or the Mikanko strategy is not only viable with Libromancers. But let's talk about the Libromancer deck first, because that's kind of what's making the rounds. That's kind of what's making the rounds, which the Mikanko Libromancer deck, in my opinion, is a good deck. It is a good deck that has potential. It's just not strong enough to keep up with Ishizu tier. Let's be honest. Like, it's not that. So you could also see the maybe after a ban list category as like a category that describes decks that have a certain potential, but they are held down. They are held back by the fact that the current power level of these decks up here is so strong. And this is one of those decks, like the Mikanko Libromancer archetype. Depending on how the next ban list looks, I could definitely see that deck making a splash. And the same goes for Mikanko in general. I think the Mikanko engine is quite Arabesque is an insane card. The synergy with Isold and the Infernoble stuff is really interesting. It doesn't necessarily have to be paired with Libromancers, right? I've even seen, as weird as it sounds, I've seen ideas of pairing Mikanko with Tierlist, which could be something after a ban list hits some parts of Tierlist. Maybe you now pair it up with Mikanko. The synergy there is that you can go Mikanko Ohime to add the quick play spell from your deck to your hand, and then you can discard a tier name to fuse with it. You make Garura, and then you can use the quick play Mikanko card to summon Ohime from your hand, which is a level 6 monster, which makes Beatrice or Wallow together with the Garura. So there is some very cool synergies with Mikanko in various different ways. And who knows, maybe some Mikanko brew pops up after a while, after we get a ban list, and just like takes the format by storm. I could definitely see that happening. It's a very, very splashable archetype, right? Ohime, or as some people like to call it, Ohomi, has great synergy because it discards by card effect. It's a very easy to summon level 6. It gives you some nice interruptions for the opponent's turn if you play a bigger engine. Arabesque is a very good card going first and second. The deck has potential. It's just unfortunate. That right now it literally cannot unfold that potential because the tier 0 format is very oppressive to some strategies, which is definitely that. Definitely the case for Mikanko. Naturia is also here. I don't really want to talk about Naturia for too long. We've talked about Naturia in the past. I think it's a good deck that, similar as others, has great potential, but is held back by the current format. We don't have to talk about it too much. But it is a cool deck. And it can also make great use of the Ishizu shufflers. So depending on what happens on the ban list, if you can still play a couple of the shufflers in Naturia, that might be a cool thing. Like Vernus Elf is good, but yeah. And pretty much the same goes for plants. Even though I have a little bit less hope for plants. The Rika Sun Avalon deck. It's a good deck. I think it had its specific moment in the sun when it won the European Championship, because it was basically, at that time, it was a good counter to Tierlist. And that's why it won the event. But then Tierlist just became a lot stronger, and plants kind of stayed where they were. Right? Like, the plant deck just kind of stayed the same, and the other decks just got better and better. So it's gotten, like, it's decreased in its tier, like, just progressively ever since it's been a thing. And I can't really predict what direction it's going to go after a potential ban list. I don't know if it's going to come back into the spotlight, but I can't say for sure that it won't, essentially, right? Like it could return, but it's not guaranteed, which is why I'm gonna put it towards like middle or bottom of the pack of the decks that could return after a ban list. But right now, I wouldn't recommend entering a tournament with plans unless you have very specific reasons like budget or you really like the deck and you want to play it for fun. Those are always reasons to ignore stuff like this, but from a competitive standpoint, really no real reason to enter a tournament with Plant right now. Plunder. Now, I'm forced to include Plunder because they get support in Photon Hypernova, and the next ship, the new ship, is actually very, very good. I know that the new ship is very, very good, and I am also, I have to say this, I have to be honest here, I'm not an expert on Plunder Patrol. I have not actually played around with Plunder Patrol much or enough to say whether it goes into a category that, like, whether it's just not good, whether it needs more support, whether it's after a ban list that it could maybe be played. I personally have the impression, and that's also what some other people have told me, that the deck is like, it does get better. It does get better, but it might need a little bit more support even, right? Because there's still, they're still missing an attribute. They don't have every attribute yet for a ship. If they get a wind ship and you can literally play against every single deck, like specifically Flunder maybe with Barrier Statue, maybe then it's fine. But currently, I don't know enough about the deck, but I also don't think that the deck is higher than that, unfortunately. Maybe after a ban list, if the ban list is really, really impactful. But I'm going to leave it here because I'm not certain that it has potential. Now, for the next Amazing Defenders archetype, Purrely. We've talked about Purrely in the past. We've talked about Purrely. I've made a video about Purrely and all the Amazing Defenders archetypes. The first impression of Purrely that I feel like the community had when the deck released, when Amazing Defenders released, which is by now like 1 week ago, and when we looked at those cards for the first time a couple weeks ago, everyone was like, yeah, this is kind of a mediocre archetype. It's not a very good archetype. Then I looked into it a little bit more, and I came to the conclusion that it's actually not a bad archetype, because it's an archetype full of emergency teleports. It has very little things that are once per turn. X-Purely Noir is actually a very good interruption. X-Purely Happiness is a very good board clear together with Happy Memory. But overall, the deck is not very good yet, in my opinion. However, we already know the next wave of support for Purrely. And I've looked at the deck in the OCG right now after Cyberstorm Axis. That is precisely when we get the new Purrely support that is already announced. And I do believe that it does become a real deck after Cyberstorm Axis. Whether it's going to be after Cyberstorm Axis release, a good deck, a top tier deck, the absolute best deck, I cannot say that as of now. It's literally impossible to predict because Cyberstorm Axis is a set that we get in, I believe, 4 months. That is at least 1 ban list, some other set releases, maybe even 2 ban lists, who knows. It's impossible to predict how good Purrely it will be exactly, but the new Purrely main deck monster is exactly what the deck needed, and the new Purrely memory that they get is also exactly what the deck needed, because the new memory gives the deck a very good play going first. And the new monster gives them more cards to summon, more targets to summon with all of the teleports, and it even has a better on-summon effect than the original Purrely. So I do think the deck is okay after Cyberstorm Axis. How good exactly remains to be seen, but deck has potential. Deck is definitely not bad, and just needs more support, and it will get that support. Rescue Ace on the other hand, though. Rescue Ace on the other hand, I'm sorry. I've seen all the YouTube comments under my video telling me how broken of a deck Rescue Ace is. But I personally am just not a fan of the concept of Rescue Ace. I don't think it's a very good concept. And I think that I'm not even going to put it in the more support category, because I feel like if the concept of a deck is already not very strong, the support that it needs is it would basically have to flip the entire concept on its head. Because specifically what I don't like about Rescue Ace is that the entire archetype is focused around getting Turbulence onto the field, which then sets you 4 cards from your deck, which sounds amazing. It sounds amazing, but the problem is, in order to resolve a card that searches 4 cards, you have to play those 4 cards in probably multiples. Probably in multiples. And all of those individual cards, that means you, and if you play, even if you only play 2 of each, that means you have to play 8 of those cards in your deck. Of course, you could risk it and only play 1 of each, hoping you don't draw them, but even if you only play 4, you're going to draw them a decent amount of the time, and they are not very good. They are not very good to draw. I'm not a fan of the concept of the deck. Maybe future support will prove me wrong. I mean, I don't hate the cards themselves. Like, I don't hate the design of the deck. Like, I don't feel like it's a very oppressive thing or whatever. I wouldn't mind Rescue Ace being good. I just don't think it will be. But I'm happy to be proven wrong on this one. Like, I'm happy to be proven wrong on this one. I don't hate it, but as of now, I don't feel like it's really worth looking into. Not to the extent that Purrely and Mikanko are. Like, definitely the worst archetype out of Amazing Defenders, in my opinion. I'm sorry to all the firefighters that really wanted to play Rescue Ace. Sorry. Runic Stun. Runic Stun is a Troll Despair deck. If you've booted up Master Duel in the last couple weeks, or even months at this point, you know what I'm talking about. Mystic Mine is not a thing anymore. Mystic Mine is not a thing anymore, but the deck is still powerful. Now, I do believe that we're going to talk about Runic Sprite in a second, which is like, it's funny how Runic Pure is like one of the, or Runic Stun is one of the like most Troll Despair decks out there. One of like the worst decks for the game, in my opinion. And then Runic Sprite is just incredibly based and like the coolest deck almost ever made. But the Runic Stun deck, unfortunately, because it is such a Troll Despair deck, is actually a good deck. It's like one of the few decks, similar to Kashtira and Flunder, it just beats Ishizu tier by cheesing it, right? It beats Ishizu tier by cheesing the hell out of it, right? And it takes advantage of the fact that back row removal is not that popular right now, simply because look at all those decks up here. Back row removal, not very good against Kashtira. Back row removal, not great against Tierlist. It's not unplayable, like Cosmic is okay against tier, but compare that to other cards that you could have in the same spot, like that's probably worse than those. Cosmic also doesn't really beat Flunder. Because, I mean, yeah, you can try and hit the trap cut that they search, but that doesn't out your Barrier Statue and your Empen. So on and so forth. So, and even in the side deck sometimes, people are not really prepared for heavy back row anymore, because it's just better to side cards like, I don't know, Talents, Tasking, Book of Lunar Eclipse, Book of Eclipse, Nibiru, Kurikara, you name it. Which, by the way, we will be making a tier list on those non-engine cards as well, for like main deck and side deck anytime soon. So if you don't want to miss that, subscribe to the channel. We're also going to do that. But for now, let it be said, I don't expect that much back row removal in the next format. Maybe a couple Cosmics here and there. Maybe a Lightning Storm or a Feather Duster here and there. But Runic can dodge Lightning Storm and Feather Duster with Hugin. So you might be able to cheese a couple wins with Runic. Of course, you struggle a little bit against the Ishizu Shufflers with the Runic spells, which is why it's not a top tier deck, precisely. The Ishizu Shufflers give this deck a fair amount of trouble. But the sheer amount of Floodgates, I have to put it into this category. I don't like it. I don't like that, but I have to be honest. I think this is where it goes. Sprite. Sprite. I have 3 Sprite versions here. Technically 4, because I'm also going to talk about Sprite Tri-Brigade. Now, if we were talking before Photon Hypernova, I think Sprite is right now a top tier deck. It is not as good as Ishizu tier, or it was not as good as Ishizu tier, but it was a top tier deck. Sprite's specific advantage, in my opinion, which is also why I like to play the deck so much, is it's really flexible in its non-engine, and it really thrives from the non-engine that it plays. It's like the Sprite 1 or 2 card combos are really strong, but what really makes the deck tick is like the 2 or 3 cards that you draw next to your 2 or 3 card combos, right? The thing in the next format is that I do believe that Sprite actually gets a significant bit worse. I've talked about it on stream before, why that is, but basically, precisely, pure Sprite has a big problem with Kashtira entering the metagame. Because it was already hard to build a Sprite deck that was good against Ishizu tier, but also covered stuff like Fluandereeze. And now with Kashtira entering the metagame, it just becomes that super weird triangle where it's just too much to ask, I think, for a deck that lives off of its non-engine to beat Ishizu tier, Kashtira, and Flunder. I just don't think it does that. I just don't think Sprite does that. I'm not going to put it into the lower than good decks, but I'm going to be honest with you. I think Sprite loses a lot of viability because like Runic and Labyrinth, those decks can at least like cheese a win against the top decks by floodgating them. Sprite doesn't have that. Sprite doesn't have that possibility. Sprite has to fight against this deck at full power, this deck at full power, this deck at full power, and almost never has the ability to floodgate these decks. Especially not game one. Right? So you guys know I'm a Sprite enjoyer, and if there's a way to play Sprite, I'm gonna tell you guys about it. But for now, I don't see Sprite being a top tier choice anymore. I'm sorry. I might put Branded at the lower tier of the... It's probably better than Branded, because Branded kind of suffers the same issues, right? Like you can... Yeah, maybe. But maybe you could argue that the Floodgate decks are actually better into this field than the decks that try to win by engine. But I don't see much hope for Sprite. As someone who's played Sprite for a long, long time, I think there's pretty much a 0% chance that I'm going to be picking Sprite for YCS Lyon. Some people are going to top with it. Some people are going to top with it simply because I feel like the Sprite community has a lot of enjoyers, Switch-based, Giga Chats, all that stuff. Keep playing Sprite if you want to. Just be aware that you are not playing a top tier deck anymore. I don't think you are. I really don't think you are. And that's a fine thing. I do think that the next ban list is going to hit tier limit harder than Sprite. So it could return to the top tier eventually. But right now, after Photon Hypernova, you're fighting an uphill battle against Kashtira, Ishizu tier, and Flunder. Like, it's so hard. It's so hard to cover all three. You can build a super good Sprite deck against Ishizu tier. No problem. You can make that deck happen. That works. You can do that. You can also like power spell Sprite. You probably shit on Kashtira. Like, if you play only power spells, but then you lose to Ishizu tier, right? With power spell Sprite. So the fact that you simply can't make the stretch between all the decks in the format with Sprite right now makes the deck significantly weaker, in my opinion. Another deck that is, in my opinion, almost as strong as regular Sprite is Gishki Sprite. I've gotten a lot of questions, and I'm definitely going to experiment with it. Despite I don't think it's going to be a top tier deck, or my choice for YCS Lyon, the Gishki Sprite deck is incredibly fun, and I'm going to experiment with that deck. Like, you can expect some content or deck profile of that, for sure. I've been asked a lot whether I think Gishki Sprite is better than Sprite, or whether it's the best version of Sprite now. I don't think there is a clear answer to that, because the way I have experienced the Gishki Sprite deck so far is that it's not better or worse than pure Sprite in a lot of ways, because it has some advantages. Like the Nere Manas combo has some great advantages, where like also going second, you have that ritual spell that can tribute your opponent's monsters, which is really cute. It also has some downsides, like it breaks a little bit more. The one card combo of Grim is not as good. You don't really want to play Nimbles in it, because that's a little bit too many normal summons, maybe, because you're trying to normal summon Gishki Grim. So it has pros and cons over the pure Sprite deck. Overall, I don't think it's much better or much worse. It's just different, right? It's just different, and that's why I'm going to put it in the same category. But both of the Sprite versions are not top tier, in my opinion. They are simply not top tier anymore. Runic Sprite, my love. Maybe another time. Maybe another time. There is a good chance that this deck returns. There's a very good chance that this deck returns. Because if they hit the Ishizu cards properly, which please, Konami, do the right thing and hit the Ishizu engine really, really hard. If they do that, maybe. Why did it fall off? Okay. The reason why Runic Sprite, that used to be the undisputed best version of Sprite, not even close, 100% the best deck for YCS Utrecht, and the best Sprite version by far. As soon as they released the Ishizu cards, the deck became almost unplayable because you simply do not get your draws off a fountain. You simply don't draw. It doesn't happen. They just shuffle in your shit every single time. You can't beat it. It's not fun. It's not fun to play Ishizu Sprite, Runic Sprite into Ishizu tier. You simply can't. You simply can't. It's so hard. And, however, I will say one thing. Runic Sprite is one of the decks that can actually handle a very small Sprite package really well, right? If you only have like one Jet or one starter or something like that, this deck can handle it. This deck doesn't care that much about playing lower Sprite counts. Before YCS Utrecht, 1 week before YCS Utrecht, I played at a regional to test the deck, and I only played 2 blue, 2 Jet, and 2 starters because you didn't actually want to see too many of them, and you drew so many cards with the Runic cards that I played a very small. I only played 6 of the Sprite cards. I upped it, of course, at Utrecht. I played 3, 3, and 3, but it just goes to show that the deck technically doesn't need all of those, right? It technically doesn't need all of those. And if a potential ban list hits Tierlist and Ishizu really hard, but then only touches the Sprite card slightly, definitely this deck can return. The same goes for Tri-Brigade Sprite, which is a version I've included this version. It's completely irrelevant right now. To be clear, this deck is completely irrelevant right now. It's just worse than other Sprite versions. The reason why I'm including it is because it is currently the most played deck in the OCG. It's currently the most played Sprite version in the OCG. Not played more than Tier. They still play more Tier than that. But I think it's the second most played deck. I think it's the second most played deck. And so just in case we get a ban list that is relatively similar to the OCG one, which could happen, maybe this deck turns out to be the best version. Which, to be honest, I still think the OCG players are making a mistake by not playing Runic Sprite. I think that deck is better over there now, even though they still have 4 Ishizu shufflers, so maybe not. But the Tri-Brigade Sprite version is something that, depending on what they hit for Sprite, could be a thing. Tri-Brigade Lyrilusk. That deck needs a lot of help. That deck needs a lot of help from a ban list, which I'm putting it like somewhere here, right? I find it hard to believe that this deck would ever be the best choice again. But it's not awful. It's not an awful deck. It's not an awful deck by any means, but probably towards the bottom of the decks that have potential after a ban list. Sword Soul. Sword Soul right now is not terrible because it gets to play a decent amount of hand traps. It has a solid opener. It can be backed up with some floodgates, but it's still not a good choice right now. And it gets worse after Photon Hypernova because the other decks just become stronger. Sword Soul is relatively fair. In my opinion, it goes smack down the middle of maybe after a ban list. If they teleport us back into a time where we go back with ban list hits to something that's similar to this year's national format, we know that Sword Soul was relatively like fair and tame, but it still was definitely a good deck. So it's definitely towards the upper end of decks that could return to the metagame after a ban list. That's where I'm going to put that. Virtual World. I don't even know why I included it. I think I saw it topped some regional at some point. I think it was Vlad. Yeah, I think it was the Vlad deck that reminded me of it. That's why I put it. That's why I put it in, because I went through some of the regional topping decks from this format to see which decks I should include or not. Very bottom of this. right? I mean, it's not a terrible deck. So it just strikes me as exactly those decks, like Adignister, Tri-Brigade, Virtual World, Marincess, those types of decks. They just feel like their time in the spotlight just feels over, right? Because even after a decently big ban list, I would still rather play some Sprite variant, maybe a weaker tier variant, a weaker like Labyrinth deck, Mekanko stuff, Sword Soul, still rather than touching these decks again. So I'm gonna put these to the very bottom. And that is, I think, most of the relevant decks from Photon Hypernova. This is all we have. This is all we have for this. I've already seen you guys mention in chat a couple of decks that I've missed, which that always happens when I do these. That always happens when I do these. So that's why the deal is comment down below if I forgot about the deck, and I will try to let you know what tier I would put it in. As always, that's the deal. But chances are, if I forgot whatever deck you wanted to mention, that I would have probably put it not higher than here. Right? Probably not higher than here. In my opinion. Like stuff like Dark World. Okay, Dark World I would maybe put after a ban list. Like Sky Striker also, maybe if they get more support or an unban on like more engages or whatever, maybe. But like for now I think this is reasonable. I hope you took something away from whatever I said about your favorite deck or whatever decks you were interested in. I hope this gives you a better understanding of Photon Hypernova format and what's to come. We will talk about the format a decent amount in the next couple weeks. Like, I'm going to give you guys an introduction to how to play Kashtira and like what are good cards against it, what changes for tier limit, what to expect from the new tier limit versions. And we're also, like I said, there's going to be another tier list where I'm going to cover tech cards, like which kind of hand traps you should be playing if you want to play hand traps, what happens with the Bistials, how good is Triple Tactics Tasking, what kind of cards can you play, like how good is Nibiru, Kurikara, Book of Eclipse, all those kinds of cards we're going to cover in a separate tier list. So if you're looking forward to that, feel free to either follow the Twitch channel or subscribe to the YouTube channel. And until then, hope you enjoyed, hope you have a great rest of your day, and bye-bye YouTube, say goodbye to YouTube chat, see you next time, and yeah. Peace. Bye-bye, YouTube. White people happy. All right. All right. So now, the first thing I have to do before we move on, because I always have I have these muted. I have these muted while I record because they otherwise get in the way of the video, which I'm always sorry about. But NGV Bakers, Xbaki, Sinar AP, Queso Jama, and No Motion Plus. Thank you guys for the subs. I appreciate you guys so much. I saw those. I just had to wait until we finished recording. And now I'm gonna leave you guys with this thing on the screen, and I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick, and then we're gonna do the same. We're gonna do the same deal. The same deal that I offered to the YouTube people is you can ask me about archetypes that I forgot, and I'm gonna try and answer which tier I would put them in. So I'm gonna be right back, and then we do that, and then you also get a Pepe D, as I see. We hit the sub goal. That's crazy. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, I have returned. Okay, I have returned. And before we move on, as I promised, let us talk about some decks that I forgot that you guys really wanted to talk about. While the PHYY also needs to happen. The PHYY needs to happen. There we go. Get him ready.
Schmidt.
Okay, now while everyone is spamming PHYY, I don't think you can really ask me anything because it's gonna be gone. I saw Generator being mentioned a lot while we recorded. To be honest with you guys, I have no idea about generators. That is my problem with it. That's why I didn't include it, because I didn't want to talk about something that I genuinely don't know yet. I don't like giving you info that I'm not 100% certain is correct, which is why I did not include generators. Because even if I heard that the new support card is a help for the deck, I don't know how good the deck was beforehand. I don't even know, like, yeah, I don't know what happened. Paktcg. Paktcg feels okay to me, in theory. You could maybe play around with that a little bit. It's probably worse than pure Kashtira, because you probably won't be playing Shifter. Well, you get to make Barone, which is nice. I don't know, it's probably towards the bottom of the good decks as a version, but it's just another Kashtira version, right? So it's not that different. Thoughts on Ojama Sprite, please? I have no thoughts on Ojama Sprite. What do you think of Super Heavy Samurai post Cyberstorm Axis? I haven't really seen the support from Cyberstorm Axis. The only deck that I've seen with Super Heavy Samurai was a deck that used Block Dragon in the OCG. So I can't say for sure whether that's a thing in the TCG without Block Dragon. Valence FTK, that's a meme, I think. Thoughts on Sky Striker? I think Sky Striker cannot really return unless they semi-limit engage or even unlimit engage. Like, even with 2 engages, I'm not sure if it's gonna be a thing. Because the only, like, I mean, okay, basically, Sky Striker is just Floodgate support at this point in time. Runic Striker? Runic Striker is just like a worse version. Like, as maybe if Ishizu Shuffler move out of the metagame, you can experiment with it. Springans? The new Springans, like, Rhoda plus Soul Charge is pretty nasty, but I don't know if that makes it viable. I don't think that makes it super viable. I think Strikers should join us Eldritch folks, accepting we are not good anymore. It's kind of like that. I think Striker has a little bit more potential to return at some point, but as of now, I don't think so. It's okay. I will say it's okay in Master Duel with 2 engages. It's actually not bad in Master Duel. But it's also partially because it plays well against Max C. And also Master Duel is a couple months behind. So those are a lot of significant differences. Those are a lot of significant differences when it comes to Sky Striker. Magicians or Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon Pile. I don't see a single reason to play a Pendulum deck that's not Draco Slayers. Like, Draco Slayer is the first Pendulum deck in years that I actually, like, respect as an actual deck. Every other Pendulum deck that I've seen has not been a real deck, in my opinion. Like, since 5 years or something. Naturia Runic and Thunder Dragon Bestial. Thunder Dragon Bestial is a meme. Naturia Runic is okay, but pretty much goes in the same spot as pure Naturia. DDD is not very strong. Border Stun might work. I mean, stun decks can always work if you win the dice roll. But Border Stun particularly, or like whatever you mean by that, probably is like 100% loss rate if you go second, which is not the same. Like, if you play an anti-meta deck like that, why not just play Kashtira or Flunder? That's exactly what you're looking for, but better. right? Those are decks that can actually like play cards that make them win going second, whereas like Border Stun doesn't have those. Not really, anyways. Mech Knight is strong. We don't have to discuss. Okay, I will choose not to discuss then. Noted. Trap Tricks? Trap Tricks isn't bad. Trap Tricks isn't bad. I got recommended MBT's 10-minute testing and I watched it just to see what's happening with the structure deck. I think it's okay. I don't think it's a good deck, but it's not terrible either. Umi Control is not very good, I think. It has a couple of nasty like combos and lockdowns that are okay-ish, but there's just decks that do it better, I think. Did you play branded post Photon Hypernova? I've looked into it a decent amount. I've looked into some of the combos, but I haven't played many matches with it yet. Zodiac? Why the hell would you play Zodiac in the TCG? We don't have Trident, do we? Trident is banned, right? I'm not making this up, right? You haven't brought up Ritual Beast? You should ask Waver about Ritual Beast. Can we watch the Guess the Price with Pack during lunch break? Guess what I have open for lunch break. I'm literally waiting for lunch. I really want to. I have messaged Druxin about it. And I'm not sure if or when, but I think it might happen. I think it might happen. I don't want to promise if it's but I think it might. I might be shooting for the worst possible Guess the Card episode ever. We might be in there. I hope he doesn't ask me about Nimble Sunfish. Are you ready for YCS Lyon? Not yet, no. It's never really been the case that I've been I felt ready for a YCS like 2.5 weeks beforehand. That's usually not the case. Did you talk about the TCG exclusive archetype? Are you referring to Gold Pride? If you're referring to Gold Pride, then maybe you know more than I do, but so far, don't we only know one card? Or have there been more reveals already? I was under the impression that we don't have more than just the one card. So only artwork. Well, I can't judge the archetype by its artwork. Will you watch the Kashtira reveals today? I will watch the Kashtira reveals. We're gonna stay live until the Kashtira reveals and watch them together. However, I'm not super excited for them because as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing new there. It's just the rarities. And I mean, it's not that hard to predict that some of them are going to be secret or ultra. So like, yeah, I do want to know the rarities. That's why we're sticking around. The reveal is today, Evil Frighten, yes. Today at 5 p.m. Central European time, which is in about a little bit more than 2.5 hours. We should get the Kashtira influencer videos, which I'm looking forward to because we did predict some of the rarities. Let me quickly see what we predicted for the Kashtira cards. Let me see. We predicted Rise Heart to be a secret. That's the only secret we predicted. Let's see if we were correct about that. I realized yesterday why people were playing Mushroom Man #2 in the OCG and Cash. They played that over Ibli to avoid Ibli getting Bestialed, and they can lock you out of your zones on your draw phase. It's pretty good in the mirror match, right? But it doesn't work against Nibiru, which is one of the advantages of Ibli, I feel. Not the planet? I have not predicted the planet to be a secret. I don't know what my reasoning was. We did it together last week. We predicted together with chat. We predicted as a secret. I can tell you what we predicted for secret rares. And then we can see if we're right. We predicted Rise Hard. We predicted the Gold Pride Leon to be a secret. We predicted Tasking to be a secret. We predicted the Grand Guignol guy to be a secret. That's the new Albaz Cartesia fusion. We predicted Tri-Brigade Bucephalus as a secret, which I don't know if that's... I don't know if that hits them. I also predicted the Gishki ritual to be a secret. I predicted Plunder Ship Yord. I predicted the Ice Jade secret, which is purely because I feel like there has to be a terrible archetype, a terrible secret like that. And then I predicted 2 completely new cards to be potential secrets that we don't know yet. Which is, by the way, the most exciting reveal that I'm waiting for, is the new cards that we don't know yet. Because every time we get new cards that we have never seen before, which I'm always more hyped about than Rarity reveals. But if I remember correctly, for Darkwing Blast, or even Pote, wasn't there a dedicated day? Wasn't there a dedicated day for the reveals on the new cards? Like the TCG exclusives. I remember there being one. But I don't remember there being one this time. We need all of your information on the standing of Burning Abyss in the coming meta. People really sleeping on the power of Beatrice Pass. If you're trying to go Beatrice Pass, then I suggest maybe checking out that there's a fusion archetype that can summon like level 6 fusions, and then there's these level 6 dragon type monsters that can summon themselves from the hand by banishing lights or darks from the graveyard. So if you're that much into Beatrice, you should try that deck. I don't remember what it's called. Does anyone remember what it's called? Chat, does anyone know? I forgot. Someone help me out. There's this one deck that can make Beatrice right now. That's like way better than that's like way better than BA.
Free Ronin Toad.
Maddie Naps, thank you for the 4 months. Now that's a message I can get behind. Yes. Free Ronin Totem. Bro, the reaction of Farfa to my deck profile yesterday, just like that destroyed me. That destroyed me. Where was this? Hold up. Let me look this up. That made me very sad yesterday. For no reason, out of nowhere. It was not fair.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Let's hope for a good run at these.
The ease. Evil Frightened, thank you for the 4 months. Yeah, I'll try my best. And we still go first and just make Toad, and that's really good. So for sprites,
why is he not playing Ronin Toad?
it's a standard-ish, and we still go first and just make Toad, and that's really good. So for sprites,
why is he not playing Ronin Toad?
it's a that hurt. That hurt. To be fair though, if you think about it really hard, it is a good question. Why am I not able to play Ronin Toden? That is a good question. If you really think about it, I'm asking myself the why not? Hey, why not? Why did they take Ronin from me, but they didn't take shit from Tierlist? I don't know the answer to that. So if you think about it really deeply, it is actually a good question of like, why the hell is Ronin Toden banned when Tierlist just roams freely? And all I got in return is a freaking Substitute, which I didn't ask for. No one asked for Substitute. Actually, that's not true. I specifically asked for Substitute on Twitter. Like a couple weeks before they unbanned it. But I did not say, take Ronin, give me Substitute. They must have misunderstood. Misunderstood. I remember your tweet. Yeah, I did. Let me see. Wait, no, I don't think I can find it. It's like there's too many. I did tweet, like literally it was weeks before they unbanned it. But weeks before they unbanned it, I said on Twitter, I posted like an image because I ordered Substitutes. Oh yeah, you found that so quickly. I ordered substitutes for Edison, because it's like a good card in Edison. And I was like, if Mystic Mine, Anti-Spell, and Rivalry are fine, can I have this back? I won't abuse it, I promise. And they were like, yeah, bet. You can have it, but we take Ronin. And I'm like, that's not what I asked for. That is not what I asked for. Man. Abgeheuerlich is the greatest archetype name ever created? I don't know about that. What happened to... Also, hey, Farfuck called Nimble Sunfish shit. Which that was mean. That was mean. Leave my little sunfish alone. I mean, hey, I said multiple times. During the stream and during the deck profile as well. I said multiple times, I'm not sure if this is the best version. I was just kind of trying to mess around and do something cool. Right? So I did not think that people would actually do this, right? In my defense, I did not think people would actually do this. Also, it has calmed down a little bit. I don't actually know how many how many sell. It is very funny. It is very funny, and it was very cool because I had a couple extra ones that I gave away yesterday. That felt good. But yeah. There's actually a buyout. There was a buyout yesterday. Yesterday there was like a freaking it's crazy though. I don't know if they actually buy them though. That's the thing. I don't know if people actually buy them now. Well, yeah, it was a nice little situation. Abusing his position to manipulate the market? Yes, very manipulated the market. Yes. I made huge stonks out of this one. I made huge stonks by giving away some Nimble Sunfishes for free yesterday. That was a very stonks, very pog move. Have you seen the Purrely cope? I don't think it's cope. I've seen I've seen this. Wait, what's it called? Pure? Oh, with an L. Oh, Purrely. Okay, now I got it. Let me switch it to Germany. That's a lot. The thing is, and this is actually, look, this is one of the, I'm in the best place right now because this is finally a time where I can, this is a very rare Josh Market W. Because I bought these when they were 10. Now, granted, I only bought 3 for myself. I'm not going to make any winning off of it because I didn't want to invest. I just wanted them to have. I just wanted to have them. I'm not gonna make shit off of it because I'm just gonna keep it. So that's that. Also, they haven't arrived yet, so that I don't know. They might cancel on me or some shit. I hope they don't. But my assessment of this. So I've talked about it yesterday already, but this is, I think, a good moment to talk about it because we have a lot of people here. People have been wondering about this. People have been wondering, why did Purrely go up? Isn't it just a meme? Why is this deck expensive? Right? And the thing is, I wholeheartedly agree with the people that want to have these cards right now. I was in the same boat. I was just a couple days early this time. But I think I genuinely think, and once again, I am not trying to make money with what I say right now. This is my genuine opinion. For context, in general, I will never do this. I promise I will never like go ahead and buy a couple cards and then go on stream and say that it's a good card and want it to get more expensive for me to sell it. I would never do that, which is also why I gave away the Sunfishes yesterday for free, just to showcase that. I'm not looking to do that. I'm here to explain from a competitive perspective why people want the Purrely cards, and also why, from my understanding, they are getting expensive. Because for all intents and purposes, everyone thought that Amazing Defenders was a horrible set, right? Everyone was like, the only good cards here are the Mikankos. The Purrelys aren't that great, so no one really wanted it. The Mikankos were kind of expensive, but if you think about it, the value of these boxes has to be somewhere, right? The sellers are not gonna, people are not gonna open the boxes or whatever. There's not gonna be quantity if the cards are worthless. There's not gonna be quantity if the cards are worthless. So as soon as people want the cards from these deck building sets, they usually go up in price. Look at Runics. Remember Runics, and on the Runic front, for example, like this is basically the reason why I bought Purrelys was because I learned from Runics. I learned from Runics because when Runics were released, we tried Runics on stream. And I liked them, but I didn't buy them because they were like, I don't know, tip was like $12 or something. I didn't buy it. I was like, I'm not sure if it's gonna drop or go up. I'm just gonna wait, right? And so even though I thought the cards were good, right, I didn't buy it. And then at the end, I ended up paying way more for the Runic cards. Granted, it was still, I paid less than what they are now, still. And I did a little something with them at YCS Utrecht, so it's okay. But when I looked at Purrely and the card was $10, I was like, if there's even the slightest chance, that this archetype is good in the future, I should just get it now. I should just freaking bite the bullet, get myself a playset, and call it a day. Right? And I did that. I did that on the Purrely archetype. And I also did the same with Mikanko. I got myself the Mikankos. I paid 10 each for the Purrelys and way less for the spell cards, like 5 each for the spell cards or 6 each for the spell cards from Purrely. And I got the Mikanko archetype, which the Mikanko wasn't really a stonks thing. The Mikanko is still the same. But I was like, I like this set. I think all of those archetypes have potential. I want to get it. And then I got it. Which is nice. And now let me explain to you why I think that these cards are going to be good. We've talked about it yesterday. I know some of you might have already been here yesterday, but not all. So let me quickly find the combo that I'm referring to as to why I think that these cards are actually potentially good in the future. Look at my friend Purrely. That's the one we pulled, right? My friend Purrely. Oh, damn. Yeah, I got these for like 5. I pulled one and then I bought 2 more for like 5 each. That's crazy. Let me look this up. Now.
Joshua now has perfect information.
It's Crook TM. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. This deck... Actually, Bob, this is better. This deck is basically, from my understanding, this is what's causing the hype around Purrely. It might just be also that the archetype is really cute and that a lot of like casual players want it, and that might drive the price to go up, because really, look at Amazing Defenders. What else is going to have value? Oh, speaking of cards that have value in Amazing Defenders, look what I got as well, which was also, this is like after every market W, there has to be a market L on the stream. So here you go. Where is it? Look at this guy for my Edison. Oh, I love him so much. Ooh. I think it's because I moved the mic away. The mic was not off. It was just because of the, I don't know what the term is, where it doesn't record from the back. I moved it away, and then I didn't record me anymore. Ooh, I got this card trooper, but I paid way more than it is now. I like it though. I'm happy about it. I don't care. I bought only one because I didn't know whether it was a good price or not. I think I paid 32 and now it's like 25. So it's not like a huge deal. But it's like, yeah, it's like 25. I paid 37. I have 32. So small L, but it's fine. Okay, what I want, that threw me off because I just saw it laying around and I had to show you. But the Purrely deck, let me pull this up on DB so we can actually read through the effect together. There's only 2 new cards. There's only 2 new cards, and we're gonna quickly read them through together. Nice leak, bro. This is the deck we built together yesterday. I literally am not worried at all about leaking my Tierlist stuff for Lyon. Like we're gonna build that most of that on stream anyways. Like the deck building in this format is not a leak. We literally built that on stream yesterday. There's 2 new cards in Cyberstorm Access for Purrely. And the monster they're both equally important to this. They are both equally important. Purrely Lily is a new main deck monster, which the deck desperately needed because every single memory is an emergency teleport, but you might run out of targets. So now you don't. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Purrely card from your deck to your hand, except the quick play spell. So that's already really good, because if you remember the normal Purrely, the ultra rare that's going up, you still play that, but that one excavates the top 3. So it doesn't search you exactly what you want, and it can miss. This one searches exactly what you want. It cannot search the quick plays, but because of My Friend Purrely being a continuous spell that can search any of the other cards, you can basically search whatever you need. And you can also search the trap card. Or the field spell if you want it. So that's good. You can target a purely quick play spell in your grave, special summon an XYZ that mentions it from your extra deck by using this face-up card you control material, and if you do, attach that target to the summoned monster as additional material. Now this is also way better than this effect, because this requires you to have the memory in hand. This just takes it from the graveyard. It's just better. It's just the same effect, but better. Now, the caveat on this one is that each effect is once per turn. Which otherwise it would have been way too busted. It would have been way too busted. So each of these effects are once per turn. On Purrely, the effects are not once per turn. But still, Purrely Lily is a really good card for this archetype. Because it's a guaranteed search on summon, not relies on luck, what you hit, and it recycles the things from your graveyard instead of having to attach it from hand. So this card is really strong. And what really makes the entire archetype tick, in my opinion, because we've talked about how this is literally what I said before we looked at this on stream. When I looked at Purrely for the first time, on the very first stream, we talked about this here. We sat here, I was like, okay, we discovered the play with happiness, where you can run over multiple monsters in one turn and then make a fat Zeus, right? We talked about that play. And I was like, okay, it feels like the Purrely deck actually has some merit going second, right? It has a couple cool plays for going second. With the happiness, the way it works is you go happiness, attack, and then you can add another memory from deck, and then you have a monster, and then you activate another happy memory, which gives it another attack, and so you can attack 4 times and kill 4 monsters, and your thingy has like 5 or 6 materials after that. So you can just go into a fat Zeus, like Downward Zeus, like that can trigger 3 or 4 times. It's nasty. So that's an interesting play for going second, but it just kind of lacked a good play for going first. It just kind of lacked a good play for going first, in my eyes. And that's the first thing we noticed, or I noticed when I looked at the archetype. I was like, okay, well, we can make a Purrely Beauty, which is like a monster negate. You can make a plump, which can attach cards from the graveyard, or it can like, and then it can banish monsters on the field if you spam more memories, but it's not that great. But yeah, it's weird. So going first, the deck didn't really have a thing. The only really good card that it has is Noir. Noir is the only really good going first monster that you can try to put up, because what Noir does is quick effect. If it has a level 1 purely monster as material, it's a quick effect that you can detach 2 materials to target a card your opponent controls or in their grave and put it on the bottom of the deck. This is not once per turn. So literally, with 5 or 6 materials, this thing can use this effect 2 or 3 times to put a card to the bottom of the deck, which is very hard to beat. On top of that, it's also unaffected by activated effects while it has 5 or more materials. So if you make a fat Noir, this literally really hard to beat. But that's not easy because you can only make it by using 5. Like it needs to be on a rank 2 that already has 5 materials, which is not easy to make on the first turn. Now, this card, Purely Sleepy Memory. Purely Sleepy Memory is a solution to all of those problems, in my opinion, and I'm going to tell you how. The combination of these 2 cards makes this deck very strong going first, and I'm going to show you how. Apply this effect, then you can discard a card, and if you do, special summon a level 1 Purrely monster from your deck. So exactly the same synergy as the others. It's a teleport, an optional teleport. Once applied, the next battle or effect damage you take this turn becomes 0. A Purely XYZ monster that has this card as material gains this effect. Once per turn, during your opponent's standby phase, you can draw a card. Once per turn, during your opponent's standby phase, you can draw 1 card. Now, when I read this for the first time, I was like, okay, that seems kind of mediocre because it's kind of slow, right? Drawing cards on my opponent's turn, kind of like it gives my XYZ a Heat Soul-like effect. That's kind of good, but is that enough? Now, and then I found out about a couple things. I found out about a couple of things that I feel like make this really, really good. First of all, this is not limited to once per turn. Like, this is once per copy. This is once per copy. If you manage to make a Purely XYZ with 2 copies of Sleepy Memory attached, you can use this effect twice. You draw 2 cards. If you manage to get 3 Sleepy Memories attached, you draw 3 times. Now, on top of all that, this is the effect of the monster. So if you XYZ summon on top of that monster, during your opponent's standby phase, you get to use those effects again. It resets. Now, there is a Purely card called Purely Leap, which already exists. It's not a very good card right now. Target a Purely XYZ you control. Special summon from your extra deck 1 Purely XYZ monster with a different rank by using that target as material, but return it to the extra deck during the end phase of the next turn. This is treated as an XYZ summon. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target up to 3 Purrelys in your grave, shuffle them into the deck. So this card, which is relatively mediocre right now, becomes insane when we get Sleepy Memory. Because if you have an XYZ that has Sleepy Memory attached in your opponent's standby phase, you can use the effects to draw, and then you use Purely Leap to summon on top of it to draw again. So you draw 4 or 6 cards if you have 2 or 3 Sleepy Memories attached. And on top of it, I mean, you also just go into Noir, right? You don't have to manually make Noir with a monster with 5 or more materials. You don't have to worry about it. You just go into Noir on your opponent's turn. And I can't help it, but I think that's a good concept. That play going first, with all the consistency that this deck has, I feel like is good. And going second, we still have triple Zeus in the TCG. We have triple Zeus. We have the happiness combo. We have 12 emergency teleports. I think this is a good concept. And this is exactly what they do. right? There's another tournament winning deck here. Or is that the same one? No, it's a little bit different. Here, there's another tournament winning Purrely deck from the OCG that basically does the same thing. It's just, so the concept behind the deck is essentially... Coinflip Consti, thank you for the prime, appreciate you, thank you so much. So what you do is you just play a bunch of hand traps. You play a bunch of hand traps, which makes your deck automatically acceptable going second, right? Because if you combine hand traps with the Zeus play that this deck has, I think it's fine. Like, that works, surely. That's fine. And going first, you just set up a draw 4 or draw 6 in a deck that plays 10 hand traps. And you end on... you literally just need to make a freaking plump. You make a plump. You spam your graveyard with, I don't know, spell traps. You attach 2 on your turn. Then in the end phase, the quick play, the field spell can attach a 1 additional sleepy memory from your deck to the plump. On your opponent's turn, in the draw phase, you're going to activate plump to attach 2 more from the graveyard. So I don't know how many materials that would already have. Like 6 materials already? 5 at minimum? 5 or 6 materials? Maybe even 7? Then you draw 2 or 3 cards with it, and then you overlay into a freaking Noir with 7 or 8 materials, which can shuffle 3 or 4 times and is unaffected. And then you've drawn 4 or 6 cards. Like, how is that not a good concept? I think that's a good concept, and that explains why the card has gone up, I think. Because the OCG is apparently starting to realize this. The OCG is starting to realize this. Yeah. I think it's good. You're saying to invest in purely collectors? I don't know about that. I have no idea about the collector's rare market. I am not at all interested in collector's rares, except for like the card trooper that I really wanted for my Edison deck. But I can tell you I did not invest into collector's rares because I don't think it's like a guaranteed thing that this will be the best deck in the world, right? Like, I think it has potential, which is why I wanted to have it, right? I bought the ultra rares. I did not go collectors. I'm not that type of person to always go high rare. I just wanted to have the cards for myself, a play set of each. That is all I did. I didn't get any extra to make money off. I didn't get any collector's rares. I pulled 1 collector's rare, Noir, in my box, but I'm just gonna keep that. I'm not gonna sell it. And yeah, that's all. That's my opinion on Purrely. That's my opinion / prediction on Purrely. Is Nibiru good against it? I wouldn't think that it would summon more than 5 times. I don't think it does that, really. Maybe like 3 or 4, but I don't think it consistently summons 5 times. I don't think so. As far as Super Heavy Samurai is concerned, I don't know any of the new support. I don't even know any... like, literally, if you showed me any Super Heavy Samurai card, I couldn't tell you its effect. There's not a single Super Heavy Samurai card that I remember the entire effect of. So, I haven't looked into it yet. I have not. But yeah, that's my take on Purrely. I literally think it has potential. And I think that's enough to make it go up right now. Because people might also just have been afraid because of Runic, right? People that missed out on Runic early were like hella sad. So maybe people are like more inclined to buy the stuff when they're like 10 each. Or 5 each for an ultra rare. Which it really isn't much, right? Look at Lithium's OCG meta breakdown. There's a short combo institute. Say no more. Say no more. So is this... So you're talking about Super Heavy Samurai, right? Skillless Ars Gamer, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. If anyone has an extra prime available that is completely free, that would help the streamer man out a lot. Or use it on someone at least. That's always appreciated. Thank you. OCG Super Heavy Samurai is top tier. Okay, well, I missed that in the... Well, that's not really reflected here, is it? I mean, oh wait, it was. There was one list. I remember. But top tier? Okay, a little bit of a stretch, but hey. We clickbaiting. I can respect it. Right now, we enjoy that. We enjoy that. We enjoy that freaking yo, what's up, guys? Real hard right now. Everyone listen. Everyone listen.
Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome back to Paktcg Metagame Breakdown for half of January 2023. And
Max Boo and Centipede, thank you so much for the primes. I appreciate you guys.
My face. You might have seen its most recent analysis on Road of the King, and again more decklists like, you know, like usual. So let's dig in. There's a big surprise. I've seen some decklists already, and ooh, Super Heavy Samurai is stopped here. It's stopped here.
Max Boo following after subbing. That's a real OG right there.
They got more support in the newest set in the OCG, which is Cyberstorm Access, next to Purrely, Super Heavy Samurai, for example.
Oh, yeah, this is exactly the same.
So more of that in a couple of moments. So let's see
the exact same graph that we looked at already.
Has on the current OCG format. As you know, you kind of see the pie chart here on the right side, but again, not so much of an impact. But there are some decks or archetypes that can...
Front X, thank you for the prime. And Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Billy Break.
It's quite cool. Let's zoom in. So again, decklist from half of January.
Which I don't even know if Billy Break is ever on, like, Twitch. Well, he must be, because he knows about the remix, right? Because he did the remix in one of the streams. So he must be watching sometimes. I see you, Billy. Sometimes you're here. I don't know if that's his real account, if someone just named themselves Billy Break. But hey, Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Billy Break.
Last weekend. And I don't think this is a surprise. Let's, quickly zoom in and then go over the other more spicy decklists. This becomes pretty much, I think the staple decklist for Ishizu, Tier Element, Kashtira deck. Any other surprises? I don't think so.
This is like... I know we've talked about this before, but this shit is the funniest thing to me. No, this thing is the funniest shit to me. How they banned Kid Kalos, bro. OCG, stop. Stop. They're like, you cannot take Tierlements from my... You can take it from my dead hands. No, dude, stop playing Tierlement.
Seen the Shadol's King of the Swamp with the Shadol package in the extra deck Winda, right? Seen people saying
Winda, and then you get to the TCG and you think how, in comparison, we have all of these at 3 plus Kid Kalos. Oh my god.
The thing is that
wait. Oh, I was about to say, did they ban Instant Fusion in the OCG because they're not playing it? But of course they're not playing Instant Fusion because of Kikala's ban.
Reading online as well, what should you do about this deck? Should you hit all the Ishizu cards? Should you hit all the Tierlement cards? Should you just hit Winda and stuff like
that? Just hit all of it, dude. Just ban them all. Just let's forget that happened.
That it needs more. So it's kind of hard to say, simply because we are getting these cards as well in the TCG within the next
Bro, ban King of the Swamp while you're at it. Just get it out of here. Just do it.
Cards. Next up, again, no surprise, something we've seen in the OCG again from past weeks. Somewhat popular in the TCG a couple of months ago, being the hybrid between Sprite and Tri Brigade. Again, I don't see too many differences in the main deck. Simply, again, Sprite Sprint is still legal. It's, again, one of those cards that, again, might be upon...
my favorite Photon Hypernova deck. No, my favorite Cyberstorm Access deck.
For the main deck, I think everything is... Well, maybe the Mourner might be something out of the ordinary. But I think the key of, I guess, some spicy things or some differences between past weeks is that people are back, at least this player is back on Ghost Ogre. Simply because it hits, obviously, in the mirror match your Sprite, gigantic Sprite, but it also hits the main to go-to combo from Super Heavy Samurai. Simply because, Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit can hit the Waukaushi.
Where did you rank Springans? I didn't include Springans, actually, simply because I didn't feel like just a new card. I haven't seen a single deck concept with it, which is why I didn't rank it. It probably... I don't feel like it's good enough, even though the new card is really strong. But I haven't seen a deck around it yet.
I have a... Well, as soon as you know...
Which is why if I don't know what the deck does, I can't really rank it.
Have a small
combo. Was my problem with it.
Again, that combo was also featured on...
2 new cards, but like everyone's talking about the freaking Rhoda and Soul Charge, right? That's the one that's more relevant.
And again, for a good reason, as you will see in the combo.
I think Yassine has a deck profile. I mean, that most of the time that means it's probably overhyped.
Versus
to be fair,
Samurai. Droll stops the entire
to be
combo.
fair,
but it's a 1-card combo, and you can get so much advantage off of that. So yep, people are already kind of preparing themselves up for the shenanigans that is Super Heavy Samurai. Okay, so here it is. So
yeah, this is what we were talking about already. We saw this yesterday. And I basically, the reason why I didn't end up looking into it too much. The reason why I didn't end up looking into it too much is because this deck is a Grass Adamantipator block dragon deck. Which I feel like is not really applicable to the TCG. That just screams probably not viable in the TCG, right? Like, this deck probably doesn't work without freaking Block Dragon, Smoke Grenade, and Grass. I feel like.
Deck list kind of featured here on Road of the King is a super heavy samurai list featuring Adamantipator as well. And
okay, someone did send me a link to a list that's without those cards, so we might look at those.
Simply because the Wakashi, I believe the name is basically a
even though I don't really want to like get into it too deeply because this is not relevant for the next YCS. So I think we're gonna postpone the super heavy samurai experiments, okay? I think we're gonna postpone those to after YCS Lyon. Okay, is that? I think that's fair enough.
Again, there's
even the next
here.
2 YCSs. Yeah,
it's again one card.
I'm gonna watch the lithium video, but then we're gonna get back to super heavy samurai.
Go for the high level one.
Well, I mean, we're gonna see what it does here, anyways.
4, equip it, going for the link, and again discard, get another search. Basically, how the combo is going to end is you're having pretty much a full pendulum scale set up, plus double Akashi, one in phase up in the pendulum scale, the one you see here, and one in your hand. And of course, a Savage being your Omni negation before you commit to pendulum summoning. And this is why the engine is an Adamantipator, simply because you can go for any generic rank 4 exceed, and Block Dragon is still legal in the OCG, so you can go for...
so what I took away from this is that Super Heavy Samurai, what was that, a 1-card combo? For Savage? Why did they make that? Like, I get it, but why? So one of this thing...
It's again, 1 card...
One of Super Heavy Samurai Prodigy Wakaushi, plus a discard, is Savage plus 2 level 4s? Yes? Okay, but why? It can do a bit more, but this is... I'm not... Oh, look, hey. My point is not that it should be doing more. That's not what I'm saying. You misunderstood me. There, sir. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I did not say it should do more with 1 card and a discard. That is absolutely not. that is not what I was trying to get to. I'm sorry. That is not what I was talking about. But it can, apparently. Apparently it can. I mean, look.
Combo and 1 monster to discard. So just activate the Wakashi in your pendulum scale. I don't think this is new. Go for the high level one.
Are the other ones... Okay, please tell me at least the other ones are absolute bricky pieces of shit. Like, or are the other... Are they, like, interchangeable? Nope, they're good. The bow is a starter. You can target a super heavy if the target bad damage. This card is sent from field to the graveyard. Add a super savage. Okay. Bow is a 1-card combo? How? You link it off? Is there a link one for this? Of course there is. Of course there is. Why wouldn't there be?
Search
Stupid for little me. Why would I ask?
Equip it.
Oh, this thing. Yeah, Super Heavy Samurai Scarecrow. Yeah.
And again, discard, get another search. Basically, how the combo is going to end is you're having pretty much a full pendulum scale set up, plus double Akashi.
Oh, yeah. Which one is a tuner? Oh, yeah. This thing is also a tuner. I see.
In phase up in the pendulum scale, the one you see here, and 1 in your hand. And of course, a Savage being your Omni negation before you commit to pendulum summoning. And this is why...
Do they lock me into anything, or can I do whatever I want after this? Am I locked into something, or I do whatever I want? I got it.
why the engine is an emancipator, simply because you can go for any generic rank 4 exceed.
You cannot have spells and traps in the graveyard to use it. Okay.
And, you know, Block Dragon is still legal in the OCG, so you can go for Granite, and Granite searches Block Dragon. So again, that's, you know, the biggest reason why this list kind of, you know, makes sense, especially in the OCG, simply because even though it's 60 cards, the fact that you're able to search Block Dragon immediately and have so much advantage off of only one card, crazy stuff. Super heavy samurai. Ooh, crazy stuff. And smoke grenade as well. The spice. With that power tool, right? Yeah, the level 10 one, I believe. Okay, that's really cool. Next up, we have Bestials. And I kind of feel that this particular deck is very similar to the Punk deck we've had a couple of months ago when, you know, Power of the Elements was...
Look, hey, I appreciate you sending this through. But I'm gonna stop you right there, Chief. I'm not gonna watch that. I'm not gonna watch that. I don't want to see this. Look, I believe you. I believe you that this is possible. But I would rather continue living without the knowledge of how this has been achieved. I'm just selecting to not know how this happened. Yes.
Just released, and you know, packets, etc. were playing like that. The Punk spicy list featuring Chaos Ruler, a couple of level 10 synchro plays. Because of the Assault synchron, as you see here, it was mentioned before, you know, last week. It's a very straightforward.
Get your super heavy samurais before the prices skyrocket. Aren't they all commons? Isn't that like literally one of the cheapest archetypes ever made?
Deck. You can either go for your level 8 or level 10 synchros and, you know, gain advantage off of that. And as you see in the side deck, or, you know,
there are rares and supers. Oh boy, get your super rares now. The next Magnamut.
It's a new level 10 synchro that, you know, gets something back from your banished pile, plus it has a disruption. That's cool.
Price gonna double from 1 cent to 2. That's crazy.
Than Baron. Or in most situations, I feel that going for Baron might be better. But I guess, you know, potentially
you should not talk about. Okay, yeah, that's true. I take that back.
That might be the better choice, simply because, again, Assault Synchron, and of course the whole Punk engine is kind of about extending, as you know, as we've seen in the TCG a couple of months ago. So I'm a huge fan of this deck. I might try that out for us.
Oh man, I wish Labyrinth wasn't a floodgate machine.
You know,
the archetype is very cool, and I do not say that because they're I'm not the artwork is not the reason. I like the playstyle of the archetype is what I'm trying to say without being like weird. The fact that it just plays floodgates is annoying to me.
Right, simply because it looks so fun and versatile. Then Labyrinth again.
Sasja, you don't get to say Sasja Waver. You wanted Wangja as an emote. You don't get to speak.
I feel for Labyrinth is that
you are not the authority on that.
Very similar to Eldritch. Again, big difference or his big weaknesses. It's a super slow deck, but this particular player, I kind of dig this list. I like this list. He went 6-0-2, so I think 2 draws. I think the spicier thing compared to the other Labyrinth deck list is that he's running triple green and triple yellow. You know, the hand traps.
The Ishizu shufflers in this deck are kind of based. I would still prefer if they were on a ban list, but in this deck, it's really cool. It's a really cool way to outplay Bestials, not Bestials. A really cool way to outplay Tierlements when they go for like triggering stuff in the graveyard, and you go Chain Chandelier or Stovey Torby, which Stovey Torby is still to me somehow one of the funniest names. And just discard a shuffler and chain the shuffler to their stuff. It's very
discard,
nice.
Set something, right? I guess too, indeed, if you're going second, which is not optimal for, you know, a super stun-based deck, you can directly set your Welcome Labyrinth from the deck. And, you know, during your turn, if it's your turn, start playing with that set trap card you set before. So I like this one. I could definitely agree with this particular build. And also one of the new synchros being Chaos Angel. It's a level 10 synchro.
I can say I like the archetype for the artwork. I mean, you can say that. I'd just
with this particular deck, plus its disruption. So I guess that's cool. Last but not least, this is also
I'm not stopping you from saying
that we got recently in a TCG. But again, Cyberstorm Access gives the OCG, I think, 2 new Purrely cards. One being an extra main deck monster. I believe their second main deck monster, which I believe upon summon searches a non-quick play Purrely card. I think it's something like that. And then, you know, you can go for My Friend Purrely. Yeah, that's the name. You know, gets more it basically increases the consistency of the deck. While Sleepy Memory, again, you know, it's potential draw card, replenish your resources. So again, also fantastic support, and I'm looking forward to the TCG as well. Again, Purrely will just get much better. Again, something to look out for, right? If you're looking, you know,
these decks look based. If this is the world we're looking at after Cyberstorm Access and the next ban list, I'm down.
Now, and we also see Tron and Logbird
purely also based, in my opinion,
here in the side deck. So quickly, some extra decks that are not featured on Road of the King. The first one here, left side, another Bestial deck, level 8, level 10 synchro-based deck. This particular player is also playing the new Apple Dragon. You know, I featured this on Agents, when you're like, what is it, controlling a non-effect monster or on the field special. It's basically a double plague spreader, if that makes sense. A double level 2 tuner, simple as that. And again, with the Bestials, easy level 8, easy level 10 synchro play, so that's really cool. While on the other hand, right side, we see a deck that's super underrepresented, but I like this one. Triple Branded and High Spirit Fusion.
It's underrepresented. I felt like some people would play that.
I'm not sure about the correct
name. It feels like with how Ishizu tier is hit in the OCG, this deck should be able to keep up with it. This deck really should be able to keep up with it. I'm surprised that not that many play it. I guess Branded Fusion is limited, opening is limited. You only have like 5 copies that access Branded Fusion. Maybe that's the reason. Yeah, 1 Branded Fusion, 1 opening is kind of rough. Yeah, that's probably their issue.
Joshua now has perfect information.
That's probably their issue. Yeah. Arctic Suplex, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate you. Welcome back to month number 3.
The full Bestial package and of course the full Fusion extra deck.
They do play the Sky Striker as a Leia, yeah, which is like mostly support for other decks, not for Sky Striker.
Past videos featuring branded Bestial.
Can't you play 3 Kit? You could play 3 Kit. They are electing not to do that. I mean, Kit is not a +1, right? Kit is not a +1, which is very annoying. But if consistency was actually the issue, you might want to play more Kits, yeah. I'm a little bit more surprised about the Nadir Servant here. That's what this is, right? Or am I mixing it with another artwork? This isn't Nadir Servant. I know it's limited in the OCG, but does it lock you for the rest of the turn or until the next turn as well, like punishment? Is it just this turn? Oh, rest of this turn. So at the end of your combo, you just get a free, what, Albion and add Albaz, I guess? Okay. It does search Quem, which is not in the deck though. Right? Quem is not in the deck.
It's really cool, this one. Looking forward to this for us TCG players as well. Last but not least, left side, Traptrix. Traptrix got a new structure deck, but again, it looks kind of spicy, not going to lie. Definitely triple Shade Brigadine, I like that. Was running it in my Traptrix
deck. This has to be pre-Cyberstorm Access? I would think not.
Simply because you want to just make your deck much faster and opening with that trap to give Sarah more effects. Right?
Now what the hell is
again,
this?
Super heavy Samurai, and as you know, like 1 card combo setting up double scale plus 2 pendulum monsters ready to
Why is there a
summoned.
Patchy? Oh my god, they're searching Patchy with Gallant Granite. I hate you.
Abused. And we actually see Valiance as well. It's a super hard deck to play. But again, any 1 card combo, and I'm looking at one of the new pendulum monsters from Super Heavy Samurai. Easy scale, easy follow up. It's kind of ridiculous.
My god, the OCG is a wild place, but we're not gonna, I don't want to look into it too much because we have a YCS coming up soon, which I'm gonna quickly grab myself food. Because I believe my fiance is in a meeting right now, so we won't be getting any from there. So I'm gonna quickly grab myself something, and then we're gonna react to this while I eat, and then we fill the remaining time with some more YCS Lyon preparation. So I will be right back. I will be right back, and then we continue. Actually, let me turn on the music again for you guys. And then we continue in a little bit. And then we get Kashtira rarities in about 2 hours, which, hey, while I'm gone, drop the numbers how many secrets you think the Kashtira archetype will be. Because, bro, for Lyon, if you're trying to play Kashtira, you're going to be in pain. You're going to be in pain if it's more than 1 secret. I think it's going to be painful. 3, there's no way it's 3. There's no way it's 3. There's also no way it's 0, though. I'm sorry to disappoint you. But yeah, I'll be right back. Hold up. Give me a second. Right. Food speedrun. Food speedrun. We return. All right. All right. Now I'm hyped for this one. When I saw this morning, I immediately knew that that's what we were gonna react to today. Cold food, Sag. Well, I mean, I just improvised because didn't have time to cook. So I just got myself a couple of pecan nuts, I think is what it's called, a banana and some cashew. What is it called? Cashew. Whatever.
In this game, I will be asking a popular YouTuber the price of 10 Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Their goal will be to guess the price of each card as closely as possible. For each dollar away they are from the correct answer, they receive a point. As points add up, the lower the prize. Today, we see if your favorite YouTuber can win the $1,000 grand prize. Pac is a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player turned streamer and YouTuber. He is known for his rapid success in the Yu-Gi-Oh competitive scene, in which he won a remote duel YCS soon after he started playing. He is also known for his technical YouTube videos and Twitch streams where he teaches his viewers optimal plays in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh. Today we find out if he knows his Yu-Gi-Oh prices. Welcome back to episode 12 of Guess That Price. Today's guest is...
I'm gonna be heavily disappointed if he doesn't ask him about at least 3 Starlights.
Pac, how are you doing today, man?
Pretty good. I'm feeling good for this.
You feeling confident? You ready to go?
I don't know if confidence is the right word, but I'm excited. This is really fun. I like this this series that you've been putting on, so I'm glad I can hop on as a guest.
All right, so there's a wide range at this point. You know, there's been 11 episodes. There's a lot of different, you know, some people have done really bad, some people have done in the middle, some people have done great. So I'm interested to see where you fall. I'm not trying to put any pressure, but I have high expectations. So let's see what you can do.
Oh no. Okay, sure.
But if you don't do well, it's okay. You always can be like, yeah, I've like won tournaments and all that stuff, so it doesn't really matter. So
exactly.
All right, Pac, question number 1. Our first card that I will be asking you is Tier Elements Rulkalos Starlight Rare First Edition from Darkwing Blast. So it's a newer card. It's a newer card.
Dude, this is awesome. I'm a proud owner of one of these myself.
Okay.
So Tier Element Rulkalos. Man, I think like I actually opened one at YCS Minneapolis. I opened one out of my booster box actually.
Damn, the rich get richer.
the day before the YCS. And
I
believe...
opened one with Simo.
With Simo,
at
yeah,
Pasadena,
I saw that.
So
Yes.
we have had good luck at YCSs with this card.
Yes. So if I remember correctly, I think at the height during Minneapolis, this card was at around $300, but it's calmed down quite a bit.
I forgot to guess. First of all, I have no idea. This could be about like 200. I don't think it would be more than that, but it's like more relevant than other Starlights right now. I'm gonna guess, let's go 190.
I know it's been declining in price like most archetype Starlights do. So, damn, I want to say like 250, closer to 200 range, but I'm not sure.
Okay, you got a range set in place. You think you're right, or what do you got?
I do think I'm in like the 200-ish range. So let me think. I'm gonna guess. I'm just gonna go with my gut and say like 230.
230. Okay, we're gonna go with the gut. 230. You said 200 to 250 on your first one. That was your kind of your range on question one. I will tell you this: it's in that range. It's in there somewhere. So,
okay.
So I'm too low.
All right. The correct answer for the Tier Elements Rukalos Starlight First Edition from Darkwing Blast is $216.
Okay, I'm not that far off.
Let's go.
So you're super close.
I should have said 200, but I said, what did I say?
I'm just gonna like reiterate that
I
if you're
said
in the right tier,
190,
you get a
so I went
$10 credit added on at the end
2600.
for each one. So you're essentially $4 off here, which is a great start.
Okay, nice.
And if you do happen to get it right on, you get a $25 credit. So I would be happy to see that. It's only happened twice this is the 12th episode, so it's very unlikely to happen. All right, let's go to question 2. It's a great start pack. Here's one of my favorite cards, the Millennium Shield Ultra Rare, not Ultimate, from McDonald's.
What the
Pack
hell,
one. So
dude?
it's a classic.
I have no idea.
Pack.
Nice. That card's I think in your background, right? So that's
It is a giant fake version of it, yeah.
Oh my god, dude, this is one of those cards I have no idea.
I have no idea about any of this. This could be 15 or it could be 600. I would have no idea.
Quite frankly, I think I'm probably gonna use the lifeline on this because I feel like if I'm off, like I'm basically just like screwed for the rest.
Right. You know what? If you have no idea, you might want to figure it out. Yeah.
Okay, so I will probably swap this one out.
Okay, I like it. Early
I would 100%
swap. People don't
Early
usually
swap.
do that. I think you're the first person to use that one first. So I actually like that strategy because a lot of times, I don't know if you remember this, but this, whatever card this is in, the replacement question is also in that same tier.
Oh,
so
nice.
if you know the next one, it can maybe help you out or whatever. So, all right, let's get you your new question. What would you have guessed? Let's just see what it would have been.
Honestly, I probably would have guessed like $20 maybe. Like I think this.
It gives me expensive vibes. I would have guessed 350. 350,
tier 1
but
card,
maybe it's
personally
incorrect.
because I feel like those McDonald promo. I guess we're looking at near mint, right? So
yeah, everything's near mint unless I say specifically not.
I don't know. Like I just feel like it's in like the tier 1 range. Yeah.
Keep that in mind for your next question. If you think this is tier 1, the next one's gonna be tier 1 if you're right about that. All right, your replacement question. Your first lifeline has been used. Use the swap, which I think can sometimes be good, can sometimes be terrible. It just depends on if you know the next card or not. So let's see if you know this one. It is Clearwing Synchro Dragon Ghost Rare First Edition from Cross Souls.
Ooh, okay.
This means that the other one, the McDonald's promo, had to have been expensive, right? Because every single Ghost Rare is like at least somewhat expensive. Is it not? Are you guys are saying 75? Is it that cheap? Really? I mean, it's not a good. Man, I don't know. I would have guessed this was more expensive. I don't think this was gonna be a tier 1, but hey, it might be. It's a first edition Ghost Rare though. From a main set, is it not? It is one of the newer ones. I'm gonna say 60.
Wait a second. Oh my god, this card could be like $80 or $120. I don't know why. That's what I'm thinking. Because I feel like a lot of these Ghost Rares weren't like, this is like one of those like not too expensive Ghost Rares. I feel like I definitely don't see it being a tier 3. So I see it in between like the I guess 1 to 250 range. At least
Okay.
at this point, I guess like the thing that I have to like reason through is whether or not I think the McDonald's promo is a tier 1 or a tier 2, right?
Yeah,
And then
yeah, because if you think this
Yeah.
is tier 2, do you think the McDonald's got up to the tier 2, or do you think was the tier 1 like you originally thought, and this is maybe cheaper than you thought?
maybe the McDonald's promo could be a tier 2 card, like over $100+. I'm trying to think. Have you opened these in one of your videos? I feel like I've watched one of your openings.
I
You
have, but
right?
it's been like 3 years. I opened a bunch of these a long time ago. I pulled like 5 of these in one video one time, which was crazy.
Okay, okay. Ooh,
Wait,
that's
what?
That's a hint.
5 in one video? How many did you open? How rare was this?
I'm joking.
Is it? I don't know. Is it a hit?
I don't know.
I've been known to get some flack from the comments for maybe edging people certain ways.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna guess $80.
$80. Okay, so you're
Yep.
going down to the tier 1. So you've
Yep.
decided, based on me pulling 5 Millennium Shields, that's probably a tier 1.
Oh,
That's what
okay,
you're
the
thinking over here.
Millennium
So,
Shield. I thought he was
$80.
talking
That's what
about the
we're gonna
freaking
go with.
Ghost
We're
Rare
gonna lock
Cleaving.
it
I was
in.
like,
You
what?
used your
One
first
video?
lifeline here.
Yep.
So far, you've technically dropped the first one, but you know that's not going to be your worst one. You only lost
Yep.
$4. So let's see how bad this one is. You replaced it with the Clear Wing Synchro Dragon Ghost Rare First Edition of Crossholes. You said $80.
Yep.
It is $66.
Oh my
I
god.
did
Yes,
50.
let's go.
So that was a good decision to
Oh my
lower it
God.
down. The
Okay.
Millennium Shield, you guessed 20. It's actually $58.
Oh, 58.
So
okay.
you were
Okay.
right that it's a tier 1, and
Yep.
it's not like that hard to get because there was only a couple ultra rares in the McDonald's pack. There was
Okay, that was a little less than I expected at first glance. Without looking at chat, I would have guessed more on that one because I feel like as a not so involved person in the market, I just get first edition Ghost Rare. I just get expensive vibes from. I don't know. It's just an automatic thing because I've seen the prices on stuff like Stardust and Black Rose.
like
Yep.
I think 15 total cards.
But those are a
was
lot
just
more
too prevalent
iconic.
there. Like everyone kind
So
of had
that's
it.
fair
So
enough, I
even
guess.
with the nostalgia, it doesn't quite hold the value. But
Yeah.
very good guess. You're essentially $4 off twice now with you getting the right tier. So
Oh my goodness.
very good start. We're looking good. Let's go to question 3.
Okay.
All right, question 3, a great start. I mean, you can't do much better than how you have started. So let's see if you can keep it up. We have Skyscraper Ultimate Rare First Edition from Cybernetic
Oh.
Revolution.
Oh my god, I own this card. This is sick. Oh, but I don't remember how much I bought it for so long ago.
Well, that might not help you then if it was a long time ago.
Yeah, well, it was like a year ago during height of COVID. So like,
Okay, yeah.
I feel like it's probably a little bit less because everything has been, you know, dampening down a little bit.
Do you have like any idea what you paid, or is you just completely forgot?
I want to say like in the tier 1 range, like probably like 60 to 80. Maybe I don't remember for sure. If I were to guess, that's probably the ballpark I would guess in. To be honest, I kind of want to get.
Freaking hero ultis these days, there's no shot this is tier 1. It's not. I don't know if it's tier 3. I do not know if it's tier 3, but this is not tier 1. This is like I'm gonna throw out a little bit of a 150. Let's say 175. I have a tendency of going too low. So let's actually get over what I would originally say. Let's say 200.
Get these like early ones right. So I'm gonna use the tier check here.
Okay, all right,
yeah.
nice. So
Yeah.
you were thinking tier 1.
I was thinking tier 1. Yeah.
It's good thing you use this because this is a tier 2 card.
A
Okay.
tier 2 card. Okay, gotcha.
I'm
Okay,
sticking to
so
200.
if I'm trying to think of hero cards and like ranges. I would say like this is probably $100 to $200 card. Then I don't think it's at the end of 250. I mean, it is CRV though, Cybernetic Revolution. I mean, but this was one of the easier ultimate rares. I feel like to grab it.
Yeah, I think this is just a retail. Isn't this just a regular
yeah.
rare, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a regular rare. Yeah, it's not a hobby
Yeah.
ulti.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go between.
Wait, but does that make an impact on what the value is? Whether the card is originally a rare or originally an ultra rare? Where the other ones aren't they equally distributed? Oh, rare ultis are easier to pull. I didn't know that. Really? What's like the difference in odds? Does anyone know? Just out of
my 150, 200 guess. I'll go 175.
All right, 175.
Yep.
We're splitting the difference. You've used.
there are more retail boxes in total. What does that mean? Retail has rare ultis, and hobby boxes have super ult. Oh, I didn't know about that. So if I have a retail box, I can only pull ultis that are originally rares. Is that how it works? So like a retail box cannot have like ultimate rare Cyber Dragon, for example. Okay, interesting. I didn't know
Your
that.
second lifeline. First time it paid off pretty well. Let's see if it pays off this time.
I did not know that. That's very
Question 3
interesting.
answer of 175. The correct answer is $190.
Oh, I said 200.
So these are.
I said 200. I'm goated. I'm only 10 off. But Pack is also insane.
Off. You're only 5 off. Technically, that's your worst guess yet, but still pretty good. You're only
nice.
$5.
Is Pack doing better than Gage?
Off. Not bad. This is a great start. You still got 7 questions to go. You still, I mean, you've dropped one technically, but you haven't really had a bad one yet. And then you have one more. You have a lower or higher, lifeline to go. So let's go to question 4. Let's see if you can keep it up.
Okay.
This is kind of
But he hasn't had the tier 3s yet, right? The ones that you can actually like mess up badly.
a messed up image, but a TCG player has terrible images sometimes. But question number 4 is Icarus Attack, super rare from Dark Revelation 4.
Nice. This one is actually quite expensive. This is a tier.
DR4 super rare. This shit is crazy. I think this is tier 3. I think this is tier 3. I think this is tier 3. The question is, how deep into tier 3 are we going? This is probably one of those cards where I'd be tempted to use the over or under like lifeline that they have. I'd be like inclined to ask, is this more or less than 400 or something? But if I have to guess blind, I'm gonna guess like 350.
Tier 2 card. I'm like super positive. It could be a tier 3. It could be on like the lower end of a tier 3 card. Because I was actually looking at this for Black Wings for Edison format. I mean, DRs are just an amazing sets. So if
the tiers are the way it works is Ruxin has established 3 tiers, where the first tier is from $1 to 100. The second tier is from 101 to 250, and then tier 3 is 250 plus. And you get like bonus points if you land in the right tier and such and such.
I were to guess Icarus Attack's price, I would honestly go for 200, but I'm going to think a little bit on that. It might just be a tier 3 card because DRs are just like so expensive.
Yeah, you have had 2 tier 2s already. So if this is a tier 2,
the cap is 1,000. Okay, I did not know that, for example.
Except for your potential.
But that makes sense.
Exactly. So I feel like I've seen a light played for 170, 180 when I was checking TCG Player like last week.
I'm saying 350.
I want to say, but I could be wrong. I don't remember for sure.
Keep in mind, it's all near mint.
What the hell do you mean you checked Icarus Attack last week? Who checks Icarus Attack DR4 on like regular?
I know, that's
Could
what
be
I'm
a
saying.
little different with
No
that.
shot.
So if I guess 250, am I technically guessing?
You're a
in the
tier 2
3?
if you say 250. 251 is tier 3.
What could it be? It's probably like maybe it's 280.
Me smile.
Okay, I'll guess.
Edison, I mean, yeah, fair enough.
70.
270. Okay, all right, we're gonna go with 270. You're basically assuming that I would not put 3 tier 2s in the first 4 questions. Is what you're assuming here.
Yeah.
So we're gonna find out. Are you right about that? I don't know.
I don't know. I could be easily wrong.
Okay, so
wait. Before you lock it in, let me think one more time.
Okay, all right, okay, we won't lock it in. It's not locked in.
I feel like you're mind gaming me. I feel like
I'm not. I'm just reiterating what happened. I
feel like you might have like Nibru, and I'm summoning more than 5 times. Right now.
Well, here's the thing. It's like the difference is between me and you dueling is I want you to do well. I'm not.
I don't know if Ruxin knows what. I don't know if Ruxin understood that because Ruxin doesn't play.
Trying to make you do bad. So it's a little bit different. If I'm just saying it, I'm probably not trying to make you do worse.
Okay, the reason is because like my memory is like messing with me right now. Like I feel like somewhere in my brain tells me I saw this at like 200 the other day, and like I just don't remember for sure. That's the issue right now. So I'm trying to see, is my brain lying to me? Am I just like seeing things?
It could be. It could definitely be
the
lying to you.
Ruxin balance reactions are like the most wholesome thing ever.
Okay, all right, let's stay with 270. We'll find out if I tricked you or not. The answer, you locked in at 270, is $300.
Oh my god.
Okay, I
let's
said
go!
350. So we shot a little bit over the
if
top.
you got a 200, that would have been a huge mistake.
We
So
shot
good
a little bit
decision.
over the
This
top,
one-
but not
This is
too
probably
bad.
one where the case is like the near min is way more than the light play for some weird reason. You probably did see a light play at like 170 or 180. And of
Okay.
course, Blackwing and Edison has probably made this thing go crazy recently. And of course, DR4 with those weird prices, like they're always so expensive. It's kind of like Retro Pack. You're just like, why is this so expensive? I mean, it's kind of hard to
180
find.
on card
but-
market. Yeah, it
it's
tends
just
to be
weird. So,
it tends to be a little bit cheaper on the European market for some of those cards. I don't know if the American market is just like more. They're willing to spend more on collectibles. I feel like sometimes just like that. But also because they just have only one language, it's only the English ones. Like sometimes on Cardmark you'll find like a cheap German copy or a cheap French copy, cheap Italian copy. I don't know exactly. I'm not that deep into it, but like I did notice that on some collectible stuff like this, the US market has some more inflated prices than the European one.
being a good guess for you, this will be your one you've dropped so far.
Oh
Only
wait, DR4
$20
is only
off
English
after
anyway,
credit,
right?
So,
Nice.
I mean,
Okay.
you basically have one free in the next 6 that you can miss pretty badly.
Oh, okay. Come on. I gotta do well. I was watching Gage's episode, so Gage's been crushing it.
Trying to get pumped up. It's like listening to Eye of the Tiger, watching Gage guess prices or something.
Yeah. No, I was actually doing it. I was actually reacting to it on stream. Dude, I've been really enjoying the series, so I was like, dude, this is sick.
Okay, so this is what we need you to do. You
Okay.
cannot let your stream down. All right, if you're in Paktcg stream
Yep.
and he is sucking later, you have to let him know, okay?
I know.
If he's doing great, yeah, give him a sub or something. Okay, let's go to question 5. This is the halfway point after this one, so let's see if you can really kill it through halfway.
Okay.
I assume you've seen this. Okay, I would say I assume you haven't seen it, but I just assume you've seen all these cards. But you haven't been around that long, so maybe you've never seen this card. The Great Bill.
Oh
Rare
my
World
God.
Championship 2010 card
Oh
pack.
my god, it's a rare though.
And
It's
he
a rare.
swapped already.
Yes, but I have seen this card, and I do know that the
He's
WC11s
that is the
and
one thing.
WC10s
He's doing
are, like-
great. He's doing great so far, but he's used 2 lifelines in 4 questions. He's used 2 lifelines in 4 questions. There's 6 questions to go. And I'm going to tell you, I've seen the Great Bill. But I have no idea what this card is worth.
$1 million. Like, they're so expensive. The supers are like, you know, eclipsing $500-$600.
Yeah, the 2011s are all foil, and then the 2010 is all rares, I think.
Oh my god, but these rares are like not normal rares, bro. They're
I don't
like
even know where this is
crackhead
from.
rares. Like, they're like
True.
probably $80 rares. Like, let me think. The
What is
Great
this
Bill.
from?
Interesting.
So it's funny because I know in, I think WC11, I think Drollbird. Is it Drollbird in WC11? It's a super, right?
I think,
forgot.
yeah, it's Droll something, yeah, because it's like, you think Droll and Lockbird, but then it's just like the random regular one, isn't there?
So funny story, on one of my deck
World
lists,
Championship
I wrote
pack.
Drollbird instead of Droll Lockbird.
Oh, no.
So I got a game loss, and the judge was like, you gotta find a Drollbird.
So, okay, was this like a pack? Where did you get that? Video games? Was this in a video game, actually? I don't remember that.
I'm like, bro, how am I supposed to find this? There's
Or was
only
it a
one
booster
print.
pack that they gave out at the World Championship back then?
It was only 2011?
I don't know, dude.
Yes,
I'm gonna
there's
guess
only
that this
one
is
print.
I'm gonna guess that this is like a high tier 1. I don't have any. I'm just gonna say
Like
$99.
$400 too, or something like that.
Sounds like nice.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
Yeah, rookie mistake. Okay, so Great Bill, World Championship 2010 card pack. Damn, I feel like I'm pretty comfortable with the super rare prices for like the World Championship 2011, but 2010, like I don't think I've ever looked into them.
Yeah, it's like because nobody really cares about this one as much because it's rare.
Yeah, I will wager a guess that it's like probably a really expensive rare, but in the tier 1 category. So I'll say like $80 is my guess.
All right, $80 on the Great Bill. I just had to put this one on here because it's just hilarious looking. I saw it going through and I was like, we got to use this one. This is too funny. So, okay, you did have some familiarity with the pack. A lot of people would probably be like, what set is this? I've never seen it before. So,
That's what I
you kind of knew. Great Bill Rare World Championship card pack. You said $80. You said that right off the bat. You're like, it's probably like an $80 rare.
Yeah.
I was over here like, oh my gosh, it's a $77 rare.
Okay.
Oh God, yeah.
Okay, I said 99. Pack's insane. What? So I did 22 too much.
Yes.
I was
okay.
like, please guess that. Just stick with your gut. All right,
Yeah.
$80. So that one you're
Whoa.
like within the tens. You're gaining back
my
like
God.
stuff.
Nice,
Oh
nice,
my
nice,
goodness.
nice.
So
Oh my
at this
God.
point, the recap is 2 tier 1s, 2 tier 2s, 1 tier 3. So you do have 2 potential, or maybe even 3 of those dreaded tier 3s left. That
Tier
could
3 is
really
the
mess you up,
hardest
but
one
so
because
far, like,
the margin
your
by
score is
how much you can
unbelievable.
miss is
We're
so
halfway
big.
through. If we got a halftime right now, how are you feeling?
I feel good so far. It's been tough though because especially like the Great Bill one, I honestly thought like it could be like maybe 110, you know, like one of those like or that are like between the tier 1 tier 2, so it's a little tricky. I just went with my gut because I've seen a lot of cards like that are like these expensive and like using like 80 plus range, so I was like I'll just guess 80, but glad it worked out.
That was a great guess. Okay, let's go to question 6. Are you ready?
Okay, let's do it.
All right, question 6. We have Destiny Hero Dreadmaster Ultimate Rare First Edition from Enemy of Justice.
Enemy of
Oh, that's
Justice. Wow.
That's gotta be one of the tier 3s that's remaining, right? So in the 5 remaining questions, we have 2 more tier 3s, 1 tier 1, 1 tier 2, and then 1 wild card. This thing could be a high. This could be the remaining tier 2. But this thing is iconic. Ulti first Dreadmaster. Bro, this is one of the tier 3s. This is one of the tier 3s. I'm saying 300. I'm gonna say 308.
This is an awesome set. I love these GX sets.
I hate this set personally, but
because is it because of like the cars are like not in great condition?
No, it was because at one point I bought 9 of these hobby boxes. It was a few years ago, $200 each, so it was like a pretty good deal. And I was trying to pull the the Elemental Phoenix Enforcer and Shining Phoenix Enforcer. You know how there's 4 ultras per GX set.
Yep.
I pulled 1 ultra ulti, and it was the Voltanis the Adjudicator, whatever his name was.
Oh wait,
so I didn't even pull the Dreadmaster, so I pulled nothing good. It was so sad. I was just like, wow, what a waste.
It's funny you brought that up because I think I watched that. I think I watched you despair as you like kept opening Enemy of Justice.
I know. I was like, it's gotta be this one, right?
The boxes are 200? Nah, this is more than. I said 308. I'm switching up. I'm saying 350.
Before I realized how hard ultra ultis were to pull, but
I'm saying 350.
That was a depressing set for me. I love this card artwork, so I was like, if I could just pull this instead, I'll be happy. I didn't even get this one, so
yeah, no, this is a beautiful card. So Dreadmaster, so I mean, it's a hero card. Hero cards, man, I think like it's an ultra ulti like you mentioned. So I want to say like 300 is my guess. Because I feel like it's probably in the 300 plus. It's a really cool collector card. Astro Phoenix summoned it in the anime. Like if I were to guess, I would guess it to be a tier 3 card, but it could also be easily a very high tier 2, so like a 200 plus card as well. So I think like for me, I have to like flip a coin on the either I guess in the 200 range or the 300 range, and I would go with 300. So I'll say I'll just throw a random number out there, like let's say 315.
315. Okay, yeah. All right. So you're thinking this is our second tier 3. That would put us at 2
there.
of each,
I'm pretty sure you said 315.
Sense. Let's see if I made sense when I made this.
I said
or 315. Not. Honestly, I just do it kind of random. So here we go. All right, here we go. Destiny Hero Dreadmaster Ultimate Rare First Edition from Enemy of Justice. You said 315.
Yep.
This is your first one. You're definitely gonna have to drop this one. Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's not that bad. 450 is the real answer. So
okay.
It's not terrible. But it's also, you know, you're looking to be closer to that. But you didn't actually miss it that bad. It is a pretty expensive card. This one was kind of weird because there was like a $800 listing and then the 450. But I thought this was a pretty reasonable price for this card.
Yeah.
Just for like
what
the
do you
GX
mean
stuff
reasonable
and the
price?
and all that. But
Say that again.
Because there wasn't. I was looking everywhere. There wasn't like any listings like on eBay or anything. It was crazy. So I was like, this is a pretty tough one. So not a bad guess. You're getting to drop that one though. So you got 4 questions left. Question 7. We have Solemn Strike Ultimate Rare from OTS 4.
I think I know it off the bat.
Bro, he just has that. He just has that. I don't know though. I personally don't know. I feel like most of the OTS ultis that are playable have passed the 100 euro mark in Europe. Most of them. The problem with Solemn Strike, I think, is that it feels like one of the less relevant ones, right? I know like Droplet has been approaching 180/200 for a while in Europe, but I don't know about Solemn Strike. Solemn Strike, I'd guess, I do think it's over 100 because it is relatively old. Which OTS pack is that? OTS 4 or something? I'm gonna say it definitely. I would think this is a tier 2 card. I don't think this has ever reached like tier 3. I don't think this is tier 3 personally. Definitely not in Europe. It might be crazier in the US, but for my guess, I'm gonna say 160.
I think it's 179. Or
179.
But
Okay.
I have to think a little bit more, but I want to say this card has definitely gone down in price over the years, but it is definitely between 180 to 220, like between that range for sure.
You said 179. Why'd you say that specifically?
Because I remember like someone was like trying to sell these, I think, and I remember looking the price up, and I think I saw 179. Like,
okay.
Yeah, so I want. That's why I said that off the bat, but it could also maybe I saw 179 and that's like 85% of 220 or something like that. So maybe that's what it could have been.
That would be an interesting way to remember it. You remember the 85%, like
yeah. So I want to also it's like near mint. So maybe it's. I mean, my conservative guess would be like 200. And I feel like I probably would be in a decent position.
So your conservative guess would be 200. Your aggressive guess would be the one you remember, the 179.
Yeah, the 179, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so are you a conservative guy or an aggressive guy?
I'm pretty conservative, I would say. I think I'll go 190. How about that? 190.
You're gonna split the difference between the two. Okay, I like the strategy. Okay, he's gonna go 190.
I said 160. I think it's
I'll
more.
lock in
I think I fucked up.
189 actually. Just for
189, just in case, so you can be exactly right if it's 179.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, but if it is 179 and you get it right, that's $25. I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh, that's hard.
Because it feels like you want to guess 179, but you're not. I'm just wondering
How
if you
about
want to
this?
do it or not.
I'll guess 179. Let's do it. Content. Run it.
Okay, you want to go 179. You're trying to get the $25 bonus. That's a big deal, especially since you missed one by 125. You could get some of that back.
Imagine it's 189 now.
179. You wanted to do that. I just asked you if you wanted to do it. The answer is 178.
No!
Oh god,
you don't get the 25
brutal,
bonus,
but I was not that far off. Literally, people in chat were saying, yo, this is 400 plus, this is 200 plus. This is Solemn Strike, dude. When's the last time you actually needed a Solemn Strike? Okay, I said 160. Also not bad, but not as good as Pack, dude.
You do get $1 off.
Is this the closest anyone has ever done? Has anyone ever guessed the price exactly on a card? Does anyone remember? I don't remember. I remember the closest being like $2 off.
Plus 10. So you're still doing really well. A great guess. A huge one. I figured this would be like a sort of playable high-end card that you would probably know. So I put this one in there. I was like, this is probably one he'll know. But because, you know, I don't
Someone
want
has
to
guessed it on the dot? Okay, then I have not seen that
episode.
episode.
And you did. You had just checked it, apparently. So when you started going until 200, I was like, no, don't do that.
Adel, think about a 4 month
fun fact, it was actually one of the, like, when I first started playing the game in like 2019, late 2019, this was one of the first Ultimate Rares I've ever bought. It was actually my second Ultimate Rare ever that I bought. So
it is a nice Ultimate
Rare. So it's I still have it. So it's a pretty iconic card for me.
Yeah, well that's perfect then. Yeah, I absolutely nailed it on that one. In this case, you're back in the driver's seat. You got 3 questions left. You've dropped one that's not that bad, and then you have, don't forget your lower...
If he gets the last 3 kind of close, he's probably the best one on the show yet. I've seen the Gage episode. Gage is pretty good, but I don't know if he's been that close.
Or higher tier question, or not tier, but lower.
If he does these well,
okay.
I'm saving
he might
that.
be the best one
that.
so far.
Yeah, you're saving it because you know 9 and 10 come up at the same time. So we're gonna do number 8 here. Pretty good so far, Pack. All right, I'm getting a little nervous that I might have to give away a lot of money. I paid a bunch of people out yesterday, and that was painful. It was awful. So here we go. Okay, here we go. Let's see if I'm gonna have to pay out another 500 like Gage. We'll have to see. Millenniumizer Strike Secret Pharaoh's Rare First Edition from Magnificent Mavens. A new.
This. I think this is a tier 1 card, but it could throw me off by like there isn't it the Millennium Rares where there's the ones with ultra rare letters and secret rare letters? Isn't that the Millennium Rares where that's the case? Right? Where like the American ones have the secret lettering and the European ones have the ultra rare lettering? Where I'm pretty sure the secret rare lettering is a little bit more expensive simply because it looks better, which I think I agree with that. I do think the secret rare lettering suits better on the Millennium Rares, which I'm pretty sure that like the ultra rare of this is probably not even 50. The ultra rare of this is probably not even 50. But the Pharaoh's Secret might be a little bit over 50. I don't know if this would be 100. I don't think this is a tier 2 card. In EU, the Secret is more expensive, and in A&A, the Ultra is more expensive. Okay, that kind of makes sense, right? The one that's like with less supply, but anyways. I'm just gonna say this is like 65. 60, 65. I'm gonna say 63.
Yep. This is awesome. I haven't checked the price on this, but I like immediately I could tell it's a tier 1 card. It's impossible to be tier 3, but it's definitely in the tier 1 card. Like I would probably guess like 60 if I have to. But these Secret Pharaohs are awesome. Like I feel like the cheapest Pharaohs rare Secret is like
I'm saying 63. 63. I'm sticking with that.
60, 50 range. Maybe like 40 for like the really bad ones.
There's so many of them. There's like 18.
There's so many. Yeah, but this is a playable one, and there's like some unplayable ones that are like definitely cheaper. I would reckon a guess at like, I'm just gonna throw like a random number,
$58. Okay, 58. You said 60 off the bat, and then you changed it to 58. So
yeah,
you feel like you have like a good grasp on these, because there's. Have you been checking the prices of them, or like what? Have you followed these?
I buy a lot of cards, but I don't really sell them that often. So I usually just like, I always try to keep up to date on like cards that I'm interested in, and this was definitely one of them. But I don't know for sure, because like I said, Magical Mavens, a lot of the set tanked, including the cool stuff like the Pharaoh's rare stuff. Like honestly, I can even see myself guessing the 40s, to be honest with you, just because a lot of this set like tanked. Like honestly, you know what? I'll change it. I'm gonna guess 40, 45 for fun.
So you're changing your guess?
Yep, to 45.
What made you do that?
It's just like,
that's probably a mistake.
But actually, remember how I said it was like the cheapest, like 40-ish, and this is like,
yeah, you said that. You said that earlier.
Himself.
Okay, all right, fine.
And Ruxin trying to help him, and that makes him confused.
Okay, so we're going 58, 45, 57. So you're sure about 57?
Okay, 57. I'm locking in. That's it.
Okay, 57. All right. Okay, we're bouncing all over the place, but really it's a very small range. Millennium Eyes restricts Secret Pharaohs are first edition Magnificent Mavens. You went the wrong way.
No,
it's $59.
Oh, I said 63. Oh god,
so
hey, what the hell?
But it's better than the 45.
Hey, I did well on that one. Only 4 over.
That would have been an epic change.
Oh my god,
that was my closest so far.
Hey, that's still really good though. You nailed it that it's tier 1. That's our 3rd tier 1. I think we've had 3 tier 2 and 2 tier 3. So going into question 9 and 10, you know there's a tier 3 in here.
Yep.
The other one, completely random. So are you ready for those last 2?
I'm excited. I can't wait. The last 2s are always cool, because I feel like you always put up the heat at the last 2. So
it's where you can really make or break it if you did well or not.
Yeah, exactly. I'm scared.
Question 9. We have Rainbow Dragon Ghost Rare first edition.
Okay, well, that's a tier 3. We have looked this up actually on this. That's cool. Okay, we're gonna get this one. I don't know how close we can get, because the range is still pretty high, but I remember checking this one precisely when we watched the Jesse Cotton Weird Crystal Beast fun deck, and he had those in there. You guys told me this is insane money, and we checked it. I think this was like high up there. I think this was high up there. I think we're talking like 700, 800. I think we are in the upper end. But the problem is, even if I get close to it, like if I say 700 and then it's 800, we're still 100 off. That's still bad. But this is like, I think this is 700 plus. But let's see the second card before I
Evolution.
Okay.
And then a question
because
10.
now he still has a lifeline less, right?
Cannon Soldier Ultra Rare from
that
Tournament Pack 6.
Of course, that's a hard.
Okay, the Cannon Soldier, that's the super rare, right? Not the Ultra. Because the Ultra was like Tournament Pack 5, I think. Is this the Ultra?
Hard one. That's a good one. That's a really good hard one. I like
Pack Evolution. And then at question 10, Toon Cannon Soldier Ultra Rare from Tournament Pack 6.
Of course, that's a hard one. That's a good one. That's
okay,
really
so the Rainbow Dragon, we're going to have to guess somewhere between 7 and 900, I believe. Well, you can miss by a lot on that one. The Toon Cannon Soldier, I don't actually know. The Toon Cannon Soldier, I don't actually know the range. I don't think we would go into tier 3 on that one, but it is expensive. It's definitely not tier 1. A Tournament Pack Ultra Rare, I don't think there's a single Tournament Pack Ultra Rare that would be a tier 1. I don't think there is one. Out of all of them. The Morphing Jar is under $100? Really? I don't know if that's true. I meant there's not a single tier 1 ultra rare in tournament packs. There's no way. They are, I think they're all over 100 is what I said, basically. I think they're all, I mean, probably even way more than that. I'm thinking the Toon Cannon Soldier is probably the $200 range. But I don't know if it passes the what I was saying is I don't know if it passes the tier 3, like the border into 200. I'm gonna go on the Rainbow Dragon. I'm gonna go ahead and say 750. No, I'm gonna say 777. Educated guess. 777 on the Rainbow Dragon, and I'm gonna go ahead and say 200 and. I'm gonna say 203 on the Toon Cannon Soldier. 203.
Good hard one. I like that. That's
Hey, you've got it. You've got one lifeline left if you want to use it on either
we
of
have
these.
we have a higher or lower lifeline, right? I think the Cannon Soldier. I want to.
I'm gonna wait for the lifeline because I would technically also have that.
It could be more. It's a tournament pack card, which is. I mean, that's like
my question on the Toon Cannon Soldier would be if it's higher or lower than 200. That's what I would ask.
Wise.
Yep. The 6th.
That's 6. That's the 6th one. But this one was more distributed, I guess. There's like I guess European versions of this as well. But let me think. Tactile Evolution, Rainbow Dragon, Ghost Rare First Edition. Not the misprint.
Which one's the tier 3?
I want to say the Rainbow Dragon's the tier 3.
They could technically both be, but
they could. I think
one is one.
One of them is definitely one of the tier 3. I think they could easily be both tier 3s, to be quite honest with you. I mean, it's an ultra from TP6. Like any ultra TP cards are just worth a lot, right? Like Roy Decree, like it's worth a lot. Like I'm trying to think of any other ones. I mean, Morphing Jars.
So it's Mech Chaser, Morphing Jar, Needleworm, Royal Decree, Luminous Soldier, DD Warrior, and then the Magical Arm Shield.
Okay, I think I definitely have to use a higher lower. I mean, what else am I gonna use it?
Yep, gotta use it.
The Rainbow Dragon's an easy one to like mess up, but I think like worst case it gets dropped, I guess, and I'll keep the third one, which is like
true. That's a good point. Yeah, if you just get one of these close, like then at worst you have like 125 miss.
Okay, I'll go with the higher or lower. So I pick a number, right? And you'll tell me.
Yeah, you pick a number.
Okay.
If you do happen to get it exactly right, then that would be the first time ever that's happened, and then I just have to tell you it's neither.
Okay. All right, I'll say for Toon Cannon Soldier, higher or lower, $300.
$300. Okay, final lifeline of this entire quiz. You're doing really well so far. Hopefully this will help you do even better. Toon Cannon Soldier Ultra Rare from Tournament Pack 6 is lower than $300.
Okay, lower than $300.
I'm gonna stick with what I said. 777 on the Rainbow, and 203 on the Toon Cannon Soldier.
That would have been better, I guess.
I'm locking it in.
Oh, what if the Rainbow Dragon was the tier 3 and then the Toon Cannon Soldier was the wild card? That would be funny, because they could easily not both be tier 3s.
I don't know. All you know is one of them is a tier 3.
Okay, Rainbow Dragon, Ghost Rare. Honestly, I'm probably gonna guess in like the 1,000 range, which is crazy. I don't know, but it's not a misprint though. It might actually be cheaper.
Okay, well, I will tell you the max that there's nothing higher than 1,000.
Okay, it's nothing higher than 1,000. Okay.
So you know there's a ceiling of 1,000.
Okay, I'll guess $650 for Rainbow Dragon, Toon Canyon Soldier, $225.
All right, what do you say? 650
Yep,
for
650
Rainbow?
For Rainbow Dragon, yep.
And then 225? Okay, all right, Pack. Final 2 answers. How are you feeling right now before we tell you how you did?
Dude, I'm so nervous. This is like where it makes or breaks, you know? Like
this is where you could either have a great time or you could just have ruined it.
Yeah, exactly.
Normally, this is where someone has swapped a question. I have to do like 3 different ones, but you did it early. Yep. So let's just go for it. So you know the Toon Cannon Soldier is under 300. You know one of these is a tier 3. Which one do you want to hear first?
I'll hear the Toon Canyon Soldier first.
All right. Your 10th question. Toon Cannon Soldier Ultra Rare from Tournament Pack 6. You said 225.
Yep.
You know that's under 300.
Yep.
This card is $200.
Oh, I said 403. I'm a goat.
I'm sick.
If you had said, I was like, when you had like, we're gonna do the lower or higher on here, I was thinking, wait, if he might
now
say
what about
200,
the Rainbow Dragon?
Like, because like it's an even number, so it's like there's a chance that he goes like just straight up 200 just to see if it's like really low. And I was like, if he says that, I'm gonna freak out. But either way, 225, still a pretty good guess. Now
what's the Rainbow Dragon?
That this Rainbow Dragon is your tier 3. The tier 3s are where everything goes wrong.
Yep.
Where everything messes up. The good thing for you is the worst guess you've had so far is $135 off. So that's the worst you could possibly have. Do you think you got it within 135?
Okay, so it's plus minus. I honestly, I was gonna guess 500 for this, maybe 550. But yeah, I feel like I'm in
what
within
made you
the
go
range.
650?
I just I feel like when I looked at the price of these cards, I never see someone just list 500. I feel like someone always lists like 600, 650, maybe 7, 8. So I just guess 650.
You're
I
getting
honestly
inside the mind of the TCG player sellers.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to see how they think.
Well, let's see if it worked. Your final card, Rainbow Dragon Ghost Rare First Edition from Tactical Evolution. First you said you were going to go in the thousands. Then you change. You're like, that's a little high. Then you're like 500. But no, TCG player sellers, they don't list at 500. They list in like random numbers like 650. Well, the correct answer, unfortunately, is $640.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Let's go!
This has to be better. This has to be better than Gauge.
50, and I was like, my god, I was just like freaking out. Then you were like 225. I was like, that's pretty close too.
Oh my god.
Bro, I'm taking notes.
Okay, like I said, my original guess was 5. I wanted to go 5.
I went
like
over. That was my worst one.
Like, okay,
even though I knew that it was hella expensive, I still shot over by 133.
So I was going in the middle. Yeah, because like my worst guess was 135.
We don't have to
so
compare. I didn't do terribly in this one, to be honest. I did not do badly.
Like unsure, and
I did not do as good as
fine, right? So that was my thought process that I was like trying to guess too. So yeah, 650.
All I know is that this is going to be a really good score because you didn't miss anything badly except the one that wasn't even that bad. It was like kind of an average miss.
Yep.
Okay, we got to calculate these things and come back and see what you did.
Is this 1%? The total value is usually about like 2,000 something. Bro, he might be.
Okay, let's do it.
A few moments later.
All right, we are back with the results.
Okay.
Pack, how you feeling right now?
Bro, after the last 2 guesses, I feel amazing. But I feel bad for your wallet.
Okay, let's just throw this
I think this is
there.
better
if you're
than
watching
Gauge.
this video and you have not left a like, comment, subscribe, and turn on notifications for this channel, you better do it because that's how you enter the giveaway to win. If he's within 1%, $1,000. If he's within 5%, $500. We're not even gonna go past that because he did so well. I'm not spoiling anything.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no way. Yo, Freedom77, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
But we don't need to announce the rest. So it's going to be somewhere big. So make sure you guys leave a comment. Okay. Time for the official announcement. All right.
All right.
These 10 questions that I asked you, they total $2,376.
Okay.
You were off by, so we dropped the Destiny Hero Dreadmaster. That was $135. So the other 9 that we totaled up, this might be a little spoiler, give away what you're at, but the total from those 9, you were off by $114.
Poloti, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Poloti, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you.
Oh my god!
You also got every tier correct. That means you get $100 off.
Yo.
Which means you were off by a total of $14.
Let's go.
Which means you were 0.0059% off, which is officially under 1%, which means you have won the $1,000 prize for someone watching this video. Oh my gosh, that is insane.
That is insane. That's crazy.
Look, hey, I'm gonna be honest. I was messaging Ruxin about getting on the show. It's not like confirmed happening or not, but I was trying to get in. Now I'm scared, dude. I'm gonna look so bad.
Not only that, you were off by like 1 or 2 or 3, like multiple times. Like you could have been negative. You were close to being negative. You hit those 25s. That'd be insane.
There's no shot. How are you gonna do better than that?
It couldn't be done. But you have officially not only beaten Gauge, but you have taken a huge lead. I mean, you're like 0.5% is what we're at. Like that was an impressive performance. Pack, were you like doing like TCG
you can't do worse than
workouts?
Yeah, but that's not the part, dude.
Like what happened?
So the thing is, I've always been pretty good with card prices. I feel like I have a pretty decent memory. So like I buy and sell a lot. So, or I mean, I mainly buy. I don't really sell. And so I end up collecting a bunch of like really cool stuff over the years. And There's always like really cool stuff like the cards you list named, like Dreadmaster, Toon Can Soldier, Rainbow Dragon, which I still don't even own. That I always like try to take a look at, like maybe one day, like if I have a little bit extra on the side, I'll like consider buying. So right. I also did like I think a couple of days ago I was doing a Twitch stream where I was like,
if I do badly, I'm just gonna blame it on the EU market. Easy clap. I'm just gonna say EU market is different than NA. Screw it.
Really cool if I can do this with Ruxin. Let's watch some of these, right, and react to them. And like I was watching with my chat, and I was like doing it on the side. I was doing pretty well on them too, so it made me feel a lot better.
How'd you do on your get? Do you remember? Like, did you like calculate them, or did you?
Yeah,
just,
I did. I was like, so it's funny because the real one that I did with you, I was like, that was like my best score. The ones that I was doing like reaction wise, I was getting like 3%, 4%. So like I felt like I was gonna do pretty solid. But yeah, so
did anyone calculate mine?
Insano mode right here, and like
I don't know how badly I did. I didn't do badly, but I didn't do 1%.
To be really hard, but I also knew it was possible, and it's really good to see, like, because for a while we had a lot of people getting like the $100 prize range, which is like they did pretty decent, but they like didn't do amazing. And people were kind of like, oh, you should like up it. And I was like, this is $1,000.
To be fair though, like, I get some help from chat. Like, it's impossible not to get influenced a little bit by chat.
I won't spoil it because you watched the show, but another person recently did pretty well as well. But you have officially become #1, and so we've had a couple people like show that it's possible to do really well. So I'm super excited, even though I have to donate $1,000.
I never knew. I literally never knew how much fun the freaking card prices could be. I love this series. I don't know. I can't help it. I love this series. It's so fun to watch. I somehow, it's like one of my favorite things to watch during lunch break. Maximus, thank you for the Prime. We hit another sub goal. You guys are amazing. Thank you. But no, this Ruxin series is gold. It's one of my favorite things to watch right now. One of my favorite things to watch right now.
Joshua Schmidt.
And there you go, FAD. Alright.
Joshua Schmidt.
Oh, very nice. Alright, let me close on some tabs here.
Joshua Schmidt.
Wait, where's my score? All the PHYYs are making my score, He's up here.
Joshua.
Okay. Guess actual 450.
Joshua now has perfect information. His beast is taking down. Joshua's got it perfect. It all comes down to this. Joshua Schmidt goes for it left with almost no cards. This is over.
Joshua Schmidt. Joshua Schmidt. Joshua Schmidt.
I can't see it right now. Josh's score. Well, first of all, thank you for keeping track. Your total was 249, but you guessed all tiers, which brings you down to 149. So that was what? 149. What was the total? 2,300 something? What was the total? 6% off? That's not that bad. Yeah. $6% off? I wouldn't hate that. Yo, if I go on that thing and I get that, I don't mind that. I'm okay with that. Yo, Catix Cat, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Thank you so much. All right, so we have exactly 1 hour. We have exactly one more hour until the influencer reveals for Kashtira, which I am personally. I mean, I'm mostly interested about the rarities. I already know that. Kashtira is good and whatnot. I already know that. So we're gonna wait for that for sure and see what happens. Until then, let me reload DB, and I say we do a little bit of gaming. We do a little bit of gaming for YCS Lyon. Now the question is, should I be practicing some Ishizu tier for Lyon, which is the most relevant deck, or do we play a little bit of a different thing? Play Mikanko? That's not relevant for Lyon. I'm sorry. Play against Kashtira? Does anyone here want to face me with Kashtira? Even though that matchup is not that interesting, but I'm down. Labyrinth? Do I have a Labyrinth list? This is my current Labyrinth list. I need to give you the spice for Lyon later. I see how it is. Okay. So okay, I'm down to play something that's not Tierlist for the last hour. But I don't want to go into the too irrelevant category. I could see myself playing a little bit of Labyrinth. Slapping together a little list. But it's gonna be, hold up. I kind of like, I don't know how many of these we're gonna play. I want to say I like the idea that they did in the OCG right now. Because they played Mudora and Keldo in this. They played Mudora and Keldo in this, and I kind of dig that. I kind of dig that. Wait, Ariane is the... Oh, that's the wrong one. I put the wrong... This is the one, right? Add, yeah. Up. I'm feeling like we play one lovely lady, and do we play Lady of the Labyrinth even? I really like the Kukluk. I like that card. I think it's very cool to have a searchable way to activate your trap cards immediately. One lovely, three lady. That makes sense. And then surely we play Rivalry. I feel like we should be playing one field spell. I know that the OCG doesn't always do that. The OCG doesn't always main deck the field spell. They sometimes side deck it. The reason why I like it, the reason why I think it should be played is that you can pop your opponent's Purrely Rhino. I think that's relevant. Because Purrely Rhino destroys this deck in the grind game. I think that's a problem. I think having Labyrinth to pop Purrely Rhino is pretty significant. Especially if we play the full lineup of Chandelier and Stovey Torby. Yeah. Hold up. I'm not sure how well this deck is going to do into Kashtira, though, if we play the Mudoras and Keldos. I don't know if that's, like, we might have to side deck for that matchup more heavily then. What pod are you talking? Extravagance? Do we need Extravagance? Probably, right? Extravagance makes sense here. There's no way we don't play any pods, right? The Wingwind Blast. Hold up. How does Kukluk work? Discard, activate a spell that will set this turn if you control a Labyrinth monster. If a card is sent from your hand to the graveyard to activate your normal trap card or your Labyrinth card effect, except Kukluk, while this card's in the grave, add this card to your hand. Or special summon it. Okay. I've been playing Allure and using Dark World Puppetry. That seems gimmicky, but I'm gonna read it. Target up to 3 cards in any grave, banish them, discard a Fiend monster during your main phase, active turn, banish this, target a card. That's too gimmicky. It's not awful against tier, but it's a little bit too gimmicky, I think. Hold on, let me quickly consolidate the OCG metagame report for what they use in that version, because it looks like pretty much exactly the same version. They do play Extravagance. They play Eradicator. They only play 2 of her. That doesn't really feel right. They play Skill Drain, which I don't know if we need Skill Drain. They play Extrav since Prosp is limited. I mean, we could also play Prosp. We can play one of the two. I don't know what's more important. Just getting card advantage? Or getting the card that you need. What's funny to me is that they don't actually play that many trap cards that just remove stuff from the game, like from the field, like normal trap cards. They don't play many. They only play Wing Blast. Which, can someone enlighten me on Wing Blast? Like, why is it specifically Wing Blast? Why is it not like Karma Cut or Raigeki Break? Well, Raigeki Break makes sense against tier, that you wouldn't want that. But why is Wing Blast the one of choice? So Karma Cut, but it could also be Dynamiscus, right? Why is it not Dynamiscus? You don't want to ban... Maybe you're right. Maybe you don't want to banish Kashtiras. Yeah, that might be a thing. Doesn't trigger Mirror Jade as well. There's a couple reasons. Yeah, Wing Blast seems like the most solid one because it doesn't trigger Graveyard effects. It doesn't trigger Banish effects. It can target back row. It can target face downs. Yeah, it's probably Wing Blast. It's probably just Wing Blast. Also, it can like sometimes manipulate the game state in cool ways where you know what they're going to top deck so you can make better decisions. That's relevant. And then they play D-Barrier and Eradicator, which I don't know if we're going to do that. I don't know if we're going to do that. Imperm sounds good, helps a little against Kashtira. So how is the Kashtira matchup like? Surely if we go first, we should be winning. But... They have a couple of different typings. Most of them are psychic, though. Run 1 Kelbeck? What am I supposed to mill? These guys? That's madness. Not in the main deck. Going second, pre-side, you pretty much almost lose. You almost lose, you say. Let's put them in. Let's see if we use them. Surely that's way too many furnitures. I mean, you need those if you want to play the Ishizus. Otherwise, the Ishizus don't do anything. If you want to go with the philosophy of I want to discard Ishizu shufflers with these on turn 1 against tier, you have to play the max amount of these, because like otherwise these are just way too bricky. Weight measuring. Oh yeah, weight measuring is good. But that doesn't trigger your stuff, right? That does not trigger your stuff, right? Now, what am I trying to remove from the board with weight measuring? From the, like, what stops me from using this? What stops me from using Get Out instead of weight measuring? Like, why is weight measuring so much worse than Get Out? Or so much better than Get Out? Sprite Elf? I mean... yeah, but... Kashtira doesn't make that, and I don't think Tierlist will make that like every time. Most of the time it doesn't, right? Or it has other stuff that's also still targetable. Mud Dragon is a thing. Oh, does weight measuring also just not trigger... It doesn't trigger rule colors and shit, right? Correct. Yeah, well, Get Out also doesn't. Get Out also doesn't, but that's interesting. Get Out would also work, but this is a good card going second as well. I mean, is there a random one-of that you can play that has like great impact? We could try this. We can just play the second Kukluk. It messes up the ordering though. The ordering is so perfect if we keep it at one Kukluk. The second Kukluk messes up everything. A pointer? Nah, a pointer is not it, Chief. A pointer is not it. I'm just gonna go ahead and play like... We could play one punishment in case we just want a generically good trap card off of like Lovely Lady of the Labyrinth, right? No, this one is the one that sets from deck, right? We could play like one... We could play one copy of Compulse or Dogmatica Punishment. What's better, Blind? Punishment or Compulse? I'm gonna keep Compulse for now. Now, the extra deck I don't think is super relevant. Although, I mean, with the Ishizu stuff, you can actually, funnily enough, if you open Keldo Modora, you just make a rank 4, which is funny. So we're gonna definitely play Dweller. We're definitely playing Baguska. Why is there Gigantic Sprite? Are we gonna make Gigantic Sprite with 2 Stovey Torbis? There's no way. I think this deck definitely plays 2 Zeus because of Extravagance and Kashtira. And also probably 2 Dwellers because of Extravagance. Welcome locks you into Fiends. I am aware. I am aware of that. But you're not always using that. Oops. We have... What is this card? I know this is Muckraker. But what is this? Paparazzi? Paparazzi Disparazzi. What? 2 effect monsters. When your other monster is targeted for an attack, you can change the attack target to this card and perform damage calculation. When this card you control is destroyed by battle with an opponent's monster, destroy that opponent's monster, gain life points equal to half the attack it had on the field. You can only use each effect of Paparazzi Disparazzi per turn. Is this in Cyberstorm Axis? No, Photon Hypernova, I mean. It's old? Why did I not find it then? What's it called in the TCG? What's it called? Oh, it's this patch. Ah, this thing. Okay, well. I feel like I've seen this before. Okay, we play some Nightmares. That makes sense because they're fiends when we're locked. Do we also play Unicorn? We don't play Unicorn. That's odd. I would think we want Unicorn. Now, I don't really understand the Sprite package. I guess if you have... You can just make a 3200 beat stick. You can also flexibly make Zeus. That's true. You can have, like, if you have Stovey Torby and Chandelier, you can make a Zeus out of that, right? You can make a Zeus out of that because you make Elf, bring back Stovey Torby, make Gigantic, attack. That's a Zeus. All right. But you might want to play Downerd in that case. Extra, like, this is completely unplayable. Why? Your extra deck almost has to be a tier extra, so Kashtira doesn't lock your back row. I guess. So you're suggesting we play Tierlist fusions? Okay. I could see that. I could actually see that. I could actually see that to mind game Kashtira into banishing random stuff from your extra deck and then locking your monster zones instead of locking all of your back row. I could genuinely see that for game 1. Or a Sprite extra because that one has actually Zeus package. Yes, but if we play those, we definitely have to play Baguska and Dweller, and that would immediately give away that it's not actually Sprite. Right? Like, these are actually relevant cards, I feel like. But we could take out, like, some of the Charmers and whatnot for, like, a couple of Tierlist fusions. Right? Probably just go for a Tierlist extra deck. Because, honestly, Sprite Elf doesn't look unusual for Tierlist anyways. And honestly... Like, you could believe it that a Gigantic Sprite finds its way into a Tierlist deck, right? Maybe they are on some technology with Sprite Blue or whatever, like into like Blue Jet Smasher as one-ofs. That's been done before. That's been done before. That's like not unimaginable that your opponent believes that. I think that could happen. Anyways, let's take this for a spin. Let's not worry about the extra deck too much. It doesn't matter that much. Let's take this for a spin. Let me quickly just recap the cards. So this one on summon is add, and then when a monster is removed by a trap card, you can draw a card and then set or special summon. This one is the one that discard from the hand with another card, set a Labyrinth spell trap from hand or deck. If a monster leaves the field by trap effect, this one is the one that adds itself back to the hand. This one does the exact same thing, but special summons itself. This thing you discard. This thing you discard to be able to activate a Labyrinth trap immediately, but only if you control a Labyrinth monster. And it returns from your grave to your hand if you discard a card for a trap effect or a Labyrinth effect. So basically, the cards that bring this back from the grave are Wingwind Blast and these guys, right? Those are the cards that bring this card back from the graveyard to use it again. And then you have Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, which is summons itself from the hand if you've used a Labyrinth or Labyrinth card or effect or a normal trap card. And then you just special summon it. And then whenever a normal trap's activated, you can set a normal trap with a different name directly from your deck. And this thing is your opponent cannot act. This is the one you don't want to see. Skill Drain Magic. Maybe this deck should be on Skill Drain. Maybe it should be. And then we have... I know Welcome Labyrinth. Big Welcome Labyrinth is special summon a Labyrinth from hand, deck, or grave. Return a monster you control to the hand. Banish this card from your grave. Target a fiend you control. Or if you control a level 8 or higher fiend, you can target a card. You can only use one effect per turn. Okay. Alright, chat. We have 40 minutes until the rarity reveals. So let's try this deck out. Let's take it for a spin. You can use whatever you want, but it has to be a good deck for Photon Hypernova. Like, you can play Kashtira, I don't care. You can play Tierlist, you can even play Sprite if you really want to. I don't really mind. Just don't play like friggin' garbage. Did you see Jesse's video? I did, yeah. All right, we're going first. Okay. I'm looking at a situation here where I can use Stovey Torby. I can use Stovey Torby, discard something, get the field spell, special summon Lovely Lady. But then I won't be able... Set 3 pass? Are you sure? I'm not sure if we're supposed to go set 3 pass, because then we don't have the pop of Welcome Labyrinth. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to use Stovey Torby. I'm just not sure whether what we're supposed to discard. Compulse or Eradicator. Or maybe even Lovely Lady, but probably not Lovely Lady. The virus is immediately live though if we keep this, if we pop this. I'm going to discard Compulse. Discard the Welcome, that kind of defeats the purpose. It doesn't feel great, but I think this is okay. So we're going to special summon this from the hand. It becomes untargetable. We're going to summon it in attack to play around getting Zeused, I suppose. We're probably going to tribute it. And then we're going to pass. It's not too amazing of a hand yet. Oh, it has to be in defense. Yep. My bad. Yes, we're gonna let him go main phase because I'm not gonna shotgun Eradicator on spells because if it's freaking if it's Tierlament, even if they have Pearl or Rhino, it is Tierlament. Keldo Pitch Mudora. Yes. Honestly, I don't know if our interruptions here are good enough. If they can trigger the mill 5, we are in a situation. Oh god. This also loses to Zeus. I mean, we can pop the monster that tries to attack it with Welcome Labyrinth, because that doesn't target, right? Okay, now the cool thing here is if they go for the mill 5, we have our own shufflers in the deck. Which I think is a cool thing. Hold up. So the Kelbeck activates. The Kelbeck activates. I'm trying to think if we go for the Welcome Labyrinth here to pop the Sharon as well. And if we pop the Sharon, we can also... If we mill a shuffler, we can prevent that Sharon immediately. I'm going to try this. I'm going to go activate Welcome Labyrinth. Chain. Now this one will trigger, right? When a normal trap is activated, set a normal trap with a different name directly from your deck. Now I can use this if they don't respond with a shuffler, which they should probably do to prevent this. They don't. Okay, I'm gonna declare this then. Basically, I'm hoping I'm putting all my eggs into the basket that I'm milling a shuffler in the next 5. If I don't mill a shuffler, the game is lost. The game is omega giga lost, I think. I'm going to summon Lovely Labyrinth. No. No, I'm gonna summon Ariana. I'm gonna summon Ariana. How does Kukluk work? Any normal trap card I can activate immediately. So I could grab Ariana here. Well, first of all, I'm setting a trap card. I'm setting a trap card, which is going to be Big Welcome. And then I'm going to summon Ariana. Ariana can grab me the Kukluk, the clock. And pop this. Please give me a shuffler. There we go. Hog. Oh, they hit another. Oh, no. Well. Now triggers, my friend. Use your triggers because we have a shuffler. Can't you set D-barrier? I could have set D-barrier, but I couldn't activate it right now. We did get it twisted a little bit more than they did, so they can trigger as many as they want now, but we can prevent all of them. Ariana can search Kukluk to activate D-barrier? Yes, but only after this entire chain resolves, right? Only after this entire chain resolves. Sharon 1, Agido 2. Sharon 1, Agido 2. They're only triggering Sharon. They are only triggering Sharon. Are we preventing that Sharon? Probably. We are probably preventing that Sharon. Well, we're gonna trigger Ariana first. Yes, of course. Trigger Ariana. And let's sec. Trigger Stovey 2 after to prevent have. I was going to do that anyways. If we don't shuffle, they will shuffle our shuffler. Well, yeah, but we can force out the shuffler first. We can force out the shuffler first, I think. Because if I just say, okay, if I don't do anything. If I don't do anything here. Yeah, they have to use their shuffler first. They have to force my shuffler. They shuffle in the Stovey Torby and my shuffler. And then I'm going to chain my shuffler to hit their remaining shufflers and the Sharon. Stovey, your Medora, and Meta Noise. Okay, so I'm gonna chain my shuffler now on Sharon, Keldo, Medora. And if we hit Keldo now, we're probably just golden. If we hit Keldo now, we're probably just golden. If we mill a Keldo, we are literally busted. Okay, so okay. Now, this is going to go into the deck. I will add from deck to hand the Kukluk. Boom. And then we mill 5. And we will mill Keldo and get it absolutely twisted. There we go. We are the best Labyrinth player in the universe. Also, I targeted the shufflers, not the Kelbeck. You turn Kelbeck. Okay. Now we've built the shufflers are kind of nasty in this. Hey. No, it doesn't really matter what they mill here. Bro, okay. This is annoying. Actually, the Tierlist Kashtira is annoying. The Tierlist Kashtira is annoying. because that mill's again in a separate chain, but they have to trigger Havness here to force my shuffler. If they don't trigger Havness, I just let them like do whatever they want. They get Sulliak though, that's annoying. They haven't normal summoned yet. Check logs they shuffled. It doesn't matter, bro. It's a fun match on DB. Did the reveals happen yet? No, in about 27 minutes. Okay. Havness, Tier Cash, and Sulliak. I am inclined to still use this here because, I mean, the last name that they have is Purrely. Purrely is the last name they have. Purrely is the last name they have. Purrely is the last name they have. If I shuffle the I'm gonna shuffle a couple bad mills into the deck here. Bop. I'm gonna target the Havness, and I'm inclined to target like 2 Kelbecks. Although they do have hold up. Maybe not the 2 Kelbecks. They can, like, maybe if they... do I shuffle back the 2 Kelbecks? Maybe I do. Nah, let's do the 2 Kelbeck. And half. Wouldn't recycling the D barrier be important? We get the one that sets from graveyard anyways next turn, if we want to. Not yet. Let you resolve that. Havness, Tier Cash, Sulliak. Okay, so add first. Because the other big lady can summon, can set the from graveyard a trap. They should have chain blocked the Lady Labyrinth, I feel like. Then I would not have the big welcome. Which the big welcome is going to be also pretty nice here, right? They add Rhino. Think on res. Oh. They milled Keldo and Perlo Rhino. Okay. I can discard Kukluk. Wait, what is this again? If you activate a non-labyrinth normal trap, special summon a fiend from hand or grave, you can only use each effect. Can I contribute this for Eradicator? They probably don't have a spell, but I could look at their hand. That would give me nice info. I could just activate Eradicator and bring it right back, right? That's how that works. Special summon a fiend from hand or grave. Okay, I'm gonna just check their hand. I'm gonna check their hand. Spells. In which case, I should have done this way earlier. Oh! I'm the best. You hit the instant fusion, easy clap. Probably should have started with that. Okay, I kind of missed the interaction. I kind of missed that interaction that this just comes back immediately. Then I would have done this way in the beginning to know their entire hand. I would have immediately done that. But yes. This is once per turn, hard once per turn, right? Not once per copy. Okay. Big welcome now. The guy you added does not need a discard? No, just pitches itself. The problem is we're kind of done. We're kind of done with interruptions. I don't think this should be Big Welcome Labyrinth. I think I kind of messed up. I don't think this should have been Big Welcome Labyrinth. I think we would be winning here if this was like the barrier. Or any real trap card, like a Compulse or something. Does Big Welcome also trigger the Lab Field spell? It does. It does do that, but you can only do that once per turn. And I already did that. And I kind of forgot that. I kind of forgot that this doesn't really do anything now. I can go into, hold up. Yeah, I have some lines still. You can use both effects. You cannot. You can only use one Big Welcome effect per turn, and only once that turn. You cannot use both. You can use both effects? What do you mean? The field spell does not let you pop twice. No. Correct. Well, I did use both effects of Labyrinth. I already popped. That's what I meant. I already popped with Welcome Labyrinth. That's what I'm saying. I popped with Labyrinth. I popped Sharon. Merly. Yes. Yes. It's not for Labyrinth Trap? What do you mean? When I used the Labyrinth Trap, I popped the Sharon. And then when I used Eradicator, I used the effect to bring back the Lady Labyrinth. That's the two effects of the field spell that I used. ICU 2 level 4s. He cannot go for a Zeus line here. There's no Zeus line. There is no Zeus line, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm gonna bounce my own Ariana with Big Welcome. I'm gonna bounce my own Ariana with Big Welcome Labyrinth. They should probably shuffle in this. How? Wait, what do you mean? Are you guys even talking to me? Because I'm hella confused as to what you mean. Oh. Yeah, my bad. I absolutely need to use the clock first before you get to summon that. If that's okay. Yeah, that's what... Okay, yeah. I was distracted by chat. I forgot to discard this. Target the field spell then. That makes more sense. I think that has to be okay. Okay. That's fine. Okay. So far, so good. They have Havness and Meta Noise, which is slightly annoying. But if they try to go for a Zeus, we can just bounce our monster in defense position to the hand. And then we can pop a card in their hand. Oh, this is still looking good, I think. Redoer. That's fine. End main. Yes. I'm gonna activate this. They shouldn't be able to respond to this. I'm gonna summon this, which is unfortunately only 29, which is very sad. But I am gonna special summon this. I'm gonna return this to the hand. And that's going to trigger this and trigger this. This can't trigger, right? Oh, it does. No, except the turn it was sent there. Oh, my bad. I was getting hyped up for a second, but just those two. Meta Noise adds one from graveyard to hand, right? Meta Noise adds one from grave to hand, a monster. If I pop Meta Noise here, that'd be a little annoying. I'm gonna be honest with you, this deck, barring any floodgates, it's a cool deck. I do enjoy this deck. I genuinely do enjoy this deck. Even though I'm not very deep into it yet, like in terms of how to play it and whatnot, it's an enjoyable deck in my opinion. So of course I can't really pop Kaleido Heart here, so I'm gonna pop in hand. This one. Please be Havness. No! Well, I mean, that's fine. Actually, is that better? Maybe it's better. Because they can add back Tierlement's Kashtira now, but then they have hella hand traps for my turn. I'm currently not playing the Ruma Cannon. Currently I'm playing Weight Measuring, which is a new card that is like arguably better. If Redoer gets a trap card, we're in trouble. If Redoer gets a trap card, we are in trouble. This is also in hand. And we lose this. Why is it 229? Why can't it be 3,000? I'm mad. The question is now, do I go End Phase Chandelier? End Phase Chandelier, set a... I think I do. Special summon Labyrinth ones from hand, deck, or grave. Hold up. We might cook them in draw phase. Kashtira is main phase only, right? Yes. You can banish this card from your grave, target a fiend monster you control, or if you control a level 8 or higher fiend, you can target a card your opponent controls, return it to the hand. I can use this in my draw phase. I can bounce I can just bounce the thing. This card is completely busted. Hold up. And that triggers everything. I'm gonna use this. This deck is nice. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna ditch these. I'm gonna set Welcome Labyrinth. Hold the phone. Hold up. Okay, I'm gonna set this. I'm gonna trigger this. I'm gonna add this to hand. I'm gonna draw. In draw phase. In draw phase. This is tough too. I'm gonna banish this. Do I bounce Redoer or do I bounce Kaleido Heart? Do I bounce Redoer or do I bounce Kaleido Heart? Banish this. I'm gonna target the Redoer because that spells more trouble for me right now. It is hard though, because if they mill with these, if they mill correctly with these, that is now going to trigger this and this. Two hand, two spell trap, set. Oh, they can shuffle that, of course, yeah, sure. Oh, the shuffler bops me here. Yeah, the shuffler is a problem. Wait, can I pitch Kukluk for Wing Blast and then immediately add it back to hand? No, while this card's in the graveyard. That doesn't work. Does that work? Probably not. I don't think it does. This deck is intriguing. The gameplay, I think this deck is interesting. I'm not sure if it's good enough, but I do think it's very intriguing. No metaverse? The field spell isn't really that important. Some people in the OCG don't even play it at all. Like this list that I just saw doesn't even use it. Just those two. Okay. To the deck and to the deck. Shuffle. Stand by main. I think I have to try and go battle phase first. Try and get over the Kaleido. Try and double the Kaleido Heart first. In the battle phase. If I attempt to go battle phase, they have to go with the Tierlist Kashtira, and if they miss with that, I can just proceed to the battle phase. Battle phase. They're probably gonna trigger it, and then we have to hope they don't hit. This deck seems better in OCG than TCG. I mean, in the OCG, it's not competing with full power Ishizu tier. So yeah, fair enough. They will hit, won't they? I mean, most likely. The Tierlist deck almost never misses. Yup. Yup. Any card? Yep. I mean, Agido can mill me shufflers. That would be pretty good. So far, they have not gotten any aquas. Actually, not the worst. Use all three, scream 3. Wait, you play 3 traps? 3 traps? Okay. Okay. I'm considering whether I should get out the third Ariana. No, I meant okay. Still chain that. I don't want to mill my Ariana, essentially, is the problem. So the thing is, this is a fine situation. I'll also chain the lady to welcome. Sorry. Okay. Chain this, chain clock. Ah, D-Barrier is in the graveyard. Imagine having D-Barrier in the deck right now. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna chain clock. Oh, imagine D-Barrier right now. Oh. Bro, weight measuring though. Hey. Pop. Special Ariana. Oh wait, they... Oh, I can't activate weight measuring. Chainlink 1. Oh wait, I need to mill 5. Please give me shufflers. Mill 5. Shufflers! Chainlink 1. This matchup is funny. Yo, the Davy-Sinator, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Oh, I haven't even updated the sub goal. Man, we've been smashing these sub goals recently. Thank you all so much. I appreciate the support a lot. Thank you. I'm glad you all are enjoying the stream as much as you do. So the reason why I don't like the fact that I got weight measuring, this should have been, if this was D-Barrier, I mean, I milled D-Barrier and Compulse, which are the only other targets. And I drew Wing Blast. I like that it's actually interactive, and that's what I meant when I said I don't like the fact that they are going in the Floodgate direction, right? I would enjoy this a lot more if it was like this. But of course, like, you're fighting an uphill battle here. You're fighting an absolutely uphill battle in this matchup. Sharon, Kelbeck, Kaleido, target back row. Yeah, I can't use that thing. I can't use that thing. Sharon, only Sharon. Kelbeck. I mean, I'm gonna go chain Mudora. I'm gonna chain Mudora. I'm gonna target your Sharon, Keldo, and Mudora. Maybe I want to recycle one of mine? I think you might want to recycle. What am I gonna recycle? No, I'm just gonna take those 3. What was your reasoning for not including punishment? The space in this deck is relatively tight because I'm playing the Shizu Shufflers together with 6 of the Furnitures, which is a little bit, which is from this list basically, and there's not that many room. There's not that much space for trap cards. Chain Mudora on your Shufflers and Stovey Torby. Okay. I'm simply gonna mill Keldo again, bro. It's easy. It's easy as that. This goes into the deck. This gets shuffled. And then we mill 5, and then I search for this. No, I didn't mill it. I'm so unlucky, dude. Oh, and they hit everything they could ever ask for. Okay, it's doomed. It is, in fact, doomed. An unfortunate turn of events. I'm gonna grab Stovey Torby. Oh, they milled their third Keldo as well. They milled their third Keldo too. This is so bad. Pretty sure we lose. Rhino and Purrely. Oh, we fought well. We fought well, but not milling a shuffler here. We could stop them on their turn. But then the follow-up Halfness and Tierlement's Kashtira was just a little bit too much. 07, yeah, we tried. Well, well, well. Oh, God. Yeah, you got it. Good one, though.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Just tuned in. Is this the Ishizu version? Is it better than the Heavy Trap version?
Nigam Nation, thank you for the 4 months. This isn't the first game I played with this version. This was the first time I played with this version. I do like the synergy between, like, this makes it so... before we look at the influencer reveals, let me quickly wrap this up. We can test this more tomorrow. Or, like, we can test more in the format in general tomorrow. The idea behind these I like, because I think it's a good thing that you can kind of defend yourself against the Mill 5, right? From Ishizu. Which is a general problem. A general problem is, like, every deck that's not Tierlements, if they are not afraid to go for the mill against you, then you're in trouble, right? Especially even when you go first, like in the last game, if they just go for the mill 5s without fear and you get destroyed. You just get destroyed. So that's a good thing about this version. It has synergy with the cards. You can discard them for Chandelier and Stovey Torby. And if they go for the mill 5 against you, they're also really good. Of course, this version is going to perform less. It's going to perform worse against other matchups. But I feel like that could be okay. You would have to side for, like, other matchups. But yeah. Kashtira reveals. Playstyle and Rarity. Okay. Let me pause the music. All right, let's go. Let's see what we got.
He's a Starfrost encountered some fearsome beings back in Darkwing Blast. Little did he know, he was on the planet Rasoth, home of the Kashtira. Hey everyone, this is Tombox, and today I have the pleasure of showcasing to you guys the most hyped theme of Photon Hypernova, Kashtira. Now, I've kept quiet about this archetype for some time now. Unless you're at my locals, like this is the one deck that would just never stop talking about. Now, I've been practicing this archetype for the last couple of months in secret, but it is incredibly strong, and this is going to be a major game changer. Now, before I dive into the reveals, if you guys can take a second just to help me out here, hit that like button if you like what you see, and if you guys want to see more stuff from MSD.TV, like reveals such as this one, hit the subscribe
Tell me in chat right now how many secret
that notification bell
How many
down.
secret chat?
All right, let's get to it.
I'm going to say 1 or 2.
To fully experience this deck at full power, you're going to need a couple of cards from Darkwing Blast, such as Kashtira Fenrir, Kashtira Unicorn, Kashtira Shangri-Ira, and Kashtira Birth. These cards lay a solid foundation to its winning strategy, and the cards from Photon Hypernova really just boost the consistency to 11 and
we know this.
In addition to their strong stat
Aggro
line, this
how
deck
is it
will be
deck
known for
aggro
locking out
combo
your
and
opponent's
stun?
zones, whether all 5, especially when they can't even summon and rip a card out. Whether it's the Mind Hacker, yeah, this is going to Tira, a Rise Heart, the new Xyz boss monster, and this one is going to be a secret rare.
That's the first
This
one.
Kashtira
Oh
boss has
god.
4 things to keep in mind. Number 1, essentially you're all under Macrocosmos, so any card going to the graveyard is going to be banished instead. And number 2, whenever something gets banished, it has a mandatory non-once per turn trigger effect.
That's the
which
first
allows you
one.
to target a banished card, doesn't matter if it's
So
face up
far,
or face
1
down,
out of
and
1.
attach it to it as material, so it gets self-refueling for number 3. The quick
It's a
effect,
one-off?
the quick
You
effect,
play 2.
detach 3 materials, okay, and
You
target
play
a card
2.
on the field and banish it face down. And face down banish is the best form of removal because it will not trigger many of the effects of, you know, a monster leaving the field. So that's really, really good. And because you
All right, now
detach the
I'm gonna be
material
honest.
and
This
it
is not a
still on the
great
field,
start. This is not a great start. I think it's probably gonna be more than
you're
one.
detaching
Then.
to basically banish.
Probably more than
and
one
therefore
secret rare
you'll
you need.
trigger number 2, and you get to attach material back. So you're gonna be able to use this effect quite often, more or less once per turn if you're doing it right. And number 4, if you look at the recipe of this card, it looks like it's 3 level 7 materials.
The recipe.
The summon effect on
Okay.
top of any Kashtira monster as a 1 material Xyz summon, and that is so much easier. And what makes this card so scary is that a single copy of Kashtira Unicorn will lead you there, and that's the basic line of play for this deck. Next reveal, we have Kashtira Rise Heart, an ultra rare.
Ultra
Most
rare
of
Rise
the
Heart.
Kashtira named monster
Okay.
in Photon Hypernova generate free special summons
That
from
makes
the
sense.
hand, and this monster is no different. If
Same
you have Rise Heart
vein
in your
as
hand,
Rhino
if you
Heart.
control a Kashtira, you get to special summon this card from your hand, which is great because the deck needed additional special summons to really get the combos going.
$50 UR? I don't really think so. I mean, maybe for YCS Lyon, it's gonna be like very short in supply. But I mean, look at Rhino Heart. Rhino Heart is also not expensive, isn't it? Like, I don't feel like this should be like a Fenrir situation.
And this monster may be level 4, but essentially it can change its level and
Yeah, this
banish
was
3
rumored to
cards
be
off the
secret
top
rare.
of your opponent's deck.
But it
and
is
that
not.
is great because there's not a lot of ways to do that on the turn.
Rise
and
Heart,
this is the
same
card that
rarity as
provides you
Rykard and
the
Rhino Heart?
banish
How?
and
Yeah,
the
literally how.
triggering
No
of
one
your
could have seen this
Shangri-Era.
coming.
And because Shangri-Era gets triggered, you can now go into a Rise Heart at a discount by only using 1 material. And so this card becomes a very easy. This is a great addition to Scareclaw or Kashtira, carrying both names. Essentially, it has a quick effective special summon from hand, but if you do summon it, you are going to need to banish a Kashtira or a Scareclaw card from your graveyard or from your hand. This monster has 2 key effects. It is not a small number. It's big enough to run over Baguska, and then just continue your turn in main phase 2. And the second role to fulfill is that any Kashtira or Scareclaw that attack while this monster is on the field, your opponent's monster, you can keep attacking, you can negate the whole board, which is...
This is a common, right?
Especially
Or
with
super
Fenrir,
rare.
which
It's
gets
low
to,
rarity.
You know, choose a different target if something gets banished. So yeah, there's a lot going on there. Next monster, Tierlist
Ultra.
Kashtira. This is an ultra rare, and similar to Scareclaw Kashtira,
Could
you
be
get
better,
to
could be
special summon
worse.
this card as a quick effect from your hand, as long as you can banish a Kashtira or Tierlist card.
This is
from
going to be
your hand or
this is going to be more expensive, I think, than Rise Heart, right? Because this one you need in both Tier and Kashtira, whereas the Rise Heart usually only goes into Kashtira decks. So that's looking
Tierlist
like
player will see
a
this card as Halfness 2.0.
like a
Another
little
quick
bit of
effect summon
a
that will
Sprite
drop
Elf
3
situation
cards
of
from
like
the top
that
of
goes
the
into
deck
a couple
into
decks.
the graveyard. So
Not
just
as
for
good
that
as
alone,
Sprite Elf,
it's
though.
already really good. But keep in mind, this monster's typing is a psychic, so if anything needs to fuse with it, keep in mind if they need to use Aquas, they're not using this card as the Aqua. So that's for the Tierlist players. As a Kashtira player, you get to use this card to essentially load your graveyard to set up for Birth. Or if you're already under the effects of a Rise Heart, then you can either mill your own cards and banish a bunch of them and hopefully get some of those triggers off, or you can get rid of your
Nah,
opponent's
this is
Yugioh
not
just in case they
$60
peek up
ultra
from
rare. I don't
his
think
play.
so. I personally
Now
don't
we will
think
move
so.
on to the spells and the 1-trap card. Kashtira Overlap. So this is essentially the quick play spell that boosts a monster's attack by 1500
you don't
attack
play
by
that one.
banishing a 1500 attack 2100 defense monster, a heart monster essentially, from your hand, graveyard, or either side of the field. So that part's kind of cool, but I think the cooler effect is that if this card is banished and you control a Kashtira monster, you turn this card essentially into an effect veiler or an imperm on a monster. So yeah, it's really fun. And the way I would use this would either to start it off with, say, Kashtira Rise Heart, banish as cost to get something.
This card is bad. You don't play this one. It's common or super rare, but
this
probably
card
common.
with a Rise Heart, so whenever a Rise Heart detaches, I get to negate a monster effect. So maybe that's the way to kind of really just weave it into part of your combos. All right, we got 2 juicy spell cards coming up. First of all, we have a secret rare, Kashtira Theosis. This is essentially their version of Emergency Teleport.
PHYY,
a spell
right?
card that summons a monster straight from the deck. However, there are a couple things to keep in mind. This card does target a Kashtira that you control.
You play 3 of that one. Oh my god. Ooh, the freaking Kashtira players are in shambles.
Compare the attribute, because you have to summon a monster with a different attribute in
That's a 3 of
position. So
That's
if
a
there's
3
no
of.
attribute to compare, you will not be able to summon a monster from the deck. So that is a little bit of a restriction. But don't get me wrong, this is still an incredible card, because that just makes it so that Kashtira Unicorn automatically gets to summon out a free friend.
Lots of Kashtira players are turning into Flunder players right now. I can see the development in chat. Lots of people turning back into their Flunder deck and be like, hey, you know what? I kind of missed you, Robina.
Here, and Fenrir gives you another
I kind of
monster,
miss
which is
normal
probably
summoning
Rise
Robina
Heart.
anyways.
You can see how
Hey.
that line of play goes, and that just leads to a lot of free pluses, if you know what I'm saying here. So yes, this card is incredible, and just to give you even more, if you banish this card basically from anywhere, if this card is banished, you get to add back a Kashtira card that is already banished. Yeah, it could be a spell, it could be a trap. So you can add back, say, a banished copy of Birth, so that now you can play like a Reborn-esque card. It's just got a lot to offer. And another one, we have the field spell, Pressured Planet Rape Song. This is going to be a secret rare, and yes, there is 3 secret rares in this theme. This card does 3 things, much like the Purrely to the Tierlist.
Whoa, bro, my god. There's no way. How? Bro, if you're trying to play Kashtira at YCS Lyon, you can just like, oh my god, you're not gonna eat. You're not eating in February. You're not eating in February. Scratch that, bro. Your plate is empty. Oh my god.
This is the Wraith Sauce to the Kashtira. You get to add 1 Kashtira monster from your deck to your hand. So that's already really good, but also has a popping effect, where if you activated the effect of Shangri-Ira, well, you also get to trigger this card and destroy a card on the field. And the other thing is a bit of a continuous effect.
Come on, why did they have to do it like that?
So how does it boost?
Why did they have to do it like that? Bro, you already need 3 Fenrir and 3 Unicorn. That's already like $300 down the drain.
And defense by 100. That is huge, because these monsters are already really big. Any slight boost will always push them over a certain threshold. And with all 3 effects, that just makes this card just mind-blowingly good. And finally, the last card, the trap card, Kashtira Big Bang. So the activated effect.
Okay, yeah, that one's common.
Hey,
Hey,
monster. You can force both players to banish all monsters they control face down until they only control 1. So it's more or less a board wipe, but it does hit your own stuff. And be careful if you control a token, because tokens cannot be banished face down.
Oh my god. Hey, if you're planning to play Kashtira at YCS Lyon, I'm sorry.
You get to target one of your Kashtira.
I personally currently don't plan on doing so, so that's like, it doesn't bother me as much, but hey, that's
helping you generate free monsters. This card is going to get banished by cost through Kashtira Rise Heart as a part of the comboing process. Now, I did say that I was going to give you guys a jumpstart on the basics opening combo for Kashtira, so here we go. So starting off,
holy shit. That is bad. That is bad. Now, I mean, I'll say one thing. Hey, the good thing about the only positive, or the only not so negative thing about this is that you're not forced to play Kashtira next metagame, right? It's not the best deck in the format, I believe, right? That being said, some people still really wanted to play that. And look, if you've booked for YCS Lyon, you plan on using Kashtira, oh my god, is that going to be expensive? Oh, God. Like, okay, in a normal circumstance, I could see this card being, I could see these secrets that you need 3 of, like the planet. The planet is probably going to be like 70 to 80 in a normal setting, because it's like a good card. You play 3 in Kashtira, you play like 1 in Tierlist, like that's like pretty much the same as Pearl Rhino. Like probably 60 to 80 is what I would have to, if I had to guess, I would say that. Then this card is it's probably a little bit less, because you only play that one in pure Kashtira pretty much. So maybe that one's like a 40 to 50 in a normal circumstance. Kind of around that. Like, do we agree on that? I don't know. I'm not an expert. I don't know. And Arise Heart, since you only play that like once or twice, and like you play 2 in Kashtira and maybe 1 in Tierlist, like that looks like a 20 to 30 secret in the beginning. Is kind of what I would say in a normal circumstance. In a normal circumstance, I'm, and then like for YCS Lyon though, you have to freaking realize that these cards come out 2 days before. 2 days before these cards release before Lyon, and they are legal. So if you're gonna get juiced. I think you're gonna get juiced for these prices. If you're going to Lyon, you need those. Like, there's like, if the normal reasonable price for like the field spell would be like 70, that's not what you're gonna pay at the venue, probably at the vendors. It's probably gonna be more than that. I mean, look, hey. That's not reasonable, I feel like. That's not reasonable. My God. That is not reasonable, is what I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't really have anything else to add to that. Also, what is the name? Pressured Planet Ratesoth? Ratesoth? What was the original name? Paraisos? Hey, that sounds so much better, man. Paraisos sounds so much more like Prime Planet Paraisos is so much easier to say than Pressured Planet Ratesoth. What the hell is that? Okay. I don't have much else to say. I think that's a huge disappointment. That's a huge disappointment for anyone who was trying to play Kashtira. I mean, I was expecting at least 1 secret, maybe 2, but 3? 3 secret rares. And you play 2 of them are 3 ofs, and 1 of them is a 2 of. Cause like Tierlist got a bunch of secrets as well. Tierlist got a bunch of secrets, but those were at least like you only played 1 copy, right? Like, okay, Pearl Rhino was expensive, but Kaleido Heart and Rule Kalos, they are not expensive because you only need 1 and only in Tierlist. Like that was fine. That didn't matter. That was totally fine. Here they're going for the main deck 3 of staples, 2 of them. And the extra deck staple is also a 2 of and is played in other decks. That is crazy to me. That is a crazy decision. I don't like that. I was complimenting them. I was complimenting them on the recent sets with like super rare Magnamute, even though that didn't work out, right? That was still expensive, but they tried at least. They tried to give us cheaper Magnamute. They tried to give us cheaper Fenrir, which as an ultra rare, which also didn't really work out, but hey, they tried. But this time around, I'm a little disappointed by that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like that. The only good thing, like I said, is you don't have to feel forced to play Kashtira. There's other good options. But hey, that's all I have to say for that. That's all I have to say. We'll see how bad it's going to be at YCS Lyon. We'll see how the price of these cards develops. But I'm not particularly excited about these rarities. But hey. Anyways, that is all I had planned for today. We're going to get more reveals tomorrow. Hopefully some better news. Hey, if there's 3 secrets in the Kashtira archetype, that means some other archetypes might get away cheap. But, you know, we'll see. I'm going to see who I can send you guys to. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll just send you guys over to MBT.
Perfect information.
Yo, Raid, thank you for the last minute Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you guys. Thank you for the 7 months. Hey, thank you guys so much for watching today. I appreciate all of you hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a great rest of your day. start of your day wherever you are. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. See you guys hopefully tomorrow. If you have time, you know, feel free to follow the channel and tune in tomorrow. Bye bye everyone. I'll send you guys over to MBT and peace.